The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening. It is December the 22nd, 2024. I am your host, Matt from the Past. This is Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1790, the supposedly impenetrable Turkish fortress of Izmail stormed and captured by Suvorov and his Russian armies during the Russo-Turkish War. In 1885, Samurai Ito Furubimi becomes the first Prime Minister of Japan. In 1989, after 23 years of dictatorial rule, Romania ousts dictator Nicolae Ceausescu. In 1990, labor activist Lech Walesa sworn in as Poland's first popularly elected president. In 2010, repeal of the Don't Act, Don't Tell policy, a 17-year-old policy banning homosexuals serving openly in the U.S. military, signed into law by President Barack Obama. In 1932, The Mummy, directed by Carl Freund, and starring Boris Karloff, is released in the U.S. First mummy horror movie. In 1894, Claude Debussy's first orchestral masterpiece, Prélude à l'après-midi d'une fenouil, premieres in Paris. In 1894, United States Golf Association forms in New York. Born on this day, Diocletian, Roger II, Jean Rochain, Frank Kellogg, Handel Keffer Hartline, Tommy Flowers, Ralph Fiennes, Giacomo Puccini, Maurice Gibb, Robin Gibb, Da Baby, Connie Mack, David Pearson, Steve Carlton, Steve Garvey, Gabriel Medina, and dying on this day, George Eliot, Beatrix Potter. Oh, that one makes me sad. I had some lovely illustrated editions of her books when I was a young kid. Lucy Barnes, Chico Mendez, Samuel Beckett, George Cocker. And that was This Day in History. Remember, if you like this content, please like, comment, and subscribe. And now, let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 102. All cars, watch closely the operator of nailed Cronin, believed to be peddling narcotics. That's all. Rosenquist.
When this call goes out over the air to hundreds of radio patrol cars, it's often a matter of life and death. Police cars haven't a second to wait. When that throttle is thrust to the floor, the police car must leap instantly to top speed and tear to the street. Siren shriek. 1 second may mean a life saved. That's why the most efficient police departments of the West refuse to use ordinary gasolines in police cars and emergency engines. Tests have proved that gasolines made by ordinary refining processes can't start fast enough, can't develop enough speed and power. There's a reason why more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked gasoline than any other brand. And that reason is the exclusive patented refining process known as cracking. Rio Grande puts gasoline through the newly developed Sinclair cracking process to separate the slow burning from the fast firing elements. What a difference it makes. In scores of tests before police officials, Rio Grande cracked gasoline has proved to be so much faster in starting, so much speedier, so much more powerful, that it has been awarded the contract to power all emergency cars operated by Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Marysville, San Diego County, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many other cities and counties. On tonight's program, you will hear a graphic demonstration of the efficiency of our police. Rio Grande cracked gasoline has contributed greatly to this efficiency. For more police and emergency cars use Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively, wherever it is sold, than any other brand. And they use exactly the same gasoline you get when you patronize your Rio Grande independent dealer. Try a tankful tomorrow. Now it is our pleasure to present Chief James D. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Good evening, friends. You have often heard me refer to Los Angeles as the white spot of America's crime map. The phrase is mine. The statistics which inspired it may be obtained by anyone interested in the work of this police department. During the era of lawlessness, now happily coming to a close, we enjoyed a minimum of large-scale crime as compared to other cities in this nation. This is not meant to imply, however, that we did not have our racketeers and so-called big shots. Many were the hoodlums who tried to muscle themselves into power, but as quickly as they began operations, we began breaking them down. It wasn't always easy. One of the most difficult men we had to break was a one-time petty pickpocket who muscled into the dope racket and made himself a big shot. His name makes no difference. He has paid his debt to society, so for the purpose of our story, We will call him Nails Cronin. It was in 1927. One day, Chief Davis summoned Detective Lieutenant Fibber into his office.
Good morning, Chief.
Come in, Fibber. Sit down. Fibber, you've had a lot of narcotic experience, haven't you?
Yes, sir. I was up north at the State Enforcement Bureau for several years.
Mm-hmm. You know who Nails Cronin is, Fibber?
Sure, everybody knows who he is. Big shot dope peddler. Fence. Got ambitions to be a West Coast Capone.
That's right. They're saying around town that I can't get it.
Well, he's a pretty slick customer. None of the boys have ever been able to hang anything on him yet. He lets the mules that work for him take the rap.
Yes, I know. He's the hardest sort of individual with whom to deal. But I don't think they're right when they say we can't get it. Do you?
No, sir.
I knew you'd agree with me. Very well, Figure. I'm going to make you captain of the combined robbery and narcotics squad. And I'm going to give you one big job. Get Cronin.
Yes, sir. It may take me a year, but I'll get him.
Slowly, the police spin their web. A dozen detectives shadow a dozen dope peddlers, make arrest after arrest, but never can they put the finger on Nails Cronin. Then one day, as Detective Lieutenant Edwards, one of Figure's men, is entering police headquarters, a man approaches him.
Hi, Edwards. Yes, what is it? Cronin wants to talk to you.
What about?
I said I know. He told me to tell you he wants to talk to you.
Well, I don't want to talk to him.
Be a smart guy, Edwards. It'll only take a minute. He's sitting right over there on his car.
Well,
Okay.
hello, Edward.
Hello, Nails.
I've seen you since the day you tried to pinch me for possession of liquor. I'll never forget your face when you found that bottle in the back of my car was full of cleaning fluid.
Yeah, that was very funny.
I understand Jim Davis has put his bloodhounds on my trail again.
Yeah?
Don't tell me you don't know anything about it. You work for Figure, don't you?
Yeah.
You don't make much money, do you, Edward?
I don't need to tell you what a copper's salary is.
How'd you like an extra $200 a month?
For what?
Telling me what Figure's plans are.
No, thanks.
Being a little foolish, Edward.
I'll arrest you for bribery, Cronin.
What you won't, guy. You haven't any witnesses. Two here, deaf, dumb, and blind, ain't you, Stu?
Huh? Sure, yeah. Me no take anything.
Well, how about it, Edward?
I told you no. And you'd better move that car of yours. You're parked in the yellow. I can run you in for that, you know.
No, you can't. The loading zone. I just stopped to pick up my friend Stu here. So long, Captain.
So he offered you a bribe, huh? That's just fine.
What do you mean?
He's worried. You must be getting pretty close to him.
Sure, we're getting close to him, Captain. I'll tell you that Mr. and Mrs. Howard I've been killing are cheap mules. I'm sure of it.
Well, it's worth a try. Have you booked that Mexican peddler you just brought in, Chipwood?
No, he's still outside.
Okay, bring him in.
Right. Come in, Pedro.
Pedro, we've got plenty on you to send you to the big house for a nice long stay.
Oh, please, Senor El Capitan, you're not to arrest Pedro. Pedro, one good citizen and taxpayer. Pedro, not a bad man.
Here's the 2 ounces of narcotics we found on you. You can't deny that.
Oh, no, but you see, this is the very first time I do anything like this. You let me go, huh? I never do it again.
I think maybe we can arrange something like that.
Oh, gracias, Senor El Capitan, gracias.
On one condition.
Si, senor?
That you do a little favor for us.
Oh, si, senor. Of course, anything I can do.
You know a man and his wife by the name of Howard? Mr. and Mrs. Sandy Howard?
Sandy Howard? Oh, si, I know him.
I want you to buy 3 ounces of morphine from them.
You want me to... Oh, but I do not understand. Oh, it is a trap, huh? So you can arrest me all over again. Oh, but I don't understand that. I'm arrested already.
No, I don't want to arrest you all over again, Pedro. I'm after bigger fish than you. I want to arrest Sandy Howard and his wife.
Oh, I see. And for buying 3 ounces from them, you will let me go free?
I think we can arrange it if you promise not to peddle any more junk.
Oh, see, I promise. when he was over Gonzales.
We'll give you a chance. Now, here's what you do. You call Sandy Howard and make a date with him to make the buy. You'll have 2 officers hidden in the rumble seat of your car. After you've given Howard and his wife the marked money...
Where do I get the marked money?
Don't worry, we'll provide that. And after they've given you the morphine, you clap your hands together and say, now I can make myself a little dinero.
I clap my hands together like this and say, now I can make myself a little dinero.
That's right. And that'll be the signal for the 2 men in the rumble seat to make the arrest.
Oh, it is very simple. I'm glad for it is really simple, my good friend.
Pedro makes a date to meet the Howards at Beaudry and First Street. Around the corner, Captain Fibber spots 6 police cars with plain clothesmen at the wheel. Pedro, with 2 officers hidden in the rumble seat of his car, drives up to the corner. A moment later, Mr. and Mrs. Howard arrive in their car. Howard saunters over to Pedro, and to Fibber, watching from the opposite corner, there appears to be an argument.
Something's going on, Captain. Fibber's getting out of his car.
Do you suppose that Mexican's double-crossing us?
I don't know, but he's getting into Hard's car. They're swinging around. I'll be darned.
What?
They're on the whole thing. As Mrs. Hard's giving us a bird. She's thumbing her nose at us.
Follow them. Don't let them get out of sight.
Okay, Captain.
Now, wait a minute. There's no use following them.
Why not?
They're wise. If we tail them, they'll just give us a runaround. Might as well go back to the corner and hope that Pedro's on the level and bring them back here somehow.
That's the funniest thing I ever heard. I did not know the bull was on my tail, Senor Howard.
Yeah? Well, you won't get very far in this game. You don't wise up to things like that.
Sure, we never take a chance. They wouldn't have got a thing on us if they had stopped us.
Why? What do you mean? They didn't bring you morphine?
Not with us. You think we're nuts?
Where do you take me, then?
Not far. Down this next block here.
All right. Let's have the dough, Pedro.
See, but where's the morphine?
It's stashed in that hedge. Hand us over the door and go pick it up for yourself.
Well, okay. But it's a very fine business.
It's a very safe business if you do it this way.
Where do you say the pocket is?
Right there in front of you.
Oh, yes, I see.
Okay, Pedro. We got the money, you got the junk. Call us up when you need some more.
Now, wait a minute, Senor Howard.
What's the matter?
You're not going to leave me way out here on Sunset Boulevard, are you?
Sure, why not?
But my car is all the way over on Broadway. I cannot walk so far. It's too hot.
We might as well take him back, Sandy.
Okay, hop in, Pedro. Well, there you are, Pedro. Right alongside your own car. How's that for service?
Bueno, gracias, senora. I'm very much pleased to have this stuff. Very much. Now I can make myself a little dinero.
Yeah, Pedro.
Hey,
You want to
Sandy,
give
look. There's a couple of cops in that rumble seat. Get going.
Hey, stop. Out. Hey, figure out. Follow them. We can't move our feet and hands to the place. Okay, fellas.
Ought to be able to get his tires now, Captain. I'll try. Almost. You hit the gas tank. There goes again. That did it. He won't go far on that flat. Force him over to the curb.
Okay, pull over.
What's the first, officer?
Plenty. You're under arrest for violation of the State Poison
Yeah,
Act.
you'll have a hard time proving that.
Not with that marked money Pedro gave you.
Oh, had to stoop to using a stool pigeon, huh, Copper?
Listen, I'll use anything to get nails thrown in, and the sooner you realize that, the easier your life will be for the next few years.
In the jail are trapped Mr. and Mrs. Sandy Howard, while Captain Fibber, striving to smoke out Nails Cronin, has the district attorney set their bail at $100,000 each. Buzzing are the efforts of Cronin's attorneys to lower the bail. Loud are the wailings of Mr. and Mrs. Howard. But silent rejoinder to pandemonium, they remain in jail. Finally, after a month in the Bastille, the Howards are separately interviewed. Of the two, Mrs. Howard seems the most pliable.
Well, Mrs. Howard, how about it? Ready to give us the lowdown on Nails Cronin?
Listen, Flatfoot, I ain't talking. I told you that 30 days ago. It still goes.
You still deny you're one of Nails Cronin's mules, huh?
I never heard of Nails Cronin, and the only mules I know anything about would be bed slippers to you.
It'd be sort of nice to slip into those mules of yours and wrap yourself in your filmiest negligee after a month in jail, wouldn't it, Mrs. Howard?
What are you driving at?
Just this. We know all about you and your husband. We know you're running dope for Nails Cronin. We know that Cronin's attorneys have been trying to reduce your bail. That, my dear Mrs. Howard, is the reason we place it so high. Now, after a month in jail, you ought to realize that even if he is a big shot, Cronin can't raise $200,000 to spring you and your husband. Either he can't or he doesn't think you're worth it.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'll have you know that I'm just as important.
Now, Mrs. Howard, don't let me forget that I think you're a lady.
What do you want?
Certainly not you and your husband. We want Nails Cronin, and you're going to help us get
You're
him.
barking up the wrong tree.
All right, I know that story, and I'm tired of it. I said you're going to help us get him.
Okay. For a price.
Which is?
Sandy's freedom.
All right, Mrs. Howard. We'll go further than that. We'll do our best to get the district attorney to drop charges against not only your husband, but yourself. If you'll play ball with us until we get Cronin.
It's a deal.
With one more stipulation.
What's that?
That neither you nor your husband go back to the narcotic racket.
Okay. That's a deal, too.
And if you do, we'll fix you up with a nice long-term lease on a Marine View apartment at San Quentin.
So Captain Fibber and the district attorney arranged to reduce the bail on Mrs. Howard so that Cronin's attorneys can meet the figure. Immediately upon her release, Mrs. Howard is taken to the detective's office.
Well, Captain, here I am. Practically a free woman again.
That's fine, Mrs. Howard.
Now what do I have to do to spring Sandy?
Well, let's see. We've got to make this sound legitimate. I'll tell you. You call Cronin and tell him you want to buy 100 ounces of morphine so you can raise the dough for Sandy's release.
Okay. Hand me the phone. You know, Cap, I never thought much of cops before I met you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Why, now I almost got myself believing you're human beings. Hello, Nails? Yeah, this is Birdie. Yeah, I just got out. And say, Nails, thanks a million for springing me. Gosh, I don't know what to say. Yeah, that Toby ain't no boudoir. But say, how about Sandy? Oh, I know you ain't got $100,000, but I ain't got a husband neither. Listen, here's the dope. I can unload a lot of stuff. My customers' tongues are hanging out. Yeah, say about 100 ounces. What? $4,000? Well, ain't that a little steep? Okay, I gotta get that guy of mine out of jail no matter what. Yeah, okay, Nails. In an hour.
Well?
He fell for it. I'm to go to the top of Angel's Flight in an hour from now, get a cab there, and go to the corner of 4th and Alvarado. There'll be a car there waiting for me. It'll take me to him, only
Only what?
Oh, he wants me to bring the cash with me. $4,000.
$4,000? You haven't got that much money available for purchases.
Well, that's the deal. Cash on the line.
Well, all right. I got a friend who can raise it. I'll sign my personal note for it.
Your personal note?
Sure. You don't know how anxious I am to get that bird.
With grave misgivings, Captain Fibber follows Mrs. Howard and his $4,000 in marked money from Angel's Flight to the corner of 4th and Alvarado, where Mrs. Howard transfers from the cab to a yellow coupe driven by a Negro chauffeur, which takes her to the corner of Highland Avenue and Sunset Boulevard, where she again changes cars to enter the armored limousine of Nails Cronin, which immediately starts up Highland for Mulholland Drive. Here, for fear of being detected by the wily Cronin, Fibber is forced to abandon the chase and return to his office. where for the next several hours he nail-bitingly awaits a telephone call from Mrs. Howard. Finally it comes. Who's that, Susan?
This is Bertie Howard, Cap.
Where are you?
Down on the beach at the Tango Canyon.
What happened?
He had the stuff stashed down here in the canyon. I turned over the dope to him and picked up the merchandise.
Are you alone?
Yeah, he left me. He's gone to his house on South.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Well, he's either there or at his service station on Beverly.
Okay, Bertie. We'll get on him right away. Want a car to pick you up?
No, thanks. I've still got bus fare.
While Fibber leads one detachment of men to Cronin's house, another detail of detectives speed to Cronin's gasoline station to watch out for him. At the house, Fibber runs into an unforeseen difficulty. Hey, Joe, you and a couple of the boys beat around to the back of the house. Those dogs are better than a siren. Don't let anyone make a getaway.
We can't go into the street. Those hounds will tear us to pieces.
A couple of slugs will get them. Hey, wait a minute.
Somebody's opening the door.
Quiet down these dogs and let us in.
Nobody home.
You heard me. Quiet down these dogs. Now listen, Curly, I like dogs, but I hate to have to shoot such nice animals as these. But if you don't quiet them down, I'm going to let them have it. Officers of the law.
Y'all different. Quiet, you. Quiet, you know. Quiet up, you hound dog. Get back under that porch. Down, quiet. Now, what you all guys run what?
Where's Nails?
Nails? What you talking about? We ain't got no nails.
You know what I mean. Nails. Nails Cronin.
You ain't at home.
Well, we're coming in.
I don't know whether I'll let you do that.
No, well, you think about it while we look the joint over. Come on, boys. Knowing that he must present his case in court, Captain Fibber, failing to find any evidence beyond a .45 caliber gun with the serial numbers filed off, has his men make careful scale drawings of the interior of the house. When this work is completed, a strange discovery is made.
Hey, Cap, look here.
What?
I've been making the measurements in the living room, and Bob's been making them in the dining room. But they don't jive with the outside measurements of the house.
What are you talking about?
Well, look, Cap. There's a 3-foot difference between the living room and the dining room.
Well, I'll be darned.
Don't seem to be any other place to make up for the difference.
Might be a hidden closet.
But the way the house is built, I don't see how it could be. Look, between the two rooms is a bookcase.
Let's see. This is a stucco wall. We'll see how solid it is. This is as hollow as your head, Bob. See if you can find an opening, some sort of secret panel slides or something.
Yeah, like E. Phillips Oppenheim stories, huh?
Yeah, sure. Real detective stuff. And here, you better bring in that axe from the car.
Yeah. Cap, this is all solid paneling and bookcases.
No secret spring, huh?
No. There's a lot of funny books, though. They do on by some Italian. Ever hear of that book, Cap?
Oh, sure. You better pass that one by.
Yeah, and here's Don Blanding's poetry. Hey, I know that one, Cap. Well, that guy can really write poetry. You know, he's almost as good as Eddie Jess. You know that one of his about the Vagabond House?
Boy, that's beautiful. Yeah, just like a mail order catalog.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't get you.
Here's the rest, Cap.
Oh, fine. Now, smack into that bookcase. Somewhere around Don Blanding, will you?
Sure. Hey, don't do that. It's given up. Just the mere tunnel.
That's fine. Throw it away. Give him a hand, Bob.
Okay. The same, though. They ruined that book of poetry.
Well, let's forget literature for a minute.
Hey, look, for the love of Mike. Look at those 5-gallon cans of alcohol.
Sight for sore eyes. Now, at last, we've got something on Mr. Nail's program.
There must be 50 cans in there. And look at the package of not cutting.
I don't care about that. See if you can find my $4 grand.
Oh, there's a great box. And I know you are. Boy, Nails, we sure can't.
Well, open it up, quick.
There's a lot of dough in there.
Let's see it. Boy, what a relief.
What do you mean, Cap?
Here's my $4 grand, all marked and tucked away. This is all we need on Mr. Cronin, boys. The case is closed. What we want now is Mr. Cronin himself. Let's go.
Let's go.
To his service station.
entering Cronin's house under guard of two detectives and placing the Negro maid under arrest, Fibber and his men drive to Cronin's service station. Approaching the brilliantly lit corner, they drive up behind the police car, which has been detailed to search the place. Captain Fibber talks to his men.
How about it, Chipwood?
He's in there. Been in there for an hour and a half. We've had our eye on him all the time.
Good. Come on.
How'd you make out at the house?
Well, we've got plenty on this bird now.
Hey, there he is. Sitting behind the desk in there.
Come on.
Well, if it ain't the law.
We're on your arrest, Cronin.
You guys quit wasting my time and yours. You know you can't get anything on me.
We've got plenty on you now, Cronin.
Well, what's the charge?
Violation of State Poison Act.
Why don't you get a new job?
We mean business, Cronin. We're taking you in.
Well, keep your bracelets in your pocket. I'll go along. I'll be out a half hour after I get to Central. Howdy, Chief. Call him out, please. Tell him to meet you at Central.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of good that'll do, Cronin.
That's what you think. Captain Fibber escorts the Oregon Cronin into the squad room at Central and presents him with the facts. Now, Cronin, listen carefully. I demand my mouthpiece. I won't say a word. You don't have to. And we ain't letting you talk to your mouthpiece, are we, boys?
This is unconstitutional.
Well, that's fine when you talk about constitutionality.
You can't make me talk.
Now, listen, Cronin, will you be quiet for a minute? So far, you've done all the talking. Now, listen. Just this. No one's asking you to talk. We're just asking you to listen.
I see. Better get a bedtime story, huh? Time don't pay. The policeman's your friend and all that bunker.
You'd be a lot better off if you'd listened to him before. Now, pipe down and get this. You're through. We got enough on you to send you up for a neat little stretch.
Oh,
Yeah. I haven't got any tricks up my sleeve. Now, here's the lowdown. You sold 100 ounces of morphine to Mrs. Howard today. She paid you with my money. Money I marked myself. We just raided your house and recovered that money. And you know what we found when we found the money. 55-gallon cans of alcohol and $10,000 worth of narcotics. Well, how about it, Nails? Does your mouthpiece will do you any good now? If you can talk a jury out of that evidence?
Captain.
Yeah?
Can I talk to you privately?
Sure. Come on into my office.
You'll pardon us.
Won't you, boys? Sit down, Nails. Cigar?
Yeah. Thanks.
Light?
Thanks, Captain.
Now, what's on your mind?
Let's go, Captain. You really got the goods on me?
Enough to give you a maximum sentence.
Sort of. Sort of.
Sort of.
Let's go, Captain. Here's the key. See to my safe deposit box. $50,000 in that box. In cash. Look, you take the key. Cut yourself to 20 grand.
I can't let you go now.
I know it. But all I ask is this. You take 20 grand and forget some of the evidence you got against me. No, I gotta get some kind of a rap. You can make it easy on me, Captain.
How do you know I won't take the whole 50 grand?
Because you're an honest man, Captain Figger.
Boys, Cronin just offered me a $20,000 bribe to go easy on him. Here's the key to his safe deposit box.
I guess that's what your use, Cronin. Come on. Wait a minute, Captain.
You're right, Cronin. I'm an honest man, and I'm not taking any bribes. That, my dear Cronin, is part of the job of being an honest man.
Captain Figger. Don't let me out, Captain. Don't let me get the guy. Don't let me stop on his street.
Take him to the cell, Sergeant.
Well, you can't do it. Give me the book.
Well, boys, there goes the man they said Jim Davis couldn't get. There goes the big shot of the Los Angeles racket. There goes a big crybaby.
Yeah. He reminds me of that guy in the gangster picture, Cap. He could dish it out, but he couldn't take it. Yes, Leo Cronin could dish it out, but he couldn't take it. He took plenty, though. when he went to court. And when he found the evidence Captain Fibber piled against him, he welched again and pled guilty to selling morphine to Mrs. Howard. Judge Doran sentenced him to San Quentin for a maximum of 6 years. 5 years later, he was out, and 6 months after his release, he was picked up for picking his pocket at a picnic in Sycamore Grove. Nails Cronin, self-styled Big Shot, had found his level, a cheap, petty crook. We taught him that time that crime doesn't pay. Thank you, Chief Davis. True detective mysteries which are broadcast over this program also appear in story form in the Calling All Cars News. You get this unique publication free of charge every month wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. And in this month's issue of the news, you will find illustrations and descriptions of 9 free gifts which make up the complete junior detective outfit for boys and girls. You can help your young friends get these junior police outfits, if you will, by just driving to a Rio Grande cracked gasoline pump next time you fill up. It costs you no more than ordinary gasoline. But when this super-refined tetra-ethyl-treated fuel reaches your carburetor, you'll get the thrill of faster starting, lightning acceleration, greater power, and police car performance. Please calling all cars, attention all cars. Translation broadcast 102. Nails Cronin, 9 subsidies. That's all. Rose and Subject Limited, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Music! And Bing Crosby is up next.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, transcribed in Hollywood and brought to you by new coffee flavor Instant Postum, a wonderful tasting hot beverage that contains no caffeine. It lets you sleep. And now for coffee flavor Instant Postum, here's Bing Crosby.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There's an old song that was played too much, but quite successful in the cafe society circles, called Taking a Chance on Love. Oh, here I go again. I hear those trumpets blow again. I'm all aglow again, taking a chance on love. Here I slide again, about to take that ride again, all starry-eyed again, taking a chance on love. I thought the cards were a framer, and I never would try, but now I'm taking the game up, and the ace of hearts is high. Things are mending now. I see a rainbow blending now. We'll have our happy ending now. Taking a chance on love. Never dreamed in my slumber, and bets were taboo. But now I'm playing the numbers on a little dream for two. Wading in again, I'm leading with my chin again. Starting out to win again, taking a chance on love.
Ah, very nice, Bing. And now here's Gil and Drake.
You ever lie awake at night all tense and rigid, trying not to worry about all the problems and chores that you have to face tomorrow. You hear every noise in the house, and the more you listen, the louder it gets. If you try to tell yourself nothing's wrong, but you can't relax, you can't sleep, and finally morning comes and you drag yourself out of bed. You know, it's not normal to feel like that day after day. But have you been depending on the caffeine in coffee for a quick pickup? Well, your doctor will tell you that for some people, one of the worst offenders against the human nervous system is caffeine. So switch from caffeine-heavy coffee to wonderful new coffee flavor instant toasting. Now available for the first time. No caffeine, and there isn't a taut nerve, a sleepless hour, or a headache in it. Try new coffee flavor instant toasting for at least 30 days and relax. Feel better, act better, and look better.
Frequently, on these sessions, I've reviewed some books. Not that I feel that my viewpoint means anything particularly, but like most folks, if I read something I enjoy, I like to commend it to others. There's always the off chance that someone may hear and take heed. Anyhow, tonight I'm going to verbally flip through the pages of a volume which is an old favorite, which over the years has been read by more persons and has had a greater printing than any other book. For the past several decades, it has run into 7 million copies each year. And although this book has found its way into the same number of families, it really cannot be classified as a bestseller since it doesn't cost a cent to read a copy. I have reference to the Sears Roebuck catalog. Now, not only is the Sears catalog a highly entertaining hunk of printing, but its past issues offer an invaluable record of American mores and manners. I suppose you could call it a diary of the times, where one can see how the families lived and what tools were used, how they spent their leisure time, what they wore. These hefty volumes are often referred to as the wish book. Many and many times that I've stretched myself prone on the floor and slowly turned the pages of this paper-bound bazaar, inspecting, choosing, and wishing. I remember quite vividly a certain .22 single-shot rifle with a genuine walnut stock. I could remember a harmonica in a velvet-lined case and a hand-tool saddle for a horse that we didn't have. Then there was a bone-handled toad stabber. He had 4 blazes, really a dilly. Took quite a while for us kids to get through an entire Sears catalog, but it was a must for those long winter evenings. By the time spring came along, we were well into the harness section. Those nightly sessions took place, of course, long before television, but some of the pages were reproduced in color, and they were a welcome relief from our old sturdy optical views of Niagara Falls and Indian summer at Harper's Ferry. At the risk of being dated, I recall some of the items that were offered to anyone who had very little cash and could fill out the order blank. For Mother, there was a cast-iron wood-burning cook stove, electric queen. This black beauty was kept functioning and delivered its advertised BTUs of heat by armloads of wood brought in by small boys. But the smells that emanated from it on Fridays, this was considered bake day, certainly worth all the trips to the wood pile. Each stove even had a small reservoir where Dad could dip down and ladle out hot water for his lodge emblem shaving mug that he got from the catalog. Handsome item, too, this one. Hundreds of thousands of small boys have lingered with desire on the pages that displaying the gold pocket watches with engraved scenes on the back. It was hard to choose, or, better say hard to wish for, a watch with the stag, or the one showing old 67 locomotive taking a curve. But if the catalog was a wonderful dream world of the small fry, it also had a lot of laughs for the men, particularly the section featuring the ladies' hats. Even as now, the women folk were subjected to lots of unsolicited remarks from their husbands about the headgear they ordered. I want to tell you, in those days, a woman's hat was a hat. There being enough egret feathers, wild cherries, crushed velvet, and ribbons to decorate a fair-sized banquet hall. And the hat pin that came with one of these top-headed bonnets could be pulled out and brandished for purposes of self-defense. Really a lethal weapon, but if Mother picked her
Easter chapeau from the Sears catalog. Father chose his spring suit a few pages further on, and Junior found his high-button copper-toe shoes. Back in 1950, you could get a good all-wool blue serge suit for $12. And if you're really in the tip, you could go as high as $25. That is, if you knew how to fill out the handy charts for jotting down your own measurements. It was easy to keep up with the Joneses because everyone had the same catalog the Joneses did. My early interest, I suppose, in music was kept alive by what I saw in our Sears catalog. And had I the necessary price in those days, I might have become a genuine nickel-plated imitation Circassian walnut banjo player for only $7.65, including home instructions and a spare banjo pick. Also a capo di astro for changing keys. You threw that in there, I guess. For those who wanted to read books instead of music, there was a wide selection of fiction. No need for a lending library when one could order a copy of Ben-Hur for 39 cents. Harold Bell writes, When a Man's a Man, or the Hash Knife Outfit Western series. There was even a handy little gem flashlight in the hardware section in case you wanted to do a little surreptitious reading under the covers after you're supposed to be asleep up in your little beddy bar. So for pure entertainment, I must recommend the Sears catalog, especially one dating back 40 years ago. Not likely to find a Geiger counter or plans for a bomb shelter, but you see some illustrated American economic history. And wonderful prices, too. Proof that Sears catalogs are important pieces of literature is the fact that the Library of Congress has a complete collection. And I must tell you also that all the motion picture studios in Hollywood use the catalogs religiously as authentic source material when they're looking for costumes and mores and manners of bygone periods. Some books are spoken of as the lay down and pick up again type. Certainly would seem that the Sears catalog fits rather nicely into this category. In fact, you have to pick it up and lay it down several times. There's too much to cover in one session. It takes most people all winter to get through it page by page. Incidentally, I wonder if those beautiful gaudy striped blazers will ever come back. Pretty flashy. I know where I can get a swell English bulldog if they ever do. Got to have a bulldog to go with a blazer. Got to have a boat or two, one of them skimmers and straws. Oh, well. Now, friends, if you can stand some musical reminiscing, lend an ear,
It's not the pale moon that excites me, that thrills and delights me. Oh, no. It's just the nearness of you. It isn't your sweet conversation that brings this sensation. Oh, no. It's just the nearness of you. When you're in my arms and I feel you so close to me, all my wildest dreams come true. I need no song light to enchant me. If you only grant me the right to hold you ever so tight and to feel in the night the nearness of you.
Now let's listen to Galen Drake.
Say, have you seen the new model automobiles? Classy, huh? How would you like to trade your old car in on a new model? Or better yet, did you ever feel like trading yourself in for a new model? You know, some of us take better care of our automobiles or TV sets than we do of our own complicated, sensitive bodies. And maybe you say, yeah, sure, I know somebody like that. Yeah? How about you? You ever get in arguments about nothing or toss and turn all night? Could be you're not taking care of yourself. Now, your doctor would tell you that for some people, one of the worst offenders against the delicate nervous system is caffeine. So how about switching from caffeine-heavy coffee to a new, wonderful hot drink 100% free from caffeine? New coffee flavor instant Postum. Can't make you nervous or irritable, and it can't keep you awake. Now, you try new coffee flavor instant Postum for at least 30 days, and just see the difference. And you'll find that your grocer has new coffee flavor instant Postum at less than a cent a touch.
Moonlight becomes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear. Good night. Thanks very much.
The Bing Crosby Show is transcribed in Hollywood and brought to you by new coffee flavor Instant Postum, a wonderful tasting hot beverage that contains no caffeine. It lets you sleep. Try some soon. Enjoy new coffee flavor Instant Postum, and you'll enjoy your sleep.
This is the CBS Radio Network. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Music.
Longest running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm afraid the chairs aren't very comfortable, but that doesn't matter because in just a moment, you'll be sitting on the edge of them. For we'll be bringing you the tale of the thing inside. A strange and potent force sealed up and held in check that cried to be released, and once it was freed, brought terror and death to a whole countryside.
Sergeant, what's this all about? Has there been any trouble over at Ezra's place?
I guess you could call it trouble, Mrs. Farrar. He was killed last night.
He was what?
Killed. Murdered. His nephew went over there early this morning and found him.
Oh, but that's awful. I thought he was a dreadful man, but... Well, have you any idea who did it?
Not yet. That's why I stopped by here to find out if you'd seen or heard anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish we could help you, but... Well, how was he killed?
It was pretty bad. Whoever did it must have really hated him or else been out of his mind. Because it was done with an axe.
Our mystery drama, The Thing Inside, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Robert Newman and stars Ralph Bell and Bryna Rayburn. What is evil? Is it abstract or concrete? Does it seek us out or do we seek it? Either way, there is something in all of us that senses its presence. And when we do, most of us draw back from it in fear. But occasionally, for reasons we do not always understand, we are attracted to it and come under its spell, thus freeing it to work its destruction on an unsuspecting world. Our story begins as John and Sarah Farrar get out of their car and walk towards a rather shabby and run-down antique shop in a small New England village.
It's not much of a place.
No. Still, you never know. Paul's picked up some pretty nice things in places like this. That tavern sign, for instance.
That's true.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Do you mind if we look around?
Nope, not at all. You looking for anything in particular?
Oh, no, not really. Possibly some dishes. Do you have any white ironstone?
Nope, I'm afraid not.
It doesn't matter. That's a rather nice painting there.
A schooner? Yes, it is.
Oh, well, do you know anything about it?
Nope, except that it's American. Early 19th century.
John, look at this.
What? Oh, yes. Did you say early 19th century?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I'd say it wasn't more than 20 years old. A copy of something earlier.
Why do you say that?
Because of the condition of the canvas and the varnish.
You a dealer?
No, I'm a painter.
Oh, well, you may be right.
I'm sure I am. Oh, hello.
Oh, have you found something?
Yes. Can you tell us anything about this?
Oh, a glass paperweight?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yep. At least I think so.
What do you think of it, Sarah?
No, it's interesting.
Yes, it is. Especially when you hold it up to the light. When you turn the ball, it moves. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Neither have I. Paul would probably know what it is.
Never mind. How much do you want for it?
$5.
What do you say, Sarah? Shall we buy it?
Oh, I don't know, John. It just looks like a glass ball to me.
Well, I like it. I like looking at it.
Yes, but $5 for something that may be nothing at all.
Well, why do you say it's nothing when I say I like it?
Well, because $5 is a lot of money. For us, anyway.
You don't have to rub it in.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I just meant
I know what you meant.
If you really want it, you can have it for $3.
I do want it. I'll take it.
John.
I said I'll take it.
Hello? Anybody home?
Is that you, Paul?
Yes.
I'll be right down. Hi.
Hello, Sarah.
Well, what's all this?
Oh, my brother sent me a case of fruit from Florida, and I thought you and John might like some.
Oh, that's awfully nice of you, Paul.
No, not really. I'd never finish it all by myself.
Well, I still think it's very nice of you. Thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. Where's John?
In the studio.
Oh, how is he?
Oh, about the same. Not very good.
Still not working, huh?
No. He's trying. He goes in there every day.
Well, it's happened to almost every painter at some time or another. You hit a bad period, just can't seem to do anything.
He's been...
Oh, Paul. I thought I heard your voice. How are you?
Fine, John. And you?
Okay. Where'd all this fruit come from?
Paul brought it over.
My brother sent me a whole case of it, and I thought you might like some.
Oh, it's very nice of you. I was hoping you'd stop by. There's something I wanted to show you, ask you about.
Oh, what's that?
This glass ball.
Oh, where'd you get it?
In a crummy little antique shop in Preston.
Oh, yes, I know the place.
The guy said it was a paperweight.
No, it can't be. It doesn't have a base. It isn't even flat on one side.
Well, that's what I thought. What do you think it is, then?
Hey, I have no idea. The only thing I've ever seen that's even vaguely like this are witch balls.
Witch balls?
Yeah, you sometimes find them down in Pennsylvania. They're like hex signs, supposed to keep witches away.
Oh, yes.
It's a very interesting thing. Beautiful piece of glass blowing.
Yes, isn't it? Take it over the light and look at it more closely. There's something inside it. kind of shadow.
Oh? I don't see anything.
Well, hold it up. Turn it.
Oh, you mean that kind of a swirl?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just an air bubble or maybe an imperfection in the glass.
I don't. I think there's something inside it, that the glass was blown around it. Here, give it to me. Oh!
John!
It slipped out of my hands.
Well, it didn't break. Did it crack?
No. Look at that. Dropped on the fireplace, and there's not a mark or a scratch on it.
Well, that's impossible.
Well, look at it.
Well, you're right. I've never seen anything like it. It can't be ordinary glass. I'll tell you what, John. I've got a friend who's an expert. Collects paperweights. If you like, I'll take it and show it to you.
No. It's not leaving this house.
John!
Well, I just thought that...
I say it's not leaving this house.
All right, John.
I'm going back inside. I'll see you, Paul.
Yes, John. Well, he really has a thing about it, hasn't he?
Yes.
When did he get it?
Oh, just yesterday. I don't like it.
Why not?
I don't know. I just have a funny feeling about it. I have had from the first time I saw it.
John, can you hear me?
What?
You can hear me. I know you can. I knew it the first time you picked me up. Because you were the only one who could see me.
Yeah.
You've got to help me. Save me.
How?
Break the ball and free me.
Break?
Yes, if you do, you won't be sorry. I'll do things for you. Wonderful things.
But how can I break it? I dropped it, and it didn't even crack.
Fire and water, John. Fire and water.
I don't understand.
You will. I know you will. I know you'll help me.
Just a second. Oh, hello, Paul.
Sarah, can I come in for a few minutes?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, how are you?
A little down at the moment.
Why?
I just got some rather upsetting news. That's why I came over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. Well, what's the news?
Well, it'll affect you and John more than it does anyone else.
Hmm?
You know those rumors that Ezra Tate was going to sell that 200-acre parcel of his to a developer? Well, apparently they're true.
Oh, no. But how do you know?
Well, I was just at the bank and Peterson told me.
Well, that's certainly not good. That Ezra is going to sell. But that doesn't mean that they can go ahead and build there. Well, they'd have to get the approval of the zoning board.
Have you forgotten that Harry Walker, the board chairman, is his nephew?
Yeah, but he wouldn't dare. You mean you think it really may go through?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, but that's awful. You know, we bought this place, put every cent we have into it, mostly because of the location and the view, and if the deal does go through, that will be the end of it.
I know.
And that's not all. But I wouldn't want to go on living here with a development right under our noses. And I don't think anyone else would want to either.
Well, I'm afraid you'd take a bad licking if you tried to sell the place.
Well, don't say anything about it to John until we really do know what's going to happen. He hates Ezra Tate as it is, and when he hears about this...
That's right. He has had a bit of trouble with him, hasn't he?
Oh, from the day we moved in here. First about the boundary line, and then about...
Sarah, do you... Oh. Hello. I didn't know you were here.
I was just passing by, and I thought I'd drop in.
Well, I'm glad you did. As a matter of fact, I was going to call you.
Oh, about what?
You know that glass ball I showed you yesterday?
Well, yes, of course.
If you wanted to break it, really break it, how'd you go about it?
Well, why on earth would you want to break it? It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, yes, it is. But suppose I did want to break it.
I really don't know, John.
Can you think of any way it can be done with fire and water?
Fire and water?
Yes.
Well, I suppose if you put it in a fire and got it very hot, or close to its melting point, and then dropped it into cold water, that might do it.
Of course. Thanks, Paul.
John, wait. You mean you're really going to...
Yes.
Why?
Because I've got to. I got a feeling that if I do break it, can break it up.
What?
Never mind. I'll see you, Paul.
Don't look that way, Sarah. I know it doesn't make sense, but after all, there's no harm in it.
I'm not so sure about that.
Why do you say that?
I told you, I had a funny feeling about the thing from the first time I saw it.
Well, if he does break it, destroy it, that will be the end of it.
I wonder. John?
Yes.
Why have you got the door locked?
I didn't realize I had. Hi.
Oh, may I come in?
Of course.
Oh, it's awfully hot in here.
I know, it's the fire.
Oh, yes. Then you're really going to do it?
Yes. I've had the ball on the fire for about a half hour now. I was just about to take it out.
Darling, I don't like this.
I know you don't. What'd I do with the tongs?
Over there.
Oh, yes. Now, stand back. I'm going to take it out.
And drop it in the pail of water?
Yes. Come on now. There we are.
Darling, be careful.
I will. You ready?
Yes.
Here goes. Wow. I really think I did it.
What happened to the ball?
Well, see for yourself. It practically exploded into 100 pieces.
Oh, yes. Well, are you satisfied now?
Yes. Now, wait a minute. Look at this. This is what was inside it. Its center.
Another ball. A small black one.
Yes, but it wasn't black before.
Oh, the heat must have turned it black. Well, what are you going to do with it?
Keep it.
Why?
Just so. Now, stop looking so upset, Sarah. Things are going to be different now.
What do you mean?
Well, you'll see. Everything's going to be fine. Better than they've ever been before.
With the help of fire and water, the mysterious glass ball has been broken. And though he should know better, John Farrar seems pleased about it. For there are some things that it is best to leave alone. Was he right in thinking there was something sealed in the ball? Will it give him the things he wants? And if so, at what cost? Dusk is a time of uncertainty. And though she could not have said why, Sarah Farrar was not just uncertain, but anxious as she stood beside her husband and saw the glass ball shatter. But now she's beginning to feel that perhaps she was mistaken. For when John woke this morning, he was in better spirits than he has been for months. He went into his studio early and has been in there all day. It's evening now, almost supper time, and he still has not come out.
Yes?
Darling, it's almost 6 o'clock, and I wondered if...
It's what?
Almost 6 o'clock.
You're kidding. It can't be.
But it is.
Oh, good Lord. I had no idea. I kept thinking while I had it, I'd stay with it. Keep on going for just a little while longer.
You mean you've been working?
Have I ever?
Oh, can I look?
Of course. It's not quite finished. I want to do a little more with the background, but, what do you think?
Oh, darling, it's good. It's terribly good.
You really think so?
Oh, yes. It's the best thing you've ever done. In some ways, like summer morning, but different, stronger.
You're right. It is something like summer morning, and it is different, but, well, it would have to be, because I'm suddenly seeing everything differently. Feeling differently. It's as if I'd been handcuffed for months, and I was suddenly free.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad.
Oh, 6 o'clock. No wonder I'm starving.
But didn't you have any lunch? I went out around noon.
No, I forgot about it. What's for supper?
Oh, beef stew.
Oh, good. And wine?
Well, there's that bottle we were saving for a special occasion.
I think this is it, don't you?
Oh, I certainly do. Oh, darling, why don't you wash up and... Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Sarah.
Oh, Paul, hello.
Well, you sound pretty good.
Oh, I feel that way. John finally broke through, and he's working. Working beautifully.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, you don't sound so good. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. I just heard that the deal on Ezra Tate's land is definitely going through. The closing's tomorrow.
Oh, no. And there's no way of stopping it?
None that I know of.
Oh, then I guess I'll have to tell John.
Tell me what?
Are you going to do it now?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
So am I, but it can't be helped. Goodbye, Paul.
What was that all about?
Oh, some rather bad news. Darling, you know that talk that Ezra Tate was going to sell the 200 acres across the road to a developer?
Yes?
Well, apparently it's true.
What? It can't be.
I'm afraid it is, John. The closing's tomorrow.
But he can't do anything like that. It'd ruin the town. And not just the town. We couldn't go on living here with a couple of hundred ticky-tacky houses right across the road.
I know. But I'm afraid nothing can be done about it.
No? Well, we'll see about that.
John, where are you going?
To talk to him.
No, John, wait! Don't! Wait!
Ezra Tate.
Who's there? Who's there?
John Farrar.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you.
Well, you can't right now. I'm eating supper.
Oh, damn it all, Ezra. It's important.
Okay, just a second. Now, what is all this?
Is what I heard true? That you're selling the land across the road from us to a developer?
It sure is.
But you can't do that.
Says who? It's my land. I can sell it to anyone I want.
Haven't you any feeling at all for anyone else? Don't you realize what it'll do, not just to me, my place, but the whole town? It can't take another couple of hundred people.
The deal's set, and that's that.
But can't you see? Okay, how much are they offering you for it?
Why do you want to know?
Because I'll buy it from you. I'll give you a couple of thousand over their price.
What? That's really funny.
What's funny about it?
Yeah, it just is. You haven't got a dime. You owe everyone in town money, and you want to buy...
Never mind about that. I'll get it somewhere.
Yeah? Where? From your friend Paul Chandler?
What's the deal where I get it?
I'd like to know, that's all. Just because he's got a thing about your wife comes around with fruit and groceries for you, I imagine... You keep away from me, Farrar! You think I'd let you in here without precautions? This gun's loaded. Come any closer and I'll let you have a load of birdshot.
For 2 cents.
2 cents is just about what you can afford. Now, you get out of here.
Okay. But this isn't the end of it, Ezra.
Oh, John, thank heaven you're back. I was afraid. Well, what happened?
He laughed at me.
Oh, you should have known he would. He's a dreadful old man.
He's a monster. He doesn't give a damn about anyone or anything. I'd like to see him drop dead.
John!
Well, I would. Though just dropping dead would be too good for him. I'd like to have something really terrible happen to him.
Just a second.
Good morning. Mrs. Farrar?
Yes?
My name's Osborne. Sergeant Osborne, State Police.
Oh, how do you do?
Is your husband around?
Yes, he's in his studio.
Could I talk to him for a few minutes?
Well, he's working, but I think so. Come in.
Thank you.
Yes?
John, could you come out here for a minute?
Okay. What's up?
Oh, darling, this is Sergeant Osborne of the State Police.
Oh. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, Mr. Farrar. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wondered if you could help us.
With what, Sergeant?
Were you home last night?
Yes, we were. We're here most nights.
What time did you get to bed?
Fairly early. About 10.
Yes, that's right.
And did you get up for any reason, or did you sleep right through the night?
Well, we slept straight through. At least I did. Why?
I was hoping that maybe you'd gotten up. That you could tell me if you heard or saw anything unusual. A car going up the road to Ezra Tate's place, for instance.
Well, I didn't. Did you, Sarah?
No. We'd had a big day, and I slept like a log.
You know Tate, don't you?
Yeah, we sure do.
I take it you don't like him very much.
Well, that's the understatement of the year. We've had nothing but trouble with him since we moved up here.
Sergeant, what's this all about? Has there been any trouble at his place?
I guess you could call it trouble. He was killed last night.
He was what?
Killed. Murdered. His nephew went over there early this morning and found him.
Oh, but that's awful. I thought he was a dreadful man, but... Have you any idea who did it?
Not yet. That's why I stopped by here to find out if you'd seen or heard anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish we could help you, but... Well, how was he killed?
It was pretty bad. Whoever did it must have really hated him or else been out of his mind. Because it was done with an axe.
No, that's not a nice way to kill someone, not at all. And whoever or whatever did it didn't waste very much time. For it was only last night that John Farrar said, "I'd like to see something really terrible happen to him." And what did happen was horrible enough to shock even him. The question is, was it a coincidence, or is there more to it than that? Could it have something to do with the shattering of the glass ball? There is a finality to death. Even the death of the unloved and unmourned, that we all find sobering, for it reminds us of our own mortality. It's late afternoon now, and Sarah Farrar is in the kitchen of the old farmhouse when a car drives up, stops outside. She goes to the door, opens it.
Oh. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Well, I've been better.
I gather you heard the news then.
About Ezra? Yes.
Who'd you hear it from?
The state police. One of them stopped by this morning. He wanted to know whether John or I had heard or seen anything last night.
And had you?
No. Oh, we were both pretty tired. John had been working like a maniac all day, and we slept right through.
I see. How's John?
Well, of course he's upset. It's a scary thing when something like that happens so close by, and you don't know who did it or why. But he'll get over it.
I hope so. I've been worried about him.
Why?
Well, he certainly wasn't in very good shape the other day. That whole involvement of his with that glass ball.
Oh, that. I was pretty worried about that myself, but, well, once he broke it and snapped his painting block, it started working.
Well, he really feels there was some connection there.
Apparently.
Well, as long as he's working. I take it he still is.
Oh, yes. He finished one painting, and he's already started on another.
Oh, good. The reason I stopped by was because I wanted to find out if the two of you were free Friday night.
Oh, yes, we are.
Then would you come over for dinner? Benson of the Benson Gallery is coming up from New York. And if John is working again, I thought he ought to meet him.
Oh, poor. You really are a very good friend.
Oh, come on, Sarah. Now, you know how I feel about you. Both of you. You've had a pretty rough time since you moved up here, and if I've done anything to help...
Oh, Paul, hello. Hi. I didn't hear your car. You been here long?
No, just a few minutes.
Oh, Paul stopped by to invite us over for dinner Friday night. Benson of the Benson Gallery is going to be there.
Oh, that's nice. What do you think of our big local news?
Ezra Tate's death? That's pretty shocking.
Yes, it is. On the other hand, it did take care of a pretty serious problem for us.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, now that he's gone, that's the end of that housing development.
I'm afraid it isn't, John.
Well, why not?
His nephew is his only living relative. He'll inherit everything Ezra had, including his land, and he's already telling people he intends to go through with the deal.
What? Well, he can't do that. He's head of the town zoning board.
Yes, he is, but he was willing to push the thing through when it meant money in his uncle's pocket. Don't you think he'll be even more anxious to do it when it means money in his own?
But that's even worse.
Well, a little more direct and obvious, but no worse.
And nothing can be done about it?
I'm afraid not. The zoning board is his baby. Does just what he says.
Wow. It would serve him right if the same thing happened to him that happened to Ezra.
John, that's a terrible thing to say.
Is it? I don't like violence any more than you do, Sarah, but when a man is willing to destroy a whole community out of sheer greed, I say the world's better off without him.
John? John? Oh, you are in here.
Oh, yes, of course I am. Why?
Well, I couldn't imagine what had happened to you. You said you were going into work for just a half hour or
That's
so.
right. What time is it?
It's almost 11.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
I must have fallen asleep again. I worked for a while and started feeling tired and sat down here.
Well, you've really been at it these last few days.
I guess I have.
John, why are you keeping this thing here?
What thing?
This black thing that was in the center of the glass bowl.
Well, I told you I was going to keep it.
But why?
Because I like it. I like looking at it.
What? Was that what you were doing before you fell asleep?
Yes.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't. I wish you'd get rid of it.
Oh, don't be silly, Sarah. The day I found the ball, or rather the day I broke it open, was one of the most important days of my life. Hasn't everything been different since then?
Well, if you mean you've been working well, yes, but I...
But what?
Oh, never mind. Are you coming up to bed now?
I guess so. Just let me clean my brushes and put them away. Oh, who on earth is that?
I have no idea. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Sarah. Did I wake you?
No, Paul. I was upstairs reading. I just came down to see what was keeping John.
Is he there with you?
Oh, he's in the studio. Why?
Well, I wasn't sure whether I should call or not, but I finally decided I would. Sarah, I've got some more news that's just as shocking as the last. Harry Walker was killed tonight.
What? Where? And how?
In his home. His wife was out, came back, and found him dead in the kitchen.
Oh, no. And they don't know who did it?
Not any more than they do who killed Ezra.
Hi.
Oh, good morning, darling. I couldn't decide whether to wake you or let you sleep.
Oh, I haven't been asleep for some time. I'm just lying there thinking.
I know, but I thought you might doze off. You didn't sleep much last night.
No.
Well, how about some breakfast?
I don't want any.
John, you should eat something.
I can't. I feel awful.
Because of what you said when Paul was here about how Harry Walker deserved to die, too?
Partly.
Well, you shouldn't. All right, it was a horrible thing to say, but you were angry, upset.
Yes, I was, but don't you realize that the same thing happened before with Ezra? I said I hoped something terrible would happen to him, and it did.
Yes, it did, but we often say things we don't really mean.
But I did mean it. I meant it both times. That's what makes it so frightening.
Why frightening? Look, you don't think that just saying it had anything to do with their deaths, do you?
Yes, I do.
John!
Well, I do. Do you remember what I told you about the glass ball?
That there was something in it?
Yes. What if there was? And what if, when I released it, it began doing things for me in return?
Oh, John, that's ridiculous. It was just a glass ball.
Was it? I told you that I had to break it, that it was very important. And it was right after I did that I started working again.
Yeah, but that could have happened anyway.
Maybe. But then twice after that, when I said I hoped something would happen to someone, it did.
That was just a coincidence.
When the same thing happens twice in the same way, it's not a coincidence. But that's not the worst of it. What if the same thing happens still again?
Oh, John, that's insane. Things don't happen just because we want them to. There's no connection between what happened to either Ezra or Harry Walker. And even if there were, how could the same thing happen again? You don't feel the same way about anyone else.
Don't I?
Who?
You've no idea?
No. We don't know that many people up here. And you don't mean Paul?
Yes. Good old Paul, who's always doing things for us. Only it hasn't been for us. It's been for you. He's in love with you, isn't he?
Oh, John, this is terrible. I've been concerned about you, worried about you for some time, but I never realized you really are sick.
Are you saying it's not true?
Of course it's not true. He's just a friend, a good friend.
I wish I could believe you.
Meaning you don't?
I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
But there's nothing to think about. I tell you, John, where are you going?
Out.
John, wait a minute. You can't. John!
Hello?
Oh, Paul, it's me again. Any sign of him?
No, Sarah.
But it's been over 2 hours.
Well, you said he didn't take the car. If he walked, it would take him some time to get over here.
Not this long, Paul. I'm scared. I told you what he said.
I know, but I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. The longer he has to think about, the more chance there is that he'll realize it's ridiculous.
But suppose it's just the opposite. Suppose...
Now, don't do that, Sarah. I'm not worried. I hope he does come here. I told you there's something I want to tell him.
What?
I don't want to go into it now, but I think it may make a difference. Help him.
All right. But if he does come to your place, will you call me? Let me know.
Of course, Sarah.
Thank you, Paul.
A friend, she said. Just a good friend. Can I believe her? He's been there all the time, whenever we needed him. No, not just when we needed him. Whenever he could do anything to help. Why? There's only one way to find out.
Hello, John. I've been expecting you.
Have you?
Yes, Sarah called. Twice, as a matter of fact, and said you might be coming over here. Come on in.
Thanks.
Can I get you something? Some coffee or a drink?
No.
Well, sit down. There's something I want to tell you.
About you and Sarah?
What? What could I tell you about that?
How you feel about her?
I feel the same way about her that I do about you. I like you both very much. What I wanted to talk to you about was that glass ball.
What about it?
Well, I'm afraid I was the one who got you started on it, saying it was something like a Pennsylvania Dutch witch ball. Well, I was wrong. There was nothing strange or mysterious about it. It wasn't even old. It was made 7 or 8 years ago by the New England Glass Company.
That's impossible. How do you know that?
Because I called a friend of mine, the man I wanted to show it to, and he told me. The company was trying to develop a new kind of glass, practically unbreakable and impervious to heat. They did it by bonding 2 kinds of glass together, and the ball was one of their samples.
That's not true. It's a lie. You don't just want to take Sarah away from me. You want to take that away, too. The feeling that breaking it just gave me, the freedom, the sense of power. When you're not going to.
John, put down that poker.
No.
John, put it down. I'm not finished yet. I'm not denying that something happened to you after you bought it, but I think I can explain that, too. Now, look, when you brought it home, you used to sit and stare into it, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, don't you see what could have happened? When you stare into something clear or shiny, you can hypnotize yourself. But in your case, the self-hypnosis took a special form. You started identifying with it. And when you finally broke it, you released something. Not in the ball, but in yourself.
Released what? Lies? Everything you've been saying has been a lie?
It hasn't, John. It's been the truth, John. Keep away from me.
No, I came over here to find something out, and I have. You're no friend of mine. You never were.
John!
Who's that?
I don't know.
Well, don't open the door.
John, now stop that. Whoever it is must know we're here. I've got to.
Paul, I'm warning you.
Mr. Chandler?
Yes?
I'm Osborne, State Police. Is Mr. Farrar... Oh, yes, I see he is. Good morning, Mr. Farrar. Your wife said she thought you might be here.
My wife?
Yes, we stopped by at your place first. Mr. Farrar, would you come with me?
Where?
To headquarters. We'd like to talk to you.
About what?
Several things, but mostly about where you were last night about 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock? But that was...
That was what?
About when Harry Walker was murdered.
How do you know that?
Because Paul called us shortly after that and told us. You're all against me. Not just my wife and Paul, but everyone. Plotting against me.
No one's against you, Mr. Farrar, and we're certainly not plotting against you. We just want to talk to you and...
No!
Farrar, stop! Come back here, Farrar!
Aren't you going after him?
Oh, we'll catch up to him. I have another car and 2 more men out on the road there, just around the curve.
Why did you want to talk to him?
Well, someone saw him leaving Harry Walker's house last night, shortly before Mrs. Walker came home.
Oh.
We just got a general description. Weren't sure who it was at first, but... Farrar, look out! That truck!
John! Oh, good Lord.
will find. John Farrar came to his friend's house seeking what? The truth, he tried to tell himself. But the truth was exactly what he did not want to hear. Not when it stripped away his illusions and did not confirm his jealous imaginings. And so he found what we find so often when we reject the truth and everything else of value: death. Now we see through a glass darkly, says the Bible. That was what John Farrar was doing, seeing something in the strange glass ball that wasn't there. But he wasn't completely wrong. At least it wasn't all imaginary. For as his friend Paul said, there was a thing inside. Not inside the glass ball, but inside John himself, that never should have been tampered with. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Bryna Rayburn, Bob Caliban, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
Dinner can take hours to make, and who has the time?
Programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Ipana for the Smile of Beauty and Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health present It's Time to Smile.
With Eddie Cantor. Time to smile. Time to wear a grin. That's the style. Put a dimple in your chin. Let your troubles right from your fireside. Through the countryside, cross the great divide. Push your cares aside, find the sunny side. Time to smile.
And here he is, Eddie Cantor.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Harry, I've had more fun today opening telegrams, presents. So fast? I've only been out here a second. Come in. Why, it's Al Jolson. Al, what are you doing here?
Well, Eddie, I came here tonight as a representative of the American Theater to congratulate you and Ida on your 27th wedding anniversary.
Well, thanks, Al. You know, Al, you were my best friend even when I was a bachelor. And I remember how surprised you were when I told you I was going to marry Ida.
Yes, Eddie. But when you did get married, I knew it was going to last. After all, you're a very sincere guy. You were in love with her, and besides, when you pay $2 for a license, brother, you're going to get your money's worth.
Well, your joke doesn't fit because I didn't pay for the license. Ida did.
I was only kidding, Eddie. There are a lot of happily married people in the show business, but you and Ida stand out above them all. It's like a lovely fairy tale.
You mean Cinderella and Prince Charming?
No, Beauty and the Beast, you mongrel.
Is that so? Well, why don't you take a good look at yourself? You've got wrinkles in your face, your hair is thinning out, and you've got bags under your eyes.
Yeah? Don't you wish you looked as good?
No. Mr. Jolson, I'm still a young man, and I wouldn't have bags under my eyes.
Mr. Cantor, under those eyes, you could have a trunk.
Oh, Albert.
Truthfully, though, Eddie, after all these years, you do look amazingly youthful. How do you manage to keep looking so young?
Well, I keep good hours. I get to bed early every night. I get 10 hours sleep. I get up early, take a brisk walk. I stick to a healthy diet. And besides, 3 times a day, I get a shot of adrenaline. But, Al, how do you manage to keep looking so young?
Well, Eddie, I get plenty of fresh air, and every night I sleep next to an open $2 mutual window.
Even in the old days, you used to go for those horses. Ah, the old days.
The old days.
Al, remember when we played in vaudeville together? What pals we were.
Yes, Eddie, put it there, old boy. Real pals.
Yes, indeed. And what an attraction we were. Out in lights. It's at Cantor and Jolson, huh?
Yeah? Jolson and Cantor.
Cantor and Jolson.
Jolson and Cantor.
Look, Al, if you want to be a ham about this thing, if you want first billing, all right. Out in lights, it said Al Jolson.
That's better.
Of Cantor and Jolson. But you were a terrific star. Al, you know that I was always influenced by the songs you sang?
Really?
Gosh, when you sang April Showers, I went out and got a raincoat. When you sang California, Here I Come, I got a home in Beverly Hills. When you sang In My Merry Oldsmobile, I got a car.
Hey, Eddie, didn't I used to sing Sonny Boy?
So long ago, who could remember? But I do remember you and the jazz singer. Yes, Al? You came along with the jazz singer and started talking pictures.
Yes, Eddie. Then you came along with 40 little mothers and finished them.
Well, you can't keep making smash hits. Even the greatest, most talented star in the world has made mistakes.
Yes, I guess I have.
Go away, Al. But you've done so many things in show business, it's no wonder you've lost some of your energy.
Eddie, what are you saying? Jolie has still got plenty of pep. Why, my last show, Hold On to Your Hats, I sang 10 songs. And for the big finish, I got down on my knee and I sang Mammy.
What do you mean got down? You fell down.
But wait a minute, Eddie. Wait a minute, old boy. Let's not talk about me. I came here to listen to you tell the folks about your 27 years of marriage, your honeymoon, your courtship, your wedding.
Al, will you ever forget my wedding? It was beautiful, gosh. The whole place was decorated, and the flower girl. The little flower girl was so cute.
Well, as far as that goes, May Robeson is still a cute little girl. Where did you go on your honeymoon, Eddie?
Why, you know, we went to Niagara Falls.
Oh, Niagara Falls. And say, you probably had to be careful how you spent your money in those days, Eddie.
Well, who cared about money? All I was thinking of was Ida. I took her to the most expensive hotel in Niagara Falls, and we were so lovesick, Al.
Yeah.
We spent half the night sitting in the lobby, necking.
Oh, God. Why didn't you go to your room?
Who had a room?
Stop kidding, Eddie. Stop kidding. You did have a room. And that Hotel Niagara Falls still feels highly honored at having had you and Ida as a honeymoon guests. In fact, they still have the register that you signed. Mr. and Mrs. Eddie Cantor. They still have the key that opened the door to your bridal suite. And Eddie?
Yes?
They still have your baggage.
Al, I thought you came here to congratulate me.
Pardon me, Mr. Cantor.
Well, Dinah Shaw, bless my soul. Yes?
I want to congratulate you.
Well, thank you, but I want to congratulate you.
Why me?
Well, sing, Dinah, then everybody will know exactly why. Huh?
There's dew upon the ground, and not a soul in sight. I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. I hear a distant sound, I see a far-off light. I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. The murmuring waters say there's no time to delay, so hurry on your way, my friend. If you don't get there soon, there may not be a moon to guide you to that happy ending. My heart is riding high, my blues have taken flight. I'm walking 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. Walking by the river, walking by the river.
Oh, Dinah, the way you sing. You know, Harry, Dinah has an indescribable something in her voice. At the Met, they call it vibrato. In Tin Pan Alley, they call it schmaltz. You know what?
Oh, Eddie, how you talk.
Well, Harry, I'm quoting. That's exactly what Liberty Magazine says about Dinah this week.
Liberty Magazine?
Yeah, the Private Life of Dinah show with a picture. Look, Harry, look. Here,
Yes.
Look, here it is.
Oh, there's your picture here, too, Eddie.
My picture? Why, I never even noticed it.
Oh, and look here what it says about Dinah. Listen, when Dinah was...
Oh, now, Harry, please, don't read it now, please.
Well, look, Eddie, here. Get a load of Dinah's smile in the picture, would you?
Well, Harry, you'll find the reason for that smile on page 3 of the same magazine.
Yeah, but your story begins on page 20. How
Three. Here it is. Look, Eddie, page 3 is all about Ipana toothpaste.
Well, that's what I use for my smile, Harry. Ipana toothpaste.
Well, Dinah, your smile is certainly a sparkling testimonial for Ipana toothpaste. And I hope that all of our friends will remember the importance of Ipana and massage to more attractive smiles. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Ipana toothpaste is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it helps your gums to healthier firmness. And since teeth are more sparkling and smiles are brighter, when gums are healthy and firm, why not follow this simple, healthful routine?
Every time you brush your teeth, massage a little extra Ipana on your gums with your brush or fingertip.
And when you use Ipana toothpaste faithfully, ladies and gentlemen, you're using the toothpaste that dentists prefer for their own personal use, 2-to-1 over any other dentifrice, paste, powder, or liquid, a fact brought to light by a recent national survey. So why not help yourself to a more attractive smile by taking care of your teeth and gums with Ipana toothpaste and massage?
You know, Eddie?
What is it, Al?
The story of your life has been told many times, but I think tonight your audience would be interested in hearing some new phases of it.
Yeah.
Let's get Harry Von Zell to set the scene that'll take us back to the days when we were both kids on the Lower East Side of New York.
All right.
It is a hot summer day, way, way back in the year... It is a hot summer day in little old New York.
Hey, Eddie! Hey, Stinky!
Oh, hiya, Charlie. Come on down.
I can't. I gotta stay home.
What you gotta stay home for?
Me mother's gonna play pinochle. I gotta mark the card.
Come on down. Slide down the drain pipe, Charlie.
Okay.
Hey, what are you all dolled up for with a brand new haircut?
What haircut? I didn't get no haircut. Today at school, I got my head caught in a pencil sharpener. Come on, let's go play with Skinny.
No, he don't want to play with us no more, that stuck-up thing. He's too swelled up ever since his old man got a convertible pushcart.
Well, gee, we gotta do something. I tell you what, let's burn down the school.
Nah, we can't do that.
Why not?
We did that yesterday.
I got another idea. Can we blow up the gas works?
Nah.
I know what. Let's get a mouse and throw into the lobby of the YWCA.
Nah, the last time we did that, little Phil Harris ran out screaming.
Gee, we can't do nothing.
Hey, look, there's Fatso smoking them butts again. Hey, Fatso!
What do you want?
Why don't you stop smoking them cigarette butts? Don't you know it'll stunt your growth?
Malarkey, it will not stunt my growth.
Okay, you find out, Fiorillo.
Hey, Eddie.
What?
There's your girlfriend, Ida Tobias.
Whose girlfriend? I ain't got no girlfriend. I hate her like poison. Hey, Tobias, come on over here, will you?
I'm not talking to you, Eddie Cantor. I don't like the company you choose.
Say, is you casting aspersions at me? Is you?
I'm simply saying...
Wait a minute, I got one more is you.
Your sissy? What are you talking to my girls for?
Ah, who's a sissy? I can lick you.
You can. I'm stronger than you in 100 years. I'll show you. We'll each pick up one of these rocks and see who can show it the furthest. 1, 2, 3. There. I hit Schultz's window. What did you hit? Schultz.
Hey, which one of you hoodlums busted my window?
It was Cantor and Jolson.
Jolson and Cantor.
Cantor and Jolson. Cantor and Jolson. Cantor did it.
No.
Well, that's going to cost you $1, and if you don't pay it, I'll call a cop.
Oh, don't do that. Eddie has no money. Here, I'll pay for the window. 50, 75, $1.
Okay, I'll beat it, all of you, and stay away from here.
Well, Eddie, aren't you in a tank, Ida?
For what? For paying up my debt and embarrassing me like that, I should thank her? I think I'll take a smack out of her. That's what I'll do.
Oh, Eddie, I think you're the worst boy in the whole world. I never want to see you again as long as I live.
Now, look what you went and done. She was only trying to be nice to you, Eddie. Gee, and you made her feel bad, too. Look over there, bawling her head off. Don't you think you ought to do something to make her feel good? Don't you?
Yeah. I think I'll marry her.
And so we proceed with the life of Eddie Cantor. It is several years later, and our hero is now a man. We find him approaching his best friend, Al Jolson, for advice.
Eddie, come right in.
Al, you got to help me. Gee, I've got trouble.
Oh, what trouble could you have, boy? It's a great world. The sun is shining. The birds are singing. Everything is wonderful.
I'm going to get married.
Oh, brother, you got trouble.
Now, be serious, Al. You got to help me. Since I've known Ida, I can't work. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I don't mind not working and not sleeping, but I'm getting hungry.
Well, don't worry, kid. As long as you made up your mind to get married, I'll help you. I'll show you how to propose. Now, the first thing you do is to get down on one knee.
No, 2 knees.
No, 1 knee. 1 knee is for proposing, 2 knees for shooting craps.
All right, then. How do I propose? I've never...
How do you propose? That's a cinch. Look, you walked up there and say, darling, we're entering in the great race of life, the happiness derby. You don't want to see me scratched. And when the judge gives us a word, we'll leave that starting barrier together, and all the way it'll be neck and neck right up to the finish line.
Wait a minute. I'm marrying Ida, not man of war. I'll tell you, I better go up there and do the best I can, huh?
Hold on, Eddie. Let me give you this little last bit of advice.
Yes.
This is important, and it's original. You see, it's my own idea, and I tell you what...
Well, tonight's the night. Up this flight of stairs lies my whole future. I got to ask her tonight. We've been going together for 8 years, and Ida's the only thing in the world I want, the only thing that matters to me. Gosh, an empty bottle. I can go get a nickel on it. I can always get married. No. I better go through with it. Well, here goes.
Eddie, what are you doing here so late?
I got to come in and talk to you, Ida. It's important.
You can't come in, Eddie. My father's sleeping.
I won't wake him up. We'll sit on the sofa.
That's where he's sleeping.
Well, let's go out here on the fire escape. Let me help you through the window.
All right.
Here you are.
Well, Eddie, what did you want to talk to me about?
You know, Ida, in the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love.
Why, Eddie, that's Shakespeare.
Shakespeare? I'll kill that Jolson. He told me he made it up. Just wait till I get home.
Eddie, it's getting late.
Wait a minute, Ida. I'll tell you. Ida Tobias, of all the girls I have ever gone out with, you are the only girl that I've gone out with that I've loved of all the girls that I've gone out with alone, together, I think.
What are you trying to say, Eddie?
I'll come right to the point, Ida. There comes a time in every man's life when the time is ripe to tell a girl that this is the time. When the time is ripe. What time is it, Ida?
10:15.
I think I'll go home.
Eddie, if you're trying to propose to me, I'm afraid you'll have to go in and speak to my father first.
Oh. Maybe we better postpone it for a couple of years?
Don't be afraid, Eddie. He's got his shoes off.
Ida, before I see your father, I've got a surprise for you.
Hmm?
Stick out your engagement finger.
Yeah.
There. How do you like it?
Oh, Eddie, it's beautiful.
Isn't it, though? See, it's even got a hole on the top for a stone.
Now we find the newlyweds about to enter their first apartment in the Bronx. Ida, the pretty bride, and Eddie, the puny groom. So puny is he that Ida has to carry him across the threshold.
Well, Ida, this is it. There's the dining room where we eat. That's the living room where we sit around and talk. There's the kitchen where you can prepare your meals. And that's the bedroom where we sleep. How do you like the apartment?
It's a lovely room.
Say, Eddie, that must have been some apartment.
Well, of course, Harry. There were no modern improvements.
No steam heat.
No electricity.
No telephone.
No wonder. No Magee.
No radio.
No radio. No radio? Calamity. Catastrophe. No radio?
What's the matter?
Harry Von Zell, if they had no radio, how did people know about Sal Hepatica?
Oh, how did they know about Sal Hepatica? Well, Eddie, one person told another what a good laxative Sal Hepatica is. As a matter of fact, they still do, but radio naturally does it a lot more quickly, which means a lot of more people benefit by knowing how much faster Sal Hepatica can help them feel better. For it's good to know, ladies and gentlemen, that whenever you need a laxative, Speedy Sal Hepatica brings gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means that you don't have to wait till night to take it, so it's not necessary to go through the day feeling miserable. And keep in mind, too, Sal Hepatica's added advantage.
Sal Hepatica also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, helps turn a sour stomach sweet again.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tomorrow. And whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. Say, Eddie.
Yep.
Getting back to that first apartment you and Ida had.
Yes, Harry, it wasn't so bad. It was one of those apartments where the bed comes out of the wall, and the wall comes with it. You know what I mean? But one day, about a year later, I had finished working and was just about to come into the house when I discovered Ida had a big surprise for me. So we moved to a larger apartment. The added expense, the lack of steady work, all took their toll. And when things looked pretty black, I dropped in that night backstage at the Winter Garden where Al Jolson was playing. He was just finishing his number. All the world am sad and dreary everywhere I roam. Oh, dark is how my heart grows weary. Far from the old oaks at home.
Eddie, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just dropped in to see you. Gee, what applause. Al, it's no wonder they're all saying you're the world's greatest entertainer.
Oh, never mind me. How are you doing, Eddie?
Oh, wonderful, Al. I just finished the Polite time. I got 10 weeks booked for Proctor. Then I got 40 weeks on the Orpheum time without a layoff. I'm doing great.
How much do you need, Eddie?
$10. Only till tomorrow, Al. I couldn't get to the bank today. I was so busy. I'll give you this 10 back the first thing in the morning. The first thing in the morning, I'll give you the 10 bucks.
Well, Eddie, that was 25 years ago. At least give me back $5. $2, a buck and a quarter. A tube of Ipana.
Yes, it's funny now, Al. But it was pretty sad in those days. Even our friends wouldn't come to visit us. But there was one visitor who always seemed to turn up when things looked blackest.
One day, a few months later.
Eddie, don't be discouraged. Someday you'll be famous and you'll laugh at all the troubles we have now.
Gosh, I'm sorry I ever complained. When you talk like that, you make me ashamed of myself. Ashamed that I lose my courage. Come on, Ida. Tonight is our 3rd anniversary. I haven't forgotten. We're going to go out and have a great time. We'll go to Rector's. We'll drink champagne. We'll make a night of it. This is our night. Well, here's luck, Ida.
Eddie, I still want to know where you got the money.
Oh, you keep talking about... Will you drink your champagne? What's the matter? You should be happy.
Well, I would be if I hadn't...
If you hadn't what?
If I hadn't lost my bracelet this morning.
Ida, your bracelet isn't lost. We're drinking it. Well, after that, Harry Von Zell, my big break finally came. I met Mr. Ziegfeld, and heaven itself smiled down on me. I was on my way with the Follies, Kid Boots, Whoopi, and then...
Look, Eddie, explain something. You're telling the story of your life, and all I hear is baby music.
That's the story of my life. Yes, sir? And I'll never forget that day. The last time I rushed over to the hospital, I opened the door. Ida.
Eddie, it's a boy.
Huh?
Eddie, you're a grandfather.
Oh, you're scared? A grandfather? Gosh, I don't feel like a grandfather, Ida. Do you?
Of course not. I don't feel a bit older, Eddie. And you know, there's something wonderful about having a grandson. It gives you such a lovely feeling. It's nice to know that after you've gone, even if nobody knows you were here, you've left your calling card.
Eddie, I know that Ida is no philosopher, but that is one of the most human things I've ever heard. You've got a great gal, and I'd like to pay my tribute to your missus in the language I know best. Ida, sweet as apple cider, sweeter than all I know. Come on out in the silvery moonlight of love I'll whisper, so soft and low, seems though can't live without you. Listen, my honey-dew, diddly-doo, oh, Ida, I idolize you, because I love you, Ida, if I do. You know, folks, the name Ida, that's more than just the name of Eddie's wife. It's something that stands for happiness. Yes, sir. A symbol of a successful married life. They've come a long way together, those two, since those days down on Old Henry Street, but to him, she's still just as sweet, and her glance when they meet makes his heart skip a beat. Of course, a heart like Eddie's wants to save a beat every chance it gets.
Oh, go away, will you?
You know, I never got to meet Ida. That is, in those early days of their romance. You see, I had to stay home all alone by myself, because Cantor always borrowed my pants.
Who needs them, man?
But their love is deep as the ocean. Their hearts are filled with devotion. They equal the record of Mr. Dione, except in slow motion. It's no wonder, Ida, Daddy says I love ya. Indeed I do. Oh, the grace and faith for love. Here's up your Ida.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Al Jolson for his graciousness in appearing here tonight and for turning over his check to Bundles for Britain. Yes?
Eddie, there's someone here to see you.
Why, who?
Here he is, Mr. Lee Bristol.
Well, what does he want? Lee, why, he's my boss. How are you, Lee Bristol? I'm working for this guy.
Fine, thank you, Eddie. On behalf of our company, I want to extend our congratulations to you and Mrs. Cantor on your 27th anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
And Eddie?
Yeah?
Since you're reliving your youth through your grandson, I'd like you to have this movie camera to record the progress and the development of your calling card.
Well, thank you, Lee Bristol. That's one way of getting back in pictures. I'll make my own.
Eddie, I also brought a friend here who well echoes my sentiments.
A friend? Who? Why, what does he want to say?
How do you do?
The man Mr. Bristol, he is your friend?
Well, I think he's very amusing.
How dare you? You sponsor you?
Russian, tell me, what is it that you wanted to say to me?
Just this, Eddie Cantor.
Yes?
Раздичик, паскудник губерния Радивки. Incognito.
Yes, and what does that mean?
You want to know?
Yes, I want to know.
Like to learn.
Yes, tell me.
This is...
I want you to tell me, but tell me truthfully, this is what?
I'm going to tell you the whole thing.
Yes, this?
But you've got to be very patient.
I am patient.
Take your time.
All right.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, you will go on a journey into Dimension X.
Described in future tense. Dimension X. Can you predict what will come in 100 years? Or in 10? Or in the next minute? Some people think they can. Nuclear scientists, mathematicians, astronomers, biologists. They'll predict the shape of the future. Why? Because they make the future. Because they see beyond the known dimensions of time and space into the unknown. Dimension X. It was in the year of 1982 that spacemen first discovered the Great Galactic Barrier. In the past 10 years, rocket travel to the moon and the nearer planets had become commonplace. And then men fixed their sights on a more distant star, the remote planet known as Volta. 5 exploratory ships went out, and none came back, each in turn disappearing mysteriously at the same vanishing point, at an invisible wall somewhere in the vast outer reaches that became known as the wrecker of spaceships, the Galactic Reef. And yet the explorers refused to admit defeat. It was on June the 2nd, 1987, that the rocket Star Cloud made ready for takeoff, the 6th to attempt to crack the barrier and win through to Volta.
Condition green, 2 minutes.
Captain, I don't suppose you'll want the ship's doctor up here on the bridge during blast off.
I think not, Smitty.
All right, then. I'll be in the sick bay counting vitamin pills if you need me. Good luck, Lewis.
Thank you, Smitty. Lieutenant Collier.
Yes, sir.
You're relieved. You'd better get down to navigation control and take over.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
We've never flown together before. This is your first flight in a space vessel as big as the Star Cloud, isn't it?
Yes, sir. But I was trained in oversized jobs at the Naval Academy.
Well, if you're half as good a navigator as your father was, you'll do fine.
Thank you, sir. You were old shipmates, weren't you?
Old shipmates. I served under him in the first rocket that ever got back to its base in one piece. We flew that mission in a tin can not much better than a primitive guided missile. I almost went along on the last trip your father made to the barrier. Too bad about that.
Yes, sir.
Now, that's all, Collier. I'll bus you when you get down to nav control. Lieutenant Paulson.
Yes, sir.
Get me ground control tower on the radio. I want to talk to Colonel Harrison.
Sparks has the circuit up now, Captain. Go ahead, sir. I patched in our bridge speaker.
Colonel Harrison?
Yes, Captain?
We're standing by for takeoff in 60 seconds.
Good. The field is cleared of all personnel. We'll try to reestablish radio contact immediately after takeoff. In any event, there'll be a 24-hour ground monitor.
Fine.
Good luck. I hope you make it.
Thank you. Bridge to navigation control.
Nav control, Collier.
Ready, Lieutenant?
We're ready, Captain. The course is in the integrator for takeoff at 1200 hours.
All right. Stand by for blastoff. Bridge to engine room. Fire up your rocket chambers. Take off at exactly 1200 hours. I'll read you off. 20 seconds. 19, 18, 17, 16.
Condition red.
Hold it. Revoke all orders. Who turned in that alarm?
We uncovered a stowaway, sir.
Stowaway, where, Masters?
Hiding in 6 Bay. Dr. Smithson found him.
Have him brought up to the bridge. Engine room, kill your rockets and stand by.
Thorson, this is Colonel Harrison at ground control. What's holding you up?
Trouble.
What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you? There's a stowaway aboard.
Stowaway?
Yes, I thought your men were supposed to police this base. What's the matter with you?
All right, Captain, take it easy.
You know what this delay can do to us, don't you? 1 minute later, takeoff can throw us 1,000,000 miles off course. We'll have to reintegrate the whole works.
Well, look, how long do you think it'll take?
Don't bother me for a while. I'm busy. Stupid idiots.
Captain Thorson.
Oh, come in, Smitty.
Here's your stowaway.
I'll court-martial the... Charlie.
Can you use a good radio man, Skipper?
I see you two have met.
Met? The skipper and me made 50 trips to the moon together. Didn't we, Captain?
Charlie, if you wanted to come along, why didn't you volunteer?
I did, Skipper. They turned me down.
What's wrong with you?
Acceleration bends.
Oh.
They said my arteries wouldn't stand another trip.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
But they're wrong, sir. I got one more good trip in me. Now, listen, Captain. You know these green kids don't know the first thing about space radio operations. You put a man like me on, I'll be getting you a bedtime story for Mars.
Now, listen, Charlie, you know the regulations as well as I do. I can't take you much as I'd like to.
Colonel Harrison will murder me for this.
Oh. I'm sorry, Charlie. I'll have to put you aground. I'll tell you what. I'll ask Harrison to put you on as ground radio contact. It'll seem as if you were right here with us.
He won't do it, sir.
He'd better, or I'll have him busted to corporal for letting you sneak aboard. Now, you'd better be off, Charlie. Masters.
Yes, sir.
I'm sending this man aground. Give him time to clear the launching platform.
Yes, sir.
So long, Charlie. I'm really sorry.
Good luck, Skipper.
I thought you were going to have him drawn and quartered.
If it'd been anybody else, I would have, Smitty. But Charlie, well, he's kind of special. Been with me since my first command, when Giller run to the moon. If he wanted to come along this time, well, it's only through loyalty to me.
You know, Lewis, I didn't realize it before, but you're almost human.
Bilge. Navigation, Lieutenant Collier, you there?
Nav control, Collier.
Lieutenant, how badly are we fouled up? Can you recalculate the course, or shall I cancel the takeoff?
I've already plotted a new course on the integrator, sir.
Good.
Can we take off in exactly 2 minutes?
2 minutes?
Yes, sir. If we can, all we need to correct is for only a 1-degree deflection. I can do that before we breach the stratosphere.
That's quick work. Are you sure?
Positive, sir.
Well, all right, Collier. I'm putting it in your hands. We'll blast off on your signal.
Lewis, isn't that a lot of responsibility for a young green officer?
Yes, but if he can't do his job, I'd rather find out now than at the galactic barrier. Bridge to engine room. Prepare to blast off on navigator signal. How are we doing, Collier?
Coming on the bearing, sir. intersected the course vector.
Good work, Collier.
The course is corrected, sir. Ready to go into atomic overdrive anytime you say.
All right, stand by.
Now hear this. Now hear this. Prepare for maximum acceleration.
Bridge to engine room. Kill your rockets.
Rockets out.
Fire up number 1 cyclotron.
Number 1 ready.
Fire up number 2.
Number 2 ready.
Withdraw your dampening rods.
Aye. Fission chamber ready. Blast tubes cleared. All generators operating at capacity, sir.
Right. Go into overdrive on the count of 0.
5 seconds, Captain.
3.
2.
2.
1.
1.
0.
0. How are we doing, Collier?
On course, sir. She's running hot and true.
Well, my compliments, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
This job would have done your father credit. He was one of the best navigation officers I ever saw.
Thanks, sir.
Now start your gyros and put her on robot control. The bridge is yours, Mr. Collier. If you need me, I'll be in Dr. Smithson's office.
Yes, sir.
I see you got us off the ground.
You can thank young Collier for that. Chip off the old block.
You knew his father?
Matter of fact, I knew him very well. First-rate spaceman.
Is he the one who,
Yes. He was lost in the galactic barrier on the second ship we sent out to Volta.
Louis, just what do you think this galactic barrier is?
Oh, your guess is as good as mine, Doc. All I know is that 5 ships have gone into it. None of them have come back out.
How about Miss Strovik's theory that it's a time warp in space, that the ships reach it and slip into another dimension?
Rubbish. My theory is that the galactic barrier is nothing more than a radioactive layer of some kind.
What makes you say that?
Well, we know that radar signals bounce off it like they were hitting an invisible glass wall. And we know that it destroys our ships and crews in some way. But there's no other logical explanation.
What makes you think we can get through it, Louis?
Because we're ready for it. The others weren't. The entire hull is completely shielded with lead. We can crack through any radioactive cloud ever detected. Besides, we're equipped with some new UHF radio devices that should enable us to maintain radio contact with Earth. Nothing can happen. Absolutely nothing.
Who are you trying to convince?
Myself, I suppose.
Louis, you've had your share of glory. First skipper to reach the moon back in 1962. You could have retired. Why are you risking this trip?
Because 5 ships are missing. And men like Prentice and Marketson and young Collier's father. I'm tired of seeing good men fed into that meat chopper.
Then why are we going?
We haven't any choice, Smitty. We're in a race, the kind of race where men and ships are expendable. According to Interspace Code, the first nation to reach Volta can claim it.
Personally, I want no part of it.
Doc, there are a dozen nations who feel very differently about that.
I know. You're right, of course. Well, at least it won't be boring. I'll have to play physician morale builder and mother substitute for 112 slightly nervous men.
Your morale doesn't sound too good, Doc.
As morale officer, I can state without fear of contradiction, it is terrible. And something tells me that as we approach that galactic barrier, I'm not going to be alone.
Hello, Earth. Hello, Earth. Captain Thorson of the Star Cloud calling Earth. Star Cloud to Earth. Can you read me?
Hello, Star Cloud. Hi, Captain.
Charlie. Well, I see they haven't court-martialed you yet.
No, sir. Thanks to you.
That's good to hear you. You can read us the funny papers on Sunday morning.
Right.
How's our signal?
Strong. Clear as a bell.
Well, here's our log report for Colonel Harrison. Ready?
Shoot.
June 2nd, 1987. 4 weeks out from Earth. Running true, no radiation. Operation normal. Still making our approach to the galactic barrier. That's all, Charlie. See you later.
Good luck, Captain. I sure wish I was with you.
How's the morale, Smitty?
Well, the men know we're getting closer to the barrier. They're beginning to show a little tension, Louis.
How's their physical condition? Any sickness?
About half the crew has come down with space flu.
I was afraid of that. Bad?
Oh, same as usual. Lips and hands with a bluish cast. Eyes are sensitive to infrareds.
I don't know. When I first started flying these tin cans, nobody ever heard of space blues.
There's a theory it's caused by the terrific acceleration of the atomic overdrive. The change in gravity affects the circulation.
And what do you think?
Oh, I think it's psychosomatic. I've noticed that the same men who get space blues under tension on a ship tend to get blue coloration back on Earth when they're upset. I guess it's an occupational disease of space navigators.
You think it's just nerves, then?
I don't know. Young Collier's got a bad case. Yes, I think it's tension from overwork.
Well, maybe he needs some vitamins.
Louis, when will you realize that vitamins are not a panacea for all the troubles of mankind?
Sir, I understand you've relieved me from duty.
Dr. Smithson says you aren't looking very well, Collier. I'm just giving you a rest.
But, sir, I feel perfectly able to continue.
Your lips are as blue as Minnetonka.
Captain, I'd like to remain at my post.
Now, don't be so foolhardy, Lieutenant.
I'm not being foolhardy, sir. You see, I have a special personal reason for wanting this expedition to reach Volta.
Oh, your father?
Yes, sir, my father.
You think he might still be alive, huh?
Sir, I have to find out what happened.
I think I understand. Very well, Collier. Report back to duty.
What's the reading, Paulson? We're getting a +5 radar bounce now, sir. Coming off the barrier almost as fast as we send it out.
What's the interval?
0.3 of a second. Shortening steadily. This rate will hit the wall in the next few minutes.
All right. Alert the crew. Sound general quarters.
Now hear this. Condition red. We are now approaching the galactic barrier. All hands to stations. All radiation detectors to be fully manned. Full security will prevail until further notice. That is all.
Paulson.
Aye, sir.
Radar bounce is up to +6. We'd better try to make final contact with Earth. Is Spark still trying to raise the base?
Yes, sir, but he's not having much luck.
No?
Seems to be some interference. Oh, that's the radio room now. Yes? You've got him? Well, cut in on the bridge speaker. The captain will take it from here.
Hello. Star Cloud to Earth. Can you hear me, Earth?
Hello, Skipper. I can barely read you. We're getting heavy static from sunspots.
That's not sunspots. We're right on the galactic barrier. Getting a +7 radar bounce. Expect to hit the barrier almost any second now.
Good luck, Skipper.
Look, Charlie, stick with us, will you? We're switching to the automatic center now so you can track us in.
Okay.
If we crack the barrier and come through still in one piece, I'll try to get back to you on the high-frequency band.
Gotcha, Skipper. Don't worry. I'll be waiting.
So long, Charlie.
So long, Star Cloud.
We must be getting awfully close now, Captain. Echo's bouncing back so fast, it's almost beating the signal.
And when they coincide, hold on to your hat. That's when we run into the wall.
Any second.
Hold on.
Here goes nothing.
Here it comes. What? Nothing happened.
We made it, Captain.
No radiation, no time warp, no nothing. The crew's gone crazy, sir.
Let them. They earned it. Hey, Doc, can you break out a few bottles of snake bite serum for medicinal purposes?
I sure can, Louis.
This calls for a celebration. How's your morale now?
Couldn't be better. How's yours?
Couldn't be better. Hey, what the?
Condition red. Condition red. Radiation detected. Condition red. Radiation detected.
Holy mackerel. Look at the needle on that indicator.
Paulson. I see it, Captain. We're picking up radiation like crazy.
What's it like?
It's a strong impulse.
What kind?
I don't know, sir. It's too long for a cosmic ray and too short for UHF. The ship's lousy with it.
Man your battle stations!
Paulson, track it down. Triangulate and make it fast. I want a directional fit.
Yes, sir.
Engine room.
Yes, sir.
We're picking up radioactivity. Is it the fission chambers?
No leak here, sir.
I'll check your gauges.
Nothing here, Captain. Must be coming from outside.
Damage control.
Yes, sir.
Is radiation penetrating the lead field?
Haven't found anything yet, sir.
Well, keep at it. Paulson, how are you doing?
I've got it fixed, Captain.
What is it?
I'll have to recheck my figures.
Hurry up.
The angle is correct.
Come on, man, for Pete's sake. What's the radiation from?
It's coming from inside the ship.
That's impossible.
Oh, sir, I've checked it twice.
Well, it's got to be the engines.
If it is, we're finished.
Engine room.
Yes, sir.
That radiation must be in the overdrive pile.
No, sir. It isn't here, sir.
Are you certain?
Yes, sir.
All right, keep checking. Well, only one thing left to do. Paulson, get a Geiger counter. We're going to start combing this ship inch by inch.
Yes, sir.
Turn it on.
Yes, sir. Ready, Captain.
We'll check the atomic guns first. Come on. We'll cut through the officers' quarters to ordnance.
Yes, sir.
Through here.
All right. Wait a minute, sir.
No? What is it?
The signal's weaker now.
Yeah. Let's go back. Hold it. Seems strongest right about here.
Doesn't make sense.
Whose cabin is this?
Lieutenant Collier's.
Collier!
Oh, he's down in nav control, sir.
Well, try the door.
It's not locked, sir. Yes, it's in here, all right. Listen to that counter. It's strongest over here.
Open that wall cabinet.
It's locked, sir.
I'll smash it. Shut off the Geiger counter. Well, what do you make of this, Paulson?
Well, it looks like some sort of portable transmitter, sir. Must be foreign manufacture. I don't recognize the calibration symbols at all. I've never seen anything like it.
Which raises a small question. What is Lieutenant Collier doing with a transmitter in his cabin?
I don't know, sir.
Well, I intend to find out, Paulson. Get down to nav control and bring Collier up to the bridge on the double.
Well, hadn't we better find some way to shut this thing off first?
I know a way. Lieutenant Collier, I'm going to ask a few simple questions.
Yes, sir.
And I want a few simple answers.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing with the transmitter in your cabin?
Transmitter, Captain.
You know nothing about it?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you recognize these calibration symbols?
No, sir.
Well, can you think of how it might have been placed in your cabin without your knowing it?
No, sir, unless someone came in while I was on duty.
Well, would that have been possible?
Well, I suppose so. Well, if someone had a key.
I found your cabin door unlocked.
I meant a key to the wall cabinet.
I didn't say the wall cabinet.
Oh, what? Well, sir, I...
You what, Lieutenant? How could you have known it was in the wall cabinet?
Well, I just assumed.
Lieutenant Collier, I find it hard to believe you would lie. Having known and respected your father and having observed the way you handled your job. However, I intend to get to the root of this thing. May I have your wristwatch, Lieutenant?
Sir?
Your wristwatch.
Here you are, sir.
Paulson, turn on that Geiger counter.
Yes, sir.
Now hold this watch next to it.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Lieutenant, if you hadn't any close contact with that transmitter, how do you explain the radioactivity of this watch?
Well, I don't, sir.
I think you'd better. To whom were you sending those signals?
Condition red. Condition red.
There's your answer, Captain.
What is this, Collier?
Alien spaceship approaching. Alien spaceship approaching.
Collier, who's aboard that ship? All right, now talk.
Very well, Captain. My mission seems completed.
Your mission? Are you admitting that you're an agent of a foreign power?
I am stating it.
What nation?
No nation, Captain.
What?
I am an agent of the Voltan government.
The what?
The government of the planet of Voltan.
Are you crazy?
Are you so stupid that you think your people are the only ones who can invade another planet?
Lieutenant, what do you mean?
We've had agents operating on Earth since 1945.
I don't believe you.
What do you think happened to those 5 ships, Captain? Where do you suppose we got our information? Your language, your culture, family background.
Your appearance, you look like...
Like Commander Collier? Is that so surprising, Captain? We had a living model.
I ought to kill you.
That would be very foolish, Captain. I would advise you to surrender without delay.
Alien ship now coming into ordnance range.
I'll deal with you later, Collier. Paulison.
Yes, sir.
Put this man in irons and take him away.
Don't worry, sir. We'll take good care of him. Partner, Robinson!
Gunnery.
Gunnery, Richardson.
What's the range?
10,000 meters. They're closing fast.
What's your guns on radar tracking?
Tracking. Coming on the bearing.
Fire. Fire, Richardson. Did you hear me? Fire! What's the matter down there? Did you hear me? Richardson, answer me! What, who?
It's no use to shout, Captain.
Collier. How did you get loose? Where's Paulison?
Lieutenant Paulison is dead.
All stations, Lieutenant Collier has escaped. Seize him, men!
Don't waste your breath, Captain. Your men can't hear you.
What?
Those still alive are my men.
You're lying.
No, Captain. Every ship that has ever left Earth was controlled by a Voltaire crew.
That's impossible. Those were hand-picked men.
Hand-picked by us.
I don't believe you.
Then why not call for help?
Carpenter, Robinson, Haley, report. Carpenter. Robinson. Haley. Wait. Report.
You see, Captain, it is quite useless. The Star Cloud will be taken to Volta for, shall we say, further experimentation.
I see. Of course, there's one thing you hadn't counted on.
And just what is that, Captain?
This... Carpenter! Are you in there, Lieutenant Carpenter? They can't all be dead. There must be one alive. Smitty! Dr. Smithson! Smitty! Oh, Smitty. What have they done to you?
Lewis.
Those dirty... don't talk.
I must lean closer. Not much time. Lewis, space blues.
Space blues? What is it, Smitty? What are you trying to tell me?
All men with space blues. Voltan.
Here, let me help you.
No, Lewis. Get message back to Earth. Voltan, 5th column. Watch out for space blues.
Smitty.
Captain Thorson, you can't hide from us now. Come back to the bridge and surrender, or my men will come and get you.
Oh, yeah?
Captain Thorson, you can't come...
Hello. Star Cloud calling Earth. Please, God, let me through before it's too late. Hello. Star Cloud to Earth. Come in, please. Come in, please.
Hello?
Can you hear me, Charlie?
Skipper, is that you?
You getting my signal?
It's, coming in a little louder now, Skip. Keep sending.
Thank God, Charlie. Now listen to me. Not much time. Get word to Colonel Harrison's crew. Mutinied. Most of crew members, Voltans.
What?
Voltans.
Spell that.
V-O-L...
Voltans?
That's right. They're from the planet Volta.
Skipper, are you all right?
Look, Charlie, this is serious. They'll be here any second. Now listen, they have a 5th column on Earth. They're planning to invade you.
You don't mean it.
Of course I mean it. Now tell Harrison, posing as humans, you can detect them by space blues. You got that? Only Voltans get space blues. Charlie, can you hear me?
Space blue. I get you.
That's right, you get, Charlie. I'm defending you. You warn everybody.
Captain?
Open the door. Come on, Charlie.
Captain! Captain Thorson! Hello! Hello, Star Cloud! Come in!
What's the trouble, Sergeant?
I was just trying to raise the Star Cloud, Colonel.
Had any luck?
No, sir. No contact.
No contact?
No, sir.
Nearly an hour since they hit the galactic barrier. I don't understand why they haven't tried to get a message back.
No, sir. Neither do I.
All right. I'll take over for a while.
Yes. You do that. You go right ahead, sir.
Right. Oh, Charlie, you'd better go out and get yourself some coffee. You look a little blue around the gills.
You have just heard No Contact, an adventure in time, space, and the unknown. The world of... Next week we have a cheerful little tale that starts with the disappearance of Grant's tomb. It's about a veteran newspaper reporter and a strange little man who calls himself the world's greatest genius. You'll hear all about it next week at this same time when we present The Professor Was a Thief.
Dimension X has presented No Contact, an original story written by George Lefferts from a storyline by Lefferts and Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Captain Thorson, Donald Buca as Lieutenant Collier, and Cameron Prudhomme as Charlie. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman, engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Stay tuned for the remarkable Quiz Kids on NBC.
Wouldn't you love a Laramie? Coming up next.
At the gallop!
Port Laramie. Port Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
I never seen the sense of it. Scrubbing day after day, putting clean clothes on the dirty army. It's a way to earn a keep. Every woman marries a man earns a keep. Night and day, it's all earning.
Not today, Eth. Don't start on that talk again today.
Now, I plumb forgot about your delicate condition, Stella Merchant. I need be minding my manners more. Just I ain't used to running into royalty on Soapsuds Row. Honest, I ain't.
I didn't mean to start you off, Eth. I'm sorry.
Sorry, are you? Well, you're sorry looking, I'll say that for you. Another day or two, and you won't be able to stand in the same room with your washboard.
All right, Eth. All right.
This is a wash tub now, you are.
Couldn't you just be quiet? Think what you will, but keep it to yourself.
Enjoying yourself, ladies? Having a fine social hour, are you? Oh, Fanny, it's her. Look at her. Can you tell by looking she's a regular queen?
I'm doing the best I can. If you'd let me be. if you wouldn't go at me so much...
Now, you listen to me, Stella Merchant, and hear what I say.
Fanny, don't. Don't shake me.
I'll do what need be. You're not earning your pay. Now, you get some elbow grease behind that scrubbing, or I'll send you packing, with no pay for the month.
You wouldn't do that, Fanny. We need the money, with the baby coming. We need every cent, Fanny.
Then earn it. Scrub. That's the way you get money around here.
Please, Fanny. Please, don't.
She's going white, Fanny. Nah, ninny.
If I could just get some air. Just a little air.
Well, now, a little air.
Oh, that's what you'll have, Fanny. Right before our eyes. You don't get her out of here.
All right, Stella. Grab a hold one side of this clothes basket. You'll get all the air you need hanging clothes outside. I said grab a hold.
All right. Not quite so fast, Fanny.
Yeah, you're moving like cold molasses now. Carry your weight, Stella. Yeah. Pity there ain't some nice shade trees for you. Maybe a hammock. Ain't you the shape for a hammock, though?
Oh, maybe I shouldn't try. I thought I could work right up to the very day the baby came. Other women do.
You ain't other women.
You've no cause to talk to me like you do, Fanny. You and S. I never give you cause.
You never give me nothing but an awful bellyache. Combing and bathing and making pretty for the men.
For my man, Fanny.
That's it, is it? You're so full of lying, sweet talk you believe yourself.
I thought we could all be friends. Out here, so far from home, all of us. I thought we could help each other.
You're long on help, ain't you? Everybody help. Everybody be happy. Well, you be happy, Stella. Like you're so willing to tell anything to be near Billy. Happy to earn your keep washing filth. Happy to bear his young and happy, happy, happy.
I love Billy, Fanny.
Love. Ha.
You don't understand. You really don't understand. I never realized that till now.
It's the young as don't understand.
Did you never love Luke? Even then? When you were young? Did you never love him, Fanny?
Hang the clothes.
Oh, it would be awful if you didn't love.
You'll get no pay for John and taking the air like you are. You keep saying you need the money, we'll earn it.
I will, Fanny. I will earn it. I'm glad to.
And see you keep that glad stuff to yourself. You and your love and the life you feel kicking in you. I've buried more young'uns than you'll ever have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Truly sorry, Fanny.
Don't you never be sorry for me.
We followed the Laramie all the way till it cut through the range there. We left it and went cross-country, west and north, to a point about here.
It's almost to Medicine Bow River.
I think their main camp's on the Medicine Bow.
But you ran into other camps along the way?
Mm-hmm. Old camps, Major.
Yeah, the information you got from the settlers in the area point to that. No Cheyenne in their vicinity since last fall. Isn't that the word?
And no Army patrol since last fall.
That follows?
To me it does. The settlers have spent the winter in peace since the Cheyenne ran off their horses last fall. The cavalry sends out one small patrol in late spring, and the Cheyenne mysteriously reappear.
But not in numbers.
All right. Cheyenne scouts, 8 of them.
You could have killed them at any time you were following them.
Yeah, just about. Only they were leading us, Major. There's a difference.
Only because you were willing to be led.
That was our business, reconnaissance. You don't kill 8 scouts who are leading you into a trap.
Of course you don't. If you're sure it's a trap.
Look, for 2 days, if we didn't keep pace with them, they waited for us. The morning of the 3rd day, they cut off into a canyon that leads straight to the Medicine Bow like we were leading a charge behind them. I know an ambush when I see one.
And you don't ride into him with 10 men behind you.
I don't ride into him with a company behind me.
All right, Captain.
I'm sorry, Major. We rode all night.
You rode all night for 3 nights. I know that, Lee. I want you to get some rest.
I'd like to finish my report, sir.
It can wait till morning.
I don't think so.
All right, Lee. Let's get it all said. I don't like it this way, but one of us has to get a good night's sleep.
I'll sleep fine, Major.
I will, too, once this is over. Now, from your report, you seem convinced the Cheyenne have their main camp on the Medicine Bow. And I get the impression you think they're getting restless.
They'll have to move somewhere. That country had about one winter's good hunting left in it. They've had that.
If they haven't raided since fall, you're right. We could stop them before they start.
They'll move north, maybe as far north as the Montana Territory.
Why not south?
Other tribes, Utes, Apaches. The Cheyenne would rather face the white man.
I know.
Now, you're bleeding me pretty dry, Major.
How's that?
I got a feeling I'm mapping a campaign I'm not going to be part of.
You just finished the toughest part of a campaign. A lot of men can lead a charge who can't do successful reconnaissance.
Major, I want
Captain. You're assigned to quarters till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Who's going to replace me, Major?
I am.
I'd be a fool to question that choice.
Yes, you would. That's all, Captain. Dismissed.
Yes, sir. Oh, Major, who's going to replace you?
Me?
Yeah, here, as post commander.
You are. Any questions?
No, sir. No questions.
You can't see by that light, Stella.
I'm fine enough for this little bit of hand stitching, Billy.
Well, best you rest yourself a while. I want to sit in the doorway with me.
In a while, honey.
Well, it's a fine night, Stella. Slice of moon. Nice bit of breeze off the sweet clover.
I can smell it from here. It's like home, ain't it, Billy?
Well, it is home, Stella. Only one we ever had together. You ever think of it? Maybe some Injun and his squaw are sitting like we are tonight, looking out at the stars, talking about the papoose they're going to have in no time at all.
Billy Merchant, how you think of things like that?
They come to me. Well, don't they come to you?
You know they do. It's part of what we have together, you and me. But that's not a man's thought, is it?
Now you sound like Luke and Joe. Sweet Billy, they call me. It's just because I notice a sky or a flower.
Don't you mind them, Billy.
I don't mind them. Like you don't mind Fanny. Yes.
Why you say it that way?
That's the way it is, Stella. Feeling folks like us, we feel too much sometimes. We let folks get to us, rub us wrong, maybe. Maybe hurt us some.
I love you.
Sure. I said we were feeling folks.
Oh, Billy. Billy.
When you going to have that baby, Stella?
Soon, honey. As soon as I can.
It's a hard time for you. I know that.
Not too hard, Billy.
You're fretting something. You got some pain?
No, not real pain. Like a catch, you know. Not often enough to matter.
Now, it wouldn't be right to lie to me, honey.
I don't lie to you. Ever.
Sometimes you don't tell me all the truth, ain't that it?
You're feeling folks, too. You ought to know good as me.
Yeah. Yeah, I ought to.
You're fretting some, Billy Merchant. That's who's fretting around here.
No man's going to be a father has all the right. You know, I do say some men take on worse than women, folks. You know that, Stella? Swimmy-headed morning times like that?
That ain't what's troubling you.
No. Well, it ain't. No, it sure ain't. How many times I asked you to give up your work at the laundry?
You mean how many times today you asked me?
Yeah, and always you tell me it's what you gotta do, no matter what.
It is, Billy.
It's the same with me, Stella. I got my work to do, no matter what.
Now then, I ain't asked you to give up being a trooper. I declare, I don't know what B Company'd do without you.
I ain't drawed nothing but garrison duty for more than a month now. I just ain't gonna last.
Billy?
On stable detail today. They were sure ready in those mounts for something more than a parade ground, Stella.
You got orders to move out?
No, ma'am. No, but Captain Quince's patrol come back on the post today. And when reconnaissance comes back, we just gotta be moving out.
Be nice if you's wrong, Billy.
We gotta face up to it, Stella. You might just gotta have that baby without me.
I sure never planned that way.
If it had to be, would you want to try to make it back home?
To my ma?
Sure.
Why, Billy Merchant. That'd take every cent we own and then some.
I ain't thinking of that.
Well, then you think about it right now. Only don't take the bother. If they was money, they ain't time.
Stella, I want to be with you more than anything I could name. But I can't ask the favor of a leave. You understand that?
You got your work to do, Billy. No matter what.
Come in.
Captain Quince, sir.
Sergeant?
I must have took a wrong turn, sir. I was told to report to the office of the post commander.
Close the door, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Now, sit down, Gorse. And, Gorse, anytime you want to get rid of that stupid grin, you can.
Yes, sir. Only you look powerful big behind that desk.
Yeah, too big for the desk. Maybe too small for the job.
You'll do what you gotta do, Captain.
I was thinking more that we'd do what I gotta do, Gorse.
You was?
Major Daggett tells me that Sergeant Pearson takes a big load off him sitting at that desk outside.
Well, he ain't sitting out there now.
He's getting his equipment together, fixing to move out with Major Daggett after Reveille tomorrow morning.
Captain Quinn.
He'll need a good briefing, Sergeant Pearson will.
Well, I'd like to volunteer to...
Good. That saves me an order, Sergeant.
To go with B Company as a special scout.
And when you've finished briefing him, he can fill you in on the details of his desk job.
One of us ain't listening, Captain.
It's a side of the Army we don't know much about, Gorse. Time we did.
You being in charge and all, you think you could arrange a quick transfer for us, maybe the infantry?
Better find Sergeant Pearson. Tell him all you know.
Yes, sir. Now, that'd be my job, wouldn't it?
Till we get swinging doors, guess it is.
Lieutenant Sybert, sir.
Sergeant? Captain Quinn, sir?
Oh, come in, Mr. Sybert. Your duty begins in an hour, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. With the captain's permission, I'd like to offer congratulations, sir.
You came here for a briefing, Mr. Sybert.
I understand that.
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
You familiar with the Horseshoe Creek area?
Oh, yes, sir. That map you're using...
The map's wrong.
Well, I drew that map, Captain.
Then you're wrong. Horseshoe Creek does not feed from the Medicine Bow River.
No, sir. From the Little Medicine Bow.
Not by 20 miles, Mr. Sybert. 20 miles of twisting canyon through the Laramie Range. That's this line here. Now, Horseshoe Creek is east of the range. Medicine Bow and the Little Medicine Bow are to the west. They do not join.
Well, they must have once, sir. It's like a riverbed all through the floor of that canyon.
They didn't join last fall when you drew this map.
You mean the waters didn't join, the riverbeds did?
Mr. Sybert, a cavalry company moves with water. Water points a course of travel, a campsite.
I know that, sir.
Do you?
Captain Quince, the first country I ever charted, the first map I ever drew.
Well?
It's not an excuse, sir.
Sounds like one, Mr. Zabitz.
What I mean, seeing it was my first real attempt and all, I never thought that we'd be using that map to campaign by.
We're not.
That's good.
You bet it's good, Mr. Seibert. Good and lucky. I pulled this map out of the Major's files last night to study it. I spent the rest of the night drawing up a proper map. Here, Mr. Seibert. You tear it up.
Thank you, Captain.
Don't thank me. Remember it. Remember it good. And then forget it.
Captain Quinn.
I've already forgotten it, Mr. Seibert.
Can't see him now, Merchant. Whatever it is, it's got to wait.
Babies don't wait, Sergeant.
Trouble here, men?
No trouble, Captain.
Captain Quinn, sir, I'd like
That's
to...
enough, Trooper.
Company B's, Foreman 4's in the parade ground, Merchant.
Yes, sir, Captain. But what I'd
No
like to...
buts about it.
Captain Quince, I respectfully request permission for an Can I please get a hearing from you, sir?
Captain don't conduct no hearings this time of day, Trooper.
It's all right, Gorse. Let's have it, Merchant. And quick.
Obliged, sir. Any time now. Any little minute, I'm going to have a baby, Captain.
Well...
Sergeant, my respects to Major Daggett. Tell him Trooper Merchant will be on the parade ground in 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I met my wife, Captain. Stella. She's having a baby.
I'm glad to hear that, Merchant.
Now, seeing it's her first, sir, and her being alone, I mean no kinfolk nearby to help, lend a hand.
I hope you're not asking me for leave, Trooper.
No, sir. I mean to move out with the company.
You'll move out with the company. You'll have nothing on your mind but the Cheyenne.
I know what you mean, sir.
Then all we got to settle is what you mean, Merchant.
Well, sir, it pleased me to tell Stella that the post surgeon was on hand to tend after her. And the baby, too, when it comes. Well, that eased her some, sir.
Well?
It'd ease me some if you was pleased to tell me I was telling Stella all the truth.
The post surgeon's leaving with B Company, Merchant.
I see, sir.
Your wife in your quarters now?
No, sir. No, she's working in the laundry.
Well, we're holding things up, Merchant.
Yes, sir. And thanks for hearing me out.
Merchant, you know that Merchant, women have babies every day.
Yes, I'll sure try to look on it that way, sir.
Good luck, Trooper.
Look at that Luke. Never was a man so glad to leave his woman.
There's one as glad, right next to him. Joe, steaming and smirking, breaks on my nerves sometimes, seeing that brother face engine arrows in us.
And I ain't grieving none myself. Luke's been home a month.
A good month.
Good and long, that's a fact. I know what you're thinking, Ass.
Oh, you sure?
You'll be to yourself. All to yourself.
That's sure blessing. You know it is, Fanny.
Oh, they haven't gone yet. I was most afraid they'd be gone.
Well, now, look who's managing a brave little smile.
She don't know enough to laugh, Ass. Pay her no mind.
I don't see Billy. Could you just point out Billy to me?
Use your young eyes. No matter you don't see him. He couldn't stand a chance of missing you, popping clean into the parade grounds the way you are.
Could be your sweet Billy's in trouble. He was late for formation. And he come out of headquarters with Captain Quince himself.
You can't fret me, Fanny. Say what you will, the two of you, you can't fret me. There ain't nobody can fret me no more.
There they go.
Only stirring sight they is, bands a playing and flags a flying,
and men leaving.
Would you, if you see him, point out Billy to me? I declare I can't see him yet.
Well, you're not likely to yet. Them's officers up front. Major Daggett and that Lieutenant Seibert.
Who's that other one riding atwixt them?
Well, I declare that's Major Cross. Now, you don't see him riding off every day.
Wonder who's tending the hospital with him a-going.
Who's Major Truck?
You mean you don't know the post surgeon when you see him?
Post surgeon Lee?
Well, you didn't think he'd stay here to look after you now, did you?
must not have known. Billy wouldn't have said if he'd known. Billy? Billy? Don't you worry none now. Billy? Not a worry.
Oh, come on, S, for this turns my stomach good.
I'll get the door for you, Captain.
You sure this is where she lives?
It's Merchant's, all right.
Turn the bed down, Gorse.
Yes, sir. Some might stuffy in here. I'll get that window.
And some water, Gorse. She's limp as a rag.
Yes, sir. Just like I found her, Captain, keeled over in her tracks.
The water on her face, maybe it'll brighten her. She's breathing quiet enough.
Too quiet, Captain?
I don't think so.
Oh, Billy. Billy.
She thinks you're her husband, Captain.
Big mistake. Here, ma'am. You drink a little water. You come around.
I don't know you.
No, ma'am.
You're in my quarters, and I don't know you.
No sense giving her a fright, Captain. I'll just go along.
You leave me, Gorse. I'll throw you right in the stockade.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Now take her hands, Gorse.
Oh.
Take her hands.
Hold them.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't. You know, I'm gonna have a baby.
I guess you're about as right as you can be, ma'am. Well, go ahead, Captain.
Go ahead and what?
Hit it.
Hit it? It's a girl.
No matter. You're supposed to hit it one on its sit-down.
Yeah, that's right. It's the first right move we made.
Now, don't cry, little girl. Don't you cry. You'll wake your ma.
Don't worry, Gorse. I don't think her ma'd mind.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles and Harry Bartell, with Virginia Gregg, Dick Crenna, Helen Klebe, and Ann Morrison.
Company, attention! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Sitting ducks are supposed to be targets for trouble. Your car is a sitting duck and yourself a target for trouble when you park carelessly. These days, problems of finding a parking place lead some drivers to attempt parking in spaces that are too small. They leave parts of the car exposed, jutting out into traffic lanes. As a result, another car swerving or coming around a corner can smack into the exposed front or rear end. Double parking, along with all the frustration it can cause, also increases the hazard of this kind of accident. Don't make your car a sitting duck in the way and asking for trouble.
Everyone loves butter, but getting...
Fibber, Magee, and Molly next. That sounds good to me.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Band and Billy Mills Orchestra. It's pleasant in this warm weather to work in the kitchen with the windows and doors open. Pleasant, yes, but sometimes not so practical. Dirt and dust are blown in and the kitchen linoleum soils quickly. Of course, that little problem never bothers you if you use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on your linoleum. Dust, dirt, and spilled things, too, can be whisked off that tough glow coat film with a damp cloth. Keeping your linoleum bright and shining clean is no problem at all. Not only does glow coat give your floors a really rich and glowing luster, but it also gives them the protection they need. Gleaming glow coat actually keeps linoleum looking like new years longer. With glow coat, there's no rubbing or buffing. You merely apply and let dry. It never streaks or smudges. In just a few minutes, your linoleum comes up with a brilliant, shining gloss that will protect it and make it easy to keep clean. Next time, ask for Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. See for yourself how it brings out the beauty of your floors.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of
Anytime you see a book on the table at 79 Wistful Vista with lipstick on it, it's because the original owner has kissed it goodbye. And here, perusing a book inadvertently left by a friend, we find a charter member of the BBOTMC, the Borrowed Book of the Month Club. Mr. Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
What are you reading, dearie?
Wimple's bird book. He left it here last night, and you never read such a miss of mass information in your life. It's awful.
Well, if it's that bad, why do you read it?
It's so garbled, it fascinates me. This book has got more wrong answers than a nervous housewife on Take It or Leave It. Look at the title, even. American Birds and Their Habits. They can't even spell habits, you see?
Where?
There.
Oh, that word isn't habits, dearie. It's habitat.
Oh. Well, what I want to know is what their habits are. Who cares where they have their habits at? Any bird lover who reads this would throw eggs at the publisher.
Say, when did you become such a bird lover?
Ever since the first time I had quail with wild rice.
What particular statement in that book are you quarreling with?
Well, listen to what it says about the feeding habitats of the pelican.
All right.
It says the pelican feeds occasionally on other things besides fish, but it definitely prefers marine life. Now, that is ridiculous.
Why is it?
There ain't a pelican living that could get in the Marines. Why? They even turned me down twice.
Dearie, that isn't what that means.
Huh?
Besides, I think you're being too critical. After all, you're not much of an expert on bird life.
Who ain't?
You ain't.
Huh?
I mean, you aren't.
Oh, the heck I aren't. Who was it worked his way through high school raising baby chicks and even invented a slot machine that would dispense them 2 for $1? And who was it that a chewing gum took his idea and beat him to the patent office?
What chewing gum?
Chiclets. That's why I say these people are like these...
Come in.
Oh, it's Wallace Wimple. Hi, Wimp.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
We were just reading your bird book, Mr. Wimple. Hope you don't mind.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Magee.
I'm glad to know where I left it. I'm afraid I was rather upset when I left here last night.
Yeah, we noticed that, Wimp.
Why? Did I do something?
Well, we had the radio turned on to a political rally.
Oh, I remember now. A deep voice snarled, Wallace is going to get the beating of his life. And I went right out the window. Silly me.
Hey, how are you getting along these days with her, Wimp?
You mean Sweetie Face? My big old wife?
Yes.
Oh, about as usual. We had a little tiff yesterday. Believe me, Sweetie Face puts up a tough tiff.
What was it about, Wimp?
Oh, it was nothing, really.
No?
She came back from downtown with a new hairdo and asked me how I liked it.
Then?
And I told her. Frankly, Sweetie Face, I said, it looks like an explosion in an Excelsior factory. I said, or a crew haircut with mutiny on the poop deck. I don't blame them for dyeing your hair, I said, but they waited too long to embalm it.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. And then out loud, I said... it looks simply beautiful, dear.
My gosh, how could she object to that?
Oh, she knows me so well. She ignored the compliments on my lips and tried to slap the expression off my face. When I ducked, she... Oh, speaking of ducks, did you enjoy reading my bird book?
Yeah.
No.
What?
Confidentially, Wimp, this book is fuller of tripe than the inside of a cow.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Magee. This is the finest bird book there is. This is the authority on birds. It tells about the dodo bird disappearing, the migratory habits of the snow goose, how the passenger pigeon became extinct.
Wait a minute. What was that again?
You mean about the passenger pigeon?
Yeah, that.
Well, it says on page 49, and I quote, The passenger pigeon, which once swarmed over the North American continent by the millions, has become completely extinct. The last known passenger pigeon died in the Cincinnati Zoo in 1914.
Exactly. That's just what I mean. That is a falsehood.
What do you mean, Magee?
I mean, I saw a passenger pigeon today. I've seen one every day for weeks.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Magee. If what you say is true...
And it is.
If you actually saw a real live passenger pigeon, why, any zoo in the country would pay thousands for one.
You mean thousands of money?
Thousands of dollars for one pigeon, Mr. Wimple? Are you sure it was a passenger pigeon, Magee?
Why, sure, I'm sure it was a passenger pigeon. Hey, if they're worth that kind of dough, I could trap that thing and sell it for... Oh, my gosh. Where's my hammer? Where's my tools? I got to make a trap. Where's my screwdriver?
I don't know, Mr. Magee. I'm just a guest here.
Oh, I know. I left it right here in the hall closet.
No, don't open that door, Magee.
Oh, that's a wonderful trap, Mr. Magee. Set it again.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Little White Lies.
McGee. I never saw you work so fast.
I gotta work fast, kiddo. I gotta get a trap ready for that passenger pigeon before somebody else does. And it's all over town now.
The pigeon?
No, the news. Winkle's been telling everybody, and I've already had a call from the zoo and one from the bird editor.
I'll get that. I'll get it.
That'll be another
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Yes? Oh, yes, he saw one, and he plans on trapping it this afternoon. What? $3,000?
Oh.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. We can't do that. Thank you for calling anyway. Goodbye.
Hey, who was that?
That was the State Ornithological Society, offering $3,000 if you catch a passenger pigeon.
Oh, my God.
They wanted you to write them the minute you trap it, but we couldn't possibly do that.
Why not?
Because I can't spell ornithological, and neither can you.
That's very good reasoning. We'll sell it to the zoo. ZU. Boy, oh boy, I knew the minute I saw that passenger pigeon. Oh, hey, I better get busy.
Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Williams, the weatherman, McGee. Do come in, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Foggy, old man. I hope you don't mind if I go on working.
No, not at all. Is that a pretty good saw you have there? Of mine?
Well, it's all right, but next time get one with a heavier blade, boy. This would be okay for slicing bananas, but for sawing wood like this with nails in it, it's a little frail.
Thank you. May I ask what you're building?
A pigeon trap, Mr. Williams.
Know anything about pigeons, Fogg?
No, not very much. Although, like so many boys, I once raised homing pigeons. I once owned Featherling's Pink Nose the Fourth. World's champion 4 times.
Heavenly days. Isn't that wonderful?
Wasn't it? Yes. Then in 1942, I raised carrier pigeons for the United States Navy. Several of my birds were repeatedly promoted. One of them became a rear admiral.
Must have been a fine democratic sight to see lieutenant commanders kneeling down to salute the pigeon.
Yes.
Yes.
But the greatest value I found for pigeons was their use in carrying weather information from one isolated post to another when I was in Australia.
Australia, how interesting. Did you see any kangaroos?
Oh, yes. Yes, I boxed 3 rounds with one every morning. But I found the ostriches more intelligent. I brought one home as a pet. He broke his neck one day in New York.
Oh. Subway accident?
No, he got frightened on Broadway and tried to stick his head in the sidewalk. Well, I better let you get back to work, McGee. Good day, probably.
Go on, Sometimes I wonder how a guy with his imagination can work for the government when he might be making big money. Why, if he ever started writing that stuff...
I'll get it, dearie.
That's another one.
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Press?
What'd I tell you?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. We couldn't consider an offer like that. Goodbye.
Hey, gee whiz, Molly, you're turning everybody down. What was that, Associated Press or United Press?
Wistful Vista Press Shop.
Oh. What kind of an offer were they making?
$3.98. They burnt your gray slacks. Not enough, dearie. You know, McGee, you're going at that job like you knew exactly what you were doing.
I do? Well, I always say that if you smile and work fast, you can fool almost anybody. I remember one time when I was working...
Hello, Molly. Hi, Fibber.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
Hey, what's this I hear all over town about you going to trap a rare pigeon, pal?
It's true, Junior. I'm gonna.
And this is the trap with which he's gonna.
Well, that's a very elaborate-looking little bungalow, pal. You got a building permit for that?
No, but if there's any trouble, I can square it later. You know what they're paying for a real live passenger pigeon?
No, and what's more, I think you're kidding. The passenger pigeon has been extinct for years.
Oh, no, it hasn't. Everybody thinks they're extinct, but I happen to know they're still stinked. And what's more, I know where there is one. Drop around here about 4 o'clock this afternoon, and I'll
do you know anything about pigeons, Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Williams used to raise them, he said.
So did I as a kid. I had one very unique little bird. Walked with his feet pointed outward.
What was so unique about that?
He was the only people-toed pigeon I ever saw. Incidentally, it was fooling around that pigeon loft in my boyhood that really made me what I am today.
And what are you today, Junior? Remembering, of course, that there are ladies present.
I'm always glad to have ladies present when I tell them what I am. I'm a Johnson self-polishing glow coat salesman.
Yeah, but what has that to do with pigeons, Mr. Wilcox?
Why, that's simple, Molly. Every bride knows when the cooing is over and the billing starts, small economies add up to large savings. And Johnson self-polishing glow coat is not only a money saver, but a time and labor saver, too.
Yeah, but what that got to...
Besides the years it adds to life, your kitchen linoleum, Glow Coat also pays off handsomely in dividends of pride and satisfaction. Pride in a gleaming, well-kept kitchen, and the satisfaction of knowing that Glow Coat's tough wax film is guarding your linoleum floor coverings against dirt and dust and filth.
Yeah, but those pigeons you raised, we were talking about.
Absolutely, pal. When I think of the happy years I've spent selling Glow Coat, I realize how much I owe to those little pigeons of mine.
Oh, how cute.
Bless their little hearts.
Yeah.
May I use your phone?
Help yourself, Mr.
Yeah,
Wilcox.
go ahead. I owe you a nickel anyway.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Wistful Vista 1096, please. Hello, Mrs. Wilcox. This is Harlow Wilcox, the Johnson's Glow Coat representative, your husband. Look, baby, I'm taking you out to dinner tonight. I know, but I'm hungry for some squab. See you at 6. Goodbye. So long, folks.
Goodbye. Oh, my, Mr. Wilcox has a very sensitive appetite, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a little like I used to be when I worked at the tea company as a teetotaler.
Why, you never told me that, dearie, that you used to total up tea.
I never casually mentioned being a teetotaler and totaling tea for the Tea for Two Tea Company.
You never did.
Well, pull up a chair, baby. It was like this, you see. There were 3 of us there at the tea company, see. 2 tea tasters whose task was to test the tea for taste, and me, the teetotaler, who totaled up the tea tasters tasted as fast as they gave it the taste test, see.
Yeah?
Well, sir, those 2 tiny tea tasters used to try to trip me up by tasting tea twice as fast as I could total the tea they tasted. And between their tea tasting and my tea totaling, we really tested tea. They tasted, toss out the tea that tasted bad, while I totaled the tea that tasted good, while the 2 tea tasters tasted more tea, and between the tea tasting and the tea totaling, the toe teetling, the tea testing, the tea timing...
Hold it, dearie, hold it. Company, come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. Come on in.
Hello, Molly. Hi, short subject. Hey, what's going on around here?
Well, you must be the only one in town who hasn't heard, Doctor. Himself here's about to trap a passenger pigeon this afternoon.
Oh, stop. Even little Fall Guy here knows there aren't any more passenger pigeons. They've been extinct for years.
That's what you think, Doctor. You and everybody else. But I happen to know they're not extinct. I happen to know they're still stink.
He's going to prove it, too, Doctor, by catching one. He's got a great big trap.
He has indeed. He's got the great biggest trap in town. And the loudest. And the hardest one to shut. And the one...
Oh, she means this pigeon trap I'm building, Fatso.
Oh, so that's a pigeon trap, is it?
Yeah.
How would it work if it did?
Yes, you haven't showed me yet either, McGee. If it's as confusing to the pigeon as it is to me.
Well, it will be, don't worry. First, I bake the trap, you see. Oh, with maybe some cracker crumbs.
Well, why go to all that expense? Looks very crummy as it is.
Thank you. Okay, so I bait the trap, and the pigeon walks into door A here, you see. Stepping on trigger B, which closes door C and back him.
Proceed, Mr. Goldberg. Or may we call you Rube?
When the pigeon hears the door close, he looks around in surprise, sees himself in mirror D here, and thinks it's another pigeon here, see?
You certainly understand the workings of a bird's brain, bird brain. I suppose he breaks the mirror and has 7 years bad luck.
No. When he picks mirror D, that rings bell E. Then I rush out, bring the trap in the house, open the lid, he gets loose in the living room, and between me and Molly and a butterfly net, it should be a cinch from there on. Simple?
No, it's much too complicated.
No.
The greatest ideas are the simplest ideas. Like the way I used to catch rabbits.
How was that, Doctor?
With a hairnet. Oh, where's my medicine bag? I'm making myself sick. Oh, it's out of the car.
Men and the Dicky Bird song.
A Dicky Bird whispered, haven't you heard? Spring is here, spring is here, spring is here. A little crow sang a happy hello, my favorite time of the year. A little frog sang a song on the log, lose your blues, lose your blues, lose your blues. And you and I fell in love in reply on hearing that Dicky Bird's news. If you have to look around to find a reason for such a wonderful thing, you could blame it on the sentimental season. Falling in love is done in the spring. The bobolink looked at us with a wink. Had a boy, had a girl, nothing wrong. go swinging along, singing a dicky bird song. Spring is here. Spring is here. Spring is here. A dicky bird whistled, having to hurt. Spring is here. A little crow sang a happy hello, my favorite time of the year. A little frog sang a song on his log. Lose your blues, lose your blues, lose your blues, lose your blues. And you and I fell in love in reply on hearing the dicky bird's news. If you have to look around to find a reason for such a wonderful thing, you can blame it on the sentimental season. Falling in love is always the thing to do in the spring. La 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 la. The bobolink looks at us with a wink. And a boy, nothing wrong. When you're in love, you'll go swinging along, singing a dicky bird song. Spring is here, spring is here, spring is here. La 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 la.
There's the trap ready to set, Molly. Boy, oh boy, imagine picking up a fast $10,000 just for bagging one pigeon.
Well, it's nice. Do you think a bird in the hand is worth two people like us spending so much time?
Hey, what time is it?
3:47.
Oh, my gosh, it's almost time.
Well, it's time something happened. Look out that window. People all over our lawn.
Yeah, I know. Newspapers have all sent guys, and the radio stations have got sound trucks out there. Kind of exciting, huh?
Why not? It's like somebody trapping a live unicorn.
Yeah.
Or capturing a full-grown Democrat in Vermont. Heavenly days, a pigeon that's supposedly been extinct since 1914.
Oh, my gosh, another newspaper photographer. I've been famous for 2 hours now, and I'm getting sick of it already.
You are not. Oh, you're loving every minute of it.
You said it.
Come in. Oh, my goodness, it's the old-timer. Hello there, Mr. Old-Timer.
Oh, hi, old-timer. I haven't got time right now to bat the fat, so if you...
What's all the excitement, kids?
Huh?
Yard's full of cameramen, newspaper reporters, and the flower beds full of people. What's all the excitement?
Well, himself here's going to trap a rare pigeon, Mr. Old-Timer.
Pigeon, eh?
Yeah, a rare pigeon.
Papa used to raise pigeons when I was a lad.
Is that so?
Even now, when I wake up in the morning, I can imagine I hear 'em, hundreds of pigeons fluttering past my window, murmuring, A.M., A.M., A.M.
A.M. What kind of pigeons were those?
Morning doves, Johnny. Afternoon doves go P.M., P.M., P.M.
Well, the one that he's after is a passenger pigeon, Mr. Old-Timer. Probably the last and only living one in the world.
Yeah, worth a pile of dough, too, old-timer. Everybody thinks the last known passenger pigeon died in the Cincinnati Zoo in 1914.
Yes, I know, Johnny. July 5th, 5:36 in the evening.
Well, how do you know so much about it?
I was there, daughter. I was the bird head keeper at the Cincinnati Zoo at the time.
You mean the head bird keeper?
I mean the bird head keeper.
Oh.
Used to comb and brush all the little heads. Millie was my favorite, too.
Millie?
That was the passenger pigeon, kid. Smartest bird I ever took care of. Smarter than a human being in lots of ways.
What you mean?
Well, for instance, I hold out my finger like this. And you jump up and balance on it for 15 minutes just by wiggling your tail?
Well, no, but...
Poor little Millie. Sure busted me up when she passed on. But I give her the finest funeral any pigeon ever had. American Legion marched, the Shriners drill team done maneuvers with bird calls, and thousands of school kids lying in the streets waving little Harvard pennants.
Harvard pennants? Why not American flag?
This was the 5th of July, daughter. You ever try to buy an American flag on July 5th?
Now, just a darn minute, old-timer. I was in Cincinnati that week, and I don't remember anything about that like that.
Johnny, you ought to. You was responsible for Millie's passing.
How was I?
Well, sir, there was a vaudeville act in town that week called Magee and Nittany.
Oh, Magee and Nittany. Oh, that's right, Magee and Nittany. Snappy songs and witty sayings. Carried our own cyclorama and a magenta spot, and we opened
Now,
with one...
quiet there.
Huh?
I want to hear about little Millie. Go on, Mr. Oldtimer.
Thank you. Well, it seems like little Millie, out for an hour's exercise, had been seen flying through the alley back of the theater and heard part of the act. And that done it.
Done what?
She beat herself to death against the stage door trying to reach that corn. Shame on you, Johnny, and so long, Doris.
I bet he made that up.
Why, certainly. It wasn't the act we had that killed all the birds. It was all the birds we got that killed the act. Well, let's go, kiddo. I got the trap. Open the door. Come on.
Heavenly days. What a mob.
Quiet, everybody. Stand back there. Let me through. Come on, Molly. Come on, Molly. Come on out to the curb here, Molly. You can all see my rare passenger pigeon as soon as I catch him. He'll be here any minute. Quiet now. You'll scare him away. Quiet. Here he comes, Molly. There he comes. Look, Molly, the passenger pigeon.
Where, McGee? I can't see him. That bus is in the way.
Look on top of the bus. There he is. When I got on the bus, you hand me the trap.
For that bird? Why, that just looks like an ordinary post office pigeon to me, McGee.
Oh, that's just a plain pigeon.
That's a passenger pigeon. He's been riding on top of that bus all day. He's a passenger, isn't he? He's riding that bus. He's a passenger pigeon. That's a passenger pigeon. I tell you, he still stinks. He's been riding that bus all day.
A few minutes, and a bit of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is the investment. A bright, shining kitchen linoleum is the return on that investment. It's as simple as that. Glow coat shines as it dries. Without rubbing or buffing, your kitchen linoleum will sparkle and gleam with a new lustrous beauty. Colors will seem fresher and more brilliant. The whole room will be a brighter, more pleasant place to work. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat will protect your valuable linoleum from wear, too. That tough coat of gleaming wax adds years of service and beauty. Then, too, a floor protected by glow coat is so easy to keep clean. Once over lightly with a damp cloth will whisk away all dust, dirt, and spilled things. Next time your kitchen linoleum needs attention, invest a few minutes and a bit of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. You'll be delighted with the sparkling beauty that such a small investment will bring. You'll find that Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is the quick, easy way to bring out the beauty of your home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
I think of the dough we could have made. How famous we could have been. It's disgusting.
Oh, now don't worry about it, dearie.
Well, this don't throw me, kiddo. I'll make a comeback. I can hold my head up. I can still smile.
Good.
You taught me one thing, though. That old saying is so true. Never count your pigeons until they're catched. Don't you get it, Molly? Jiminy, I says, don't...
It ain't funny, McGee.
I'll say it ain't. It's disgusting. Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax Products, Racine, Wisconsin, bring you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
You can crack 'em this way. You
Spy next.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents CounterSpy.
Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy. Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy.
Harding, CounterSpy. Calling Washington.
United States counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the photographed furrier. Another counter-spy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, it's a spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Yes, Pepsi's best. Because Pepsi, and only Pepsi, gives you more bounce to the ounce, more real value and quick food energy, ounce for ounce, than any other leading cola drink. That's right. No other leading cola can say that but Pepsi-Cola. Proven highest quality and homogenized for finer, smoother flavor. More bounce to the ounce. That's Pepsi. Now, everybody, listen later in this program for a sensational special offer from Pepsi-Cola. Meanwhile, remember, get more bounce to the ounce. Get delicious, ice-cold Pepsi-Cola. And now, to CounterSpy. 2 a.m. A low-hanging haze clings to the surface of New York's East River. All is quiet, except for the lapping of the water against the dock, and the occasional wail of a tugboat whistle in the distance. Suddenly, the thick silence is broken by the low purr of a motorboat engine.
You see the pier number yet, Joe?
Not yet, Bugs. Keep her turning over.
Right.
That looks like the right pier, Bugs. There's a ladder at the motor. Stay with the tiller. We got enough speed to drift into position.
Okay.
That's it. Hold her steady, Bugs, against the dock.
Right, Joe. Should I tie up?
I'll climb up the ladder first to make sure it's the right pier. This is it, Bugs. Tie up and come up.
Right away. Where?
There they are. Imported furs. Bales of them waiting to be moved, just like Lloyd said.
He sure gets the straight dope.
Yeah. Let's get them over to the edge of the pier. Then we'll lower them into the boat.
Right, I'll pick up.
The watchman. Come on, Bugs, behind this bale of furs with me.
Yeah. Drink with him, Joe.
Now, let him lay. We'll keep an eye on him.
I'll give him one more with my foot to make sure he sleeps solid.
That's enough, Bugs. Let's get to work. There's $60,000 worth of furs on this dock, and Lloyd don't want us to miss a dime's worth.
Attention all CounterSpy departments. This is David Harding. Still another robbery of imported furs has been reported. These robberies are seriously impairing our trade relations with a number of friendly nations. All departments must redouble their efforts in this case. Transmit all findings to me personally, here at our New York field office. That is all.
That lead on the Bonner Fur Finishing Company.
Good.
Looks it. They finish the furs for a very smart New York fur salon. Lloyd's at Park Avenue. And the samples we bought there check with the laboratory reports on the stolen furs.
You got a tail on Lloyd?
We can pick him up now if we want to.
No, Peters. We've got to make a thorough cleanup in this case. The crooks, the sellers, and the buyers.
A lot of money involved, Dave?
Well, not only the money, Peters, our trade relations with friendly countries. These robberies are leading to ill feeling and international lawsuits. That's why I want to wash this up once and for all, so there'll be no hangover.
I see.
And we'll stake out this Bonner Company. Get photographs of everyone who does business with them. We'll have agents with our new miniature cameras cover the place like a blanket.
The company's building is located in the suburbs of New York City. You want to look it over yourself and plan the stakeout?
Yes. We've got to get photographs that'll convict everyone who does business with the Bonner Company, as well as the fancy Mr. Lloyd himself.
morning, Mr. Lloyd.
Good morning, Adele. Joseph's expecting me.
We both are. He's in the private office.
Well, let's go in.
Joe, he's here.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Mr. Lloyd.
Hello, Joseph.
It's the newest fad up on Park Avenue these days, sporting a cane.
Does it annoy you?
Yeah, makes me happy. Did you get rid of the furs from that pier job?
Naturally.
For how much?
$60,000.
That's full market value.
Of course, Adele. Lloyd's of Park Avenue never cuts prices.
Fork it over, Mr. Lloyd.
I intend to. $20,000, the usual 1/3.
Not any longer, Mr. Lloyd.
What?
Adele and I have been figuring the divvy ain't right.
Oh?
We do the dirty work, heist the furs, and process them in this stinking building out here in Queens.
So?
You just sit in that fancy Park Avenue saloon of yours, peddling them to beat up biddies. Air-conditioned, no less.
What do you want, Joseph? Air conditioning?
No, 2/3.
Very funny. Now, if you'll step aside, I have to fit a patron at my salon. I don't want to be late.
You don't leave until we settle this, Mr. Lloyd.
There's nothing to settle. Step aside, Joseph.
No, no.
And keep your hands off me.
Easy, half-pint.
Let go.
Get down in that chair. That's better.
Joseph, you'll regret this.
Maybe you'll regret it more. Now, I wouldn't want to muss up that pretty face of yours. 2/3 for us, and we're all friends again. And stop shoving that cane in my face.
Look at it more closely, Joseph. Notice the opening in the end?
What?
Joe, it's a gun. Bright girl, Adele. This cane is really a disguised gun.
Lloyd.
Not 3 inches from your throat, Joseph.
Take it away, Mr. Lloyd.
Back up, Joseph. That's the way. Against the wall. Now, push on this little button at the handle. Would make you a very bloody spectacle, Joseph.
Joe,
Easy, Adele. I don't want my hand to slip.
Please, Lloyd, take it away.
I will, Joseph. When you get this clear. This is my operation. I finance it. I tip you off when furs are due in. I sell them once they're stolen. You're nearly my workhorse.
Sure, Mr. Lloyd, sure.
You remember that?
Yeah, only take that thing away from my throat.
Very well. One mistake is permitted, Joseph. I'll take it away this time, particularly since I'll have work for you to do shortly.
Okay, Mr. Lloyd, you're the boss. Same setup, same split.
Bright boy, Joseph. Don't change your mind, because the next time you see the end of this cane, a bullet will be spitting out of it.
Looks bad, Dave. The Bonner Company is the only building within 4 square blocks of these vacant lots. A flea couldn't be inconspicuous out here.
Just across from the Bonner building. That newsstand right by the subway entrance.
Think we can use it?
Pull up to the stand. I'll buy a paper.
All right.
All late morning papers. Get the paper here.
Son,
All right with you, mister. What'll it be, mister?
Times in the Tribune.
Sure thing.
Dave, maybe we could set an agent to take over this stand.
Might make these fur thieves suspicious.
Chance.
Here you are, mister. Times and Tribune.
Thanks. Keep the change.
Thanks.
That's a nice spot you got here. End of a subway line, end of a bus line, no competition. You been in this spot for long?
3 years.
Been in business a long time, huh? What's your name?
Eddie Sloan.
Well, good luck, Eddie. Maybe I'll be seeing you again.
Sure. I'm always here, mister. So long.
So long.
What do you read?
Let's go, Peter.
What are you thinking about, Dave? Using the kid?
Yes. From his stand, he could snap anyone who walked in or out of that building.
Looks like our best bet. He could operate the new camera all right. It's simple enough.
That's the way I feel. Find out where he lives, his family, all about him. Then bring him in the office tomorrow. If he's as bright and as able as he seems, we'll add a slightly underage CounterSpy to our staff.
Bonner Fur Company.
Joseph, this is Lloyd.
Oh, yes, Mr. Lloyd.
A little information.
More furs coming in?
Yes. The Bay Trading Company has a carload of furs on the way. Shipped by train across country from Seattle. They're due to arrive at the East Shore Freight Yard tonight. They won't be unloaded until morning.
Officially, that is.
Quite right, Joseph. They'll be in a refrigerated Yukon Pacific boxcar. Number 6220.
6220. Got it.
Good. I'll leave it to you to make the usual arrangements.
Eddie, this is Mr. Harding.
David Harding?
That's right, Eddie.
Oh, then, Mr. Peters, you weren't conning me and my uncle. You really are CounterSpy.
I wasn't conning you, Eddie.
Gosh.
Sit down, Eddie.
Well, yeah, sure.
Peters, have you told Eddie and his uncle what we wanted him for?
Just a little. Eddie's uncle says the decision is up to Eddie, as long as it's safe.
That's fair enough. Eddie, what do you know about the CounterSpy?
Gosh, everything.
Everything?
I mean, everything that's been on the radio or in the papers. I follow every case you're on.
Oh, that's flattering.
Very.
Oh, that last case with the hijackers and those cameras. I followed it all.
Well, I'm glad you did, Eddie. Would you like to see the new cameras we use?
You bet.
Peters, there's some cameras and packages of film in that cabinet.
Right away. There, Eddie. Take a look at it.
Boy, it's keen. You could take pictures without hardly anybody knowing you were taking them.
Well, that's just what it was designed for, Eddie. In fact, that's what we'd like you to do.
Me?
Yes, Eddie.
Gosh, me helping the CounterSpy. What do you want me to do, Mr.
Well,
Harding?
not so fast, Eddie. I want to make sure you understand this might be a little dangerous.
I ain't afraid.
Well, you should be, Eddie. It's always good to be afraid. Then you'll be careful.
Oh.
Now that we've slowed down, we'll go into the details. Now, first, the camera. Go ahead and pick it up, Eddie.
It's a beauty.
Mm-hmm. It's simple to operate.
You see, Eddie, it's precision designed, made to be foolproof. Because lots of times we have to use that camera under very difficult circumstances.
I see, sir.
Now, what we want you to do, Eddie, is take pictures of everyone who goes into that building opposite your newsstand.
The fur company.
That's right, Eddie. The Bonner building.
Crooks, huh?
Well, that's what we hope to prove by your pictures, Eddie.
They're fur thieves, Eddie. And the men going in will be going there to buy stolen goods.
And we want to catch the buyers as well as the actual crooks.
I'll do whatever you say, Mr. Harding.
Good boy. Now, you won't be entirely alone.
No?
Well, I've arranged to replace the agent in the subway station change booth with one of our CounterSpies. From time to time, he'll come up to see whether everything's all right.
I can take care of myself.
Oh, I'm sure you can, Eddie, but we'll just play it safe. Now, you'll have to conceal the camera so it won't be obvious to anyone that you're taking pictures.
Oh, I could cover it with a newspaper.
Well, the newspaper could blow away or the camera might slip out.
That's right.
Well, how about my change box? I use a wooden box. I could get another one, cut a hole in it, and sight it through the hole.
Well, that sounds like a better idea.
And I'll take good care of the camera. I won't drop it or nothing.
Well, don't worry about that. It's very strongly built. Well, now, Eddie, when you've taken all the films on the roll, you'll remove the roll. Mr. Peters or I will come along at the end of the day, and we'll buy a newspaper. Include the rolls with the paper.
I start right away, Mr. Harding?
Right away, Eddie.
Here's your camera, Eddie.
Gee, thanks.
And plenty of film. Now, Eddie, if you get the right pictures with this new CounterSpy camera, you'll be going a long way toward helping us solve this case. In fact, everything depends on you.
Now, everybody listen for the amazing Pepsi-Cola offer mentioned earlier in this program. For a few days only, you can actually get a genuine, instant-action CounterSpy candid-type camera. Yes, a real super-speed snapshot camera that takes wonderful, clear, sharp black-and-white pictures. Now yours for only 50 cents and one bottle top from Pepsi-Cola. Did you ever hear anything so amazing? And you'll be even more amazed when I tell you all the high-quality features usually found on expensive imported cameras. Genuine Plano convex double-element lens. Genuine beauty finish photographic black plastic case. 16 pictures, not just 8, on every reel of film. And mind you, That standard size film that you can get at your nearby camera store. Takes pictures 1 1/4 inches by 1 5/8 inches. So clear, you can actually have them enlarged. Instant eye-level viewfinder that shows exactly the picture you're taking. Instantaneous 1/25th of a second speed shutter. Fixed, sure focus that needs no adjustment. Just the thing to take to the beach with a carton of Pepsi-Cola. In fact, this is such a wonderful camera, it's guaranteed for 1 year against mechanical defects. It's selling in stores right now for much more, but listen, here's all you do. Send only 50 cents in coin with your name and address and only one Pepsi-Cola bottle top to CounterSpy Headquarters, Box 12, New York 8, New York. Now please print your name and address clearly and be sure to enclose 50 cents. Your CounterSpy Candid Style camera will be sent postpaid, but don't delay. This offer must be limited. Send for your camera now. Remember, I'll repeat that address later. And now, back to CounterSpy.
There's the entrance, Joe. The East Shore Freight Yards.
Drive right in, Bugs.
Yeah, but there's a watchman on duty. I cased
I know. Just drive right in.
All right. Hey, you in the truck? The watchman.
I heard. Stop for him.
What?
Stop.
Now, just where do you fellas think you're going?
You the yard watchman?
That's right.
You're the guy I want to see. I'm from Bay Trading Company. Here's my loading bill.
So?
We're working overtime. Supposed to pick up a load of furs from refrigerator car 6220. You know where it is?
Sure. It's right down the yard a bit. I'll hop on the running board and direct you.
Thanks.
All right, just go straight ahead. I'll tell you when to turn. All right, slow down. Slow down. Turn right across the tracks ahead. All right, there she is. 6220. You can back right up to the doors.
Thanks, Pop.
It's a sealed car, you know.
We'll get it open all right, Pop. Like this. All right, come on, Bugs. Roll him over in the shadow. I'll break the seal and we'll start unloading.
Oh, you got nerve, Joe, just walking right in.
It's the only way to pull a job. Make him think it's legitimate, and you'll even get the mayor to help load the truck. Anybody else shows up, we're just working overtime. Catch?
Catch.
Now, let's get started. We got a lot of overtime to put in. $100,000 worth.
Enlargements of the pictures Eddie took yesterday. Those cameras do a wonderful job.
Yes, Peters. And Eddie's no expert. But still, these photographs show every detail.
Mm-hmm.
You know, anybody can work these cameras.
There are 32 photographs. We've identified 24 of the men as supposedly legitimate fur dealers.
Oh. We'll investigate and put agents on them. Tell the agents to stand by for a pickup order.
Right, Chief.
A couple of more days of Eddie's camera work, and we'll be ready to round up everyone who's had dealings with this mob.
Give me a news, kid.
Oh, sure, mister. Here.
$50. I'll take change from the...
No, don't.
I'm sorry, kid. I thought that was your change box. It's a nice camera.
Yeah. My hobby. Here you are, mister. 47 cents.
Thanks. So long, kid.
Another guy. Got it. Now this guy.
You take a lot of pictures, kid.
Huh?
I've been watching you for the past 10 minutes. What's the idea?
What do you mean?
Taking pictures of everyone who goes into the fur company.
Who says I do?
Don't get wise, kid.
I told you this camera's my hobby.
Take it easy, kid, or I'll break it. Go on, get going. You got some talking to do.
No, Lloyd, this coat doesn't seem to do anything for my figure.
But, Mrs. Vanderpool, why tamper with perfection? And that, in a word, is your figure.
Now, Lloyd.
I mean it. I could show you several other fur coats we have in the salon, but this coat is simply stunning. You set it off beautifully.
You really think so?
Mrs. Vanderpool, I know women. I know furs. I know beauty. At the moment, you are the highest form of all three.
It's so wonderful to deal with you, Lloyd. You understand me. The real me. Now, my husband doesn't...
Oh, pardon me, Mrs. Vanderpool. I'll return in a moment.
Of course.
Lloyd of Park Avenue speaking. Oh. What? I see you. All right. I'll be right over.
Now, Lloyd.
Mrs. Vanderpool, if you'll excuse me, one of the girls will take care of you.
Girls?
I'm so sorry. Urgent business.
Oh.
But I'll see you soon, perhaps for lunch sometime.
Oh, lunch. That would be splendid.
I'm sure it would. Till then, Mrs. Vanderpool, au revoir.
Harding speaking.
This is Saunders reporting from the subway booth, Mr. Harding.
Oh, yes, Saunders?
The newsboy's gone.
What?
Yes, Mr. Harding, I was delayed on my half-an-hour check. People want to change. It's been 45 minutes since I last saw the boy.
45 minutes. Saunders, I told you...
Well, Mr. Harding,
Look, never mind. Stay there on duty. Peter, did you get that about Eddie Sloan?
Yes, Dave.
Alert the rating squad. We've got to move in on that fur company right away. Before, it was a question of chiseling crooks and tax evaders, but now it's a boy's life. I wouldn't risk that for all the crooks in creation. Get the squad moving, fast.
But you stay out here with Adele.
Okay,
The kid's in the next room, Mr. Lloyd.
All right, Joseph. And Bugs, don't think. Please don't ever think again.
Well, I thought you'd want to know. That's why I brought the kid over.
Please close your moronic mouth or I'll close it for you. Come on, Joseph.
I got a newsstand to take care of.
This is the little beast, eh, Joseph?
Yeah.
Who are you?
I'll ask the questions. Why were you taking pictures of this establishment?
It's a hobby.
Don't be insolent, you little brat.
Can't talk to me like that.
I'll do much worse if you don't answer my questions promptly and truthfully.
I know what you're all excited about. Guy takes pictures and you think he was robbing a bank.
Any particular reason for that reference to robbery?
What?
Listen, you little devil. Obviously, someone put you up to taking pictures. I wish to know who.
I told you, it's my own hobby.
Joseph, grab that brat's shoulders.
Okay, Mr. Lloyd.
Hey, cut it out.
Turn him over that chair. See if a little caning will loosen his tongue.
Let me go.
All right, you little beast. You ready to tell me who put you up to this?
I wouldn't tell you the time of day.
Very well. Joseph, we'll just...
No! Mr. Lloyd!
What's that?
Adele, I don't... All right, you two. Stand where you are.
Mr. Harding.
Harding.
CounterSpies. Now we know the answer.
Yes, Lloyd, we've been on your trail for a long time.
I got lots of pictures, Mr. Harding. About 20 guys went in this morning.
Good, Eddie. When we confront them with that evidence, I'm sure they'll all be willing to talk about their dealings with Mr. Lloyd.
I won't be here to listen, Mr. Harding.
What?
This cane pointing at the boy's throat is a concealed gun.
Well, you
Now
would-
move, Mr. Harding, and I'll blow this urchin's dirty little throat apart. Joseph, relieve Mr. Harding of his gun.
Okay, Mr. Harding. Thanks.
Now, Mr. Harding, you'll do as I say, or I'll slaughter the brat with the greatest of pleasure. That's better.
Mr. Harding.
Silence, you little beast.
Now what, Lloyd?
Start walking. In front of me. That's right. Through that door.
Duck, Eddie. Let go of this cane. Watch it, Peter. I'll kill both of you. No, you don't, Joe. I'll take back my gun.
Let go of my cane.
Not this time, Lloyd.
Close. Nice work, Peters. You got Lloyd.
Couldn't shoot before, Dave. He might have gotten Eddie. Stood by the door and grabbed the cane gun when he came out.
I'm one guy who's glad you did.
And so am I, Peters. Come on, Eddie, let's go. We'll take Joe and Adele along. And don't forget that camera, Eddie. Those pictures are going to help increase our prison population.
Now, everybody, act immediately. Send only 50 cents with your name and address clearly printed, and only one Pepsi-Cola bottle top for your genuine CounterSpy candid type camera, the same type David Harding used in the episode you just heard. Send to CounterSpy Headquarters, Box 12, New York 8, New York. That's Box 12, New York 8, New York. And remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to CounterSpy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting CounterSpy case of the International Intrigue.
A case involving such elements as a hidden chateau in the mountains, an X-ray picture of special teeth, and a scientist who died and came to life. Your counterspies will never forget this attempt on one of our most precious security secrets. Be sure to be listening Thursday, day after tomorrow, for
Case of the International Intrigue on CounterSpy. Tonight's CounterSpy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Palmer Thompson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mansell Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. Bob Shepard speaking. CounterSpy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi ice cold tonight.
It is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Sunday is the one day of the week a man can get up at noon and sit around with his boots off without anybody hollering at him about it. So, of course, this Sunday, Chester and I were in the saddle at dawn and on a wild goose chase upriver. It was on the way back that we chanced into a cottonwood grove about 5 miles from town. There, 2 raggedy young men with rifles stood behind a lean, long-bearded old patriarch with pale, jumpy eyes. He held a heavy leather strap in his hand and was rhythmically laying it onto the bloody, naked back of a young cowboy they'd strung up by the wrist.
Why, that rotten old devil.
All right, hold it there.
Stand where you are, mister. These boys of mine will shoot your eyes out.
I'm a U.S. Marshal. Now you cut that man down.
Help him, Marshal. He's killing me.
I'll cut him down, Mr. Dillon.
You keep your hands off him, you...
Go ahead, Chester. And don't anybody try to stop him.
Chester, is it? Well, Chester, you touch that sinner hanging there, and I'll bring you to judgment, just as I have him.
Never mind him, Chester. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
And if you men want to shoot it out, let's get started right now.
Hold your fire, boys. It ain't the marshal's hand that's interfering. It's Chester's. And it's Chester I'll bring to judgment for it.
I gave the order, mister.
But he's carrying it out, and he's the one who'll pay.
There you are, fella. Thank you. I couldn't have took much more. Here's your shirt.
All right, you. I take it these are your sons. What's your name?
My name is Ira Skurlock, and my boys are Dale and Hard. We got nothing to hide.
Come on over by the marshal now.
Give me a gun, Marshal. All I ask is a gun. I'll kill every one of them.
Just take it easy now. Chester, get your canteen. He needs some water.
Yes, sir.
Now, what happened here anyway? Who are you?
Jim Bride. I was just riding into Dodge and they stopped me.
Oh, what for?
Because they're crazy, that's what's for. All of them crazy as loons.
Watch your tongue, you.
Shut up, Dal. I'll tell you why we stopped him, Marshal. Today's Sunday, Sabbath.
So?
On the Lord's Day. Going to Dodge to sin, to waste his substance with riotous living.
Listen to him. I told you he was crazy.
Here you are.
Here. Drink some of this water.
Thank you.
Now, what happened?
They come at me with them rifles, and they drive me off my horse. And then they held trial. Now, I ain't lying. They held trial. That old devil Skurlock was the judge, and them boys of his was like jurors. They even took a vote. It was crazy.
Out of thine own mouth, I judge thee.
You see what I mean, Marshal?
All right, Bride, get your horse. We'll see you in Dodge.
Okay, Marshal. I can make it.
Skurlock, what are you, a preacher of some kind?
I'm a man who's been through fire and through water. A man who has renounced the devil and all his works.
Pa ain't a preacher. He don't like sinning, that's all. He's powerful strong again it.
Well, so am I. And I say it's a sin to take an innocent man and whip him.
I tried to save him, Marshal. He needed a hard lesson.
Skurlock, I'd throw you in jail if I thought it'd do any good, but I do promise you this. If I hear any more of your saving sinners, you're gonna rot in jail anyway. That goes for the three of you.
You got no right to talk like that. No right at all. No right. He's a U.S. Marshal, ain't he? It's his job to keep the peace, ain't it?
A scarecrow in a garden of cucumbers keepeth nothing.
Why, you crazy old fool.
Take it easy, Chester.
You, Chester, you've interfered with the work of the Lord. It was your hand, and you shall be judged. I promise it.
He means it, too. Paul's gonna fetch you up for fire, Chester. And, by golly, they ain't fooling, Mr. Dillon.
Skurlock, I told you before, I gave the order to cut that man down. And anytime you want satisfaction for it, you call on me.
Chester was warned. He shall be judged.
We're wasting our time. Come on, Chester.
Yeah, but he means it, Mr. Dillon. Look at them eyes. They're as wild as a bear in spring.
Forget it. Bride's waiting for us over there. Come on, let's go.
I lie not. You shall be judged, Chester. The very hairs of your head are all numbered.
Well, he's plumb out of his mind. He's fit to cast a spell.
Never mind him, Chester.
Well, that's all right for you to say, Mr. Dillon, but it's me he's mad at.
You think you can make it, Bride?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's mount up. Okay?
Yeah.
Then let's go.
Darndest story I ever heard, Matt. It was last Sunday, you say?
Yeah, that's right, Kitty. Chester's still shaking on his boots.
I can't say I blame him. That old man sounds like a lunatic.
I think maybe he is.
How's the cowboy they beat up?
Oh, he's all right. Doc fixed him up fine.
I still think you should have arrested the old man.
Yeah, he's too drunk on his own juice for any cure I know, Kitty.
Well, maybe you're right. What are you looking at?
At the bar there,
Huh?
standing alone.
Oh, that raggedy hillbilly with the rifle?
You know who that is? That's Dal, Kitty, one of old Skurlock's sons.
Taking a drink. Well, wait till the old man hears about this.
He has.
Huh?
That's him coming in the door there.
Uh-oh. This'll be fun.
I'm not so sure, Kitty. I think I'll kind of wander over there.
Yeah, maybe you'd better look.
Paul! Paul! What are you doing in here?
A son of mine, like a common sinner, drinking hard liquor in a palace of sin.
Now, Paul, it ain't like that. I just thought I'd try a little old taste of it.
Taste of it?
Oh, Paul.
Wide is the gate and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction.
Paul, it ain't that bad. I'm a grown man now.
A man? You're a pig. I have a pig for a son, and I'll treat him like a pig. You come with me.
Where are we going, Paul?
The way of transgressors is hard, and I'm going to teach you just how hard. Now walk.
Now, Paul, I'm trying to tell you that... Marshal, he'll kill me. I know he will. You gotta stop him.
Walk, boy. Walk ahead of me.
Okay, Paul.
Now, you set that rifle down there, boy.
Sure.
Now, step out here, Dale. Step out here into the street. Now, you're going to get it, boy.
Paul, I didn't mean nothing. I never took a drink before in my life. You got no right to kill me for that.
He that spareth the rod hateth his son. Step over here, Dale.
What's going on there?
Old Skurlock's weaning his son, Chester.
Weaning him? You'll come ruin that boy. You don't stop that. Look, he's jobbing him in the belly with his boot, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I guess it's time I stopped it.
No, please.
That's enough, Skurlock.
You'll kill your boy. You keep on like that.
Stop it, I said.
I won't kill him. A living dog is better than a dead lion.
Fine thing. Call your own son a dog.
Chester, you and I have made a covenant with death.
What?
And with hell we are at agreement.
What in the world are you talking about?
Your hand interfered with the work of the Lord last Sunday. You shall be judged. And by me.
Hey, here now, you... Mr. Dillon, he means all that.
Get some water and throw it on Dal there, Chester.
Okay, but that old Skurlock gives me the creeps with his talk. And he means to do me harm, doggone it.
Well, what? Well, those 2 beers sure didn't loosen your tongue much tonight.
Man's got to do his thinking sometime, Doc.
Thinking? About what? Women or money, Chester?
What?
All this thinking that you got to do now, which is it about? Women or money?
Oh, you won't never understand nothing, Doc. Nothing at all.
Well, now, wait a minute. You're wrong about that. There's one thing I always understand.
What's that?
When it's bedtime.
Well, yeah, you're right. Think I'll turn in, too, Doc.
Yeah, and quit worrying, Chester. Never does a man a bit of good to worry.
Maybe you're right. Anyway, thank you for the beer.
Thank me? Did I pay for the beer? Oh, yes, Chester. Of course. Well, good night, Chester.
Good night, Doc. Oh,
Stop a minute, Chester.
What? There's 2 rifles in your back, so don't get skittish.
Now, look here, we ain't... Irish Skurlock's boys.
That's right, Chester.
Oh, what are you doing here? I mean, what do you want of me?
Paul's out in camp, waiting.
For me?
Right down the alley there, Chester. We brought an extra horse for you.
Oh, I ain't no by golly. I ain't going there!
I'll push a hole in you with this rifle.
Easy, Hard. You don't have to ruin him.
Dal, why are you doing this? Didn't your pa just about beat the daylights out of you this afternoon?
Yeah, and he'll kill him next time, and Dal knows it, too. Now, you get moving, Chester. It's going to be a long enough night as it is.
Oh, it ain't, 'cause I ain't going.
Hit it, Dal. No. Well, then I will. You didn't have to kill him.
I just tapped him. But you wait till I tell Pa about you, Dal.
You do, I'll put a bullet in your mouth, Hard. I swear I will.
We'll see about that later. Right now, let's drag him down this alley before somebody comes by. And listen, you better help too, Dal.
Well, all right.
A message now to those men and women who are living in the United States but are not citizens of this country. In this month of January, all aliens are required to report their addresses to the government. Cards on which to report the required information may be obtained at any post office or from an office of the Immigration and Naturalization Service. When the cards are filled out, return them to the clerk from whom they were received. Failure to register at this time can result in serious legal penalties. If you are an alien and have not already registered for this year, make sure you go soon to your local post office or Immigration Service office for the card. If you are ill or disabled, you may arrange to have a friend or relative pick up and return your card for you. But you must register. Why not stop by at your nearest post office for your card today? Then fill it out and return it without delay.
The sinner will rise. You heard him. Get on your feet, Chester.
Doggone you. You bust my head in with your rifle. You bring me way out here in the middle of the night, tie me up like a hog on market day. Then you want me to stand up to listen to all this crazy talk.
Shut up and get on your feet.
I'll get you good for this someday, Hod.
Silence! Chester, you've heard the evidence. You interfered with the work of the Lord. It was your hand that allowed the sinner to escape his punishment. So you shall be punished in his stead. They who have sown the wind shall reap the whirlwind. Trial's over. I shall now pronounce judgment.
Now, just a doggone minute, Skurlock. I never heard nothing so loony. What right have you got anyway to think you can bring a man out here and try him for anything? Especially anything as wild, crazy as this.
Chester, I'm going to have to fetch you another crack on the head. You don't shut up.
After judgment is pronounced, we'll take a vote.
A vote? What are you voting for? Rain?
I warned you. Now, on. Lift the sinner to his feet. Get his arm down.
I got him.
I can't hardly see nothing.
Chester, with your right hand you interfered in the Lord's work. Therefore, I pronounce that your right hand you shall lose.
What? Pa, you don't aim to cut his hand off.
Silence. You're going to get Pa reeled down on you, Dal. We'll now take a vote.
Wait. What's this about cutting my hand off?
That's your punishment.
You ain't serious.
He's serious, all right. Pa don't run trials ordinary like Chester. We vote after he's already fixed what the punishment is. But it don't matter none in the long run. You'll see.
Why, you're crazy. All of you, you're plumb crazy.
Hit him on the head again if you have to hard.
No, I want to hear this.
Well, then, shut up. Hard. How do you vote? Guilty, Pa. One vote guilty. Dal? Dal, I want your vote.
It's too mean, Pa. It's just too doggone mean.
Dal, you gone loco. Dal.
Now, Pa.
Dal, I found you drinking hard liquor in a saloon today. My own son standing among men whose God is their bellies, feeding like a common sinner on the pomps and vanities of this wicked world.
Now, Pa, we done had that out.
Tonight you turn against me like a viper. There's something gone rotten in you, boy. Ye are fallen from grace.
No, Pa.
Good for you, Pa. That fixed him. He had it coming. If a house be divided against itself, that house cannot stand. Guard the prisoner hard. Sentence will be carried out at dawn. Looky over there, Chester. Dawn's finally coming.
You sound mighty happy about it, Hod.
Well, I'd sure like to get this business over with so as I can get some sleep.
Well, now, I sure do apologize for putting you out so much.
Oh, it don't matter. I go without sleep lots of nights.
Hod?
That's Paul.
Hod, listen to me. Your pa is crazy. There's no use even trying to talk to him. But you go through with this, the law will get you, and you'll go to prison. Now, you got sense enough to know that.
I'll shove a piece of blanket in your mouth so you don't quit talking, Chester.
Oh,
why don't you answer me? I was fixing to. What's the axe for, Pa? If thy right hand offend thee.
Axe? You ain't really going to chop my hand off, are you?
I come as terrible as an army with banners.
If you can't do it, this just don't make sense.
Keep quiet, Chester. Odd. Where's Dal? I don't know, Pa. He's not here with you? No. He come to a while after you whopped him. Got up and wandered off somewhere. I ain't seen him since. That's over 2 hours ago. Well, we don't need him, Pa. I got Chester so tied up one man can hold him easy. Then free his right arm. Lay it on that log. Okay. There. Don't you try nothing now, Chester.
Men like you ought to be took out and grounded.
Be brave, Chester. The book says every man shall bear his own burden.
You talk like a blind parrot, Sherlock.
All right. Over here, Chester. You stretch your arm across this log here.
Let me go. Quit squirming.
Hold him hard. I want to take that hand off with one blow.
You take my head off first, you lunatic.
Grab him hard.
I got it. There. Now, Paul. Mom! This life's more.
You didn't hold him. Chester, I'll kill you now. Drop that axe.
Mr. Dillon.
You go. Chester's going to die for this. Well, Chester!
You got him, Mr. Dillon. You got... Oh, Dal. Where'd you come from?
Help me, somebody, help me.
Dal, give me that rifle. Find something to tie your brother's arm up with before he bleeds to death.
Yeah. I'll use a piece of my shirt.
hold still while I tie that arm up.
Hurry, Doll. Here's a knife, Chester. You got one arm free.
Thank you, Bill. And it's pure luck I still got this arm.
Yeah.
Sir, if you hadn't shot him when you did, I wouldn't even have no head.
I didn't shoot him, Chester.
What?
Dal beat me to it.
Well, I am plumb grateful to him. I sure am. But how'd you get out here anyhow?
Dal rode into Dodge and found me.
Well, glory be.
I got the bleeding stopped, Marshal.
Good. You stay here with him. We'll send a wagon, Dal.
You just hold it up like that, Rod. Marshal?
Yeah, what?
Well, you said to stay here with him. You trust me to stay here alone?
You got nothing against Hod, have you?
No, it ain't that.
Well, what then?
Ain't you feared I might run off?
Run off? Why should you?
Paul. I killed Paul, didn't I?
Oh, my goodness, you saved my life doing it, Dal.
Oh, Paul. I guess he wasn't real bright. He meant to do right, but just got sort of lost somewheres.
You know, Dal, your pa was always quoting the Bible. But here's something he never understood. What doth the Lord require of thee but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God?
Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program coming to you from the Naval Air Station, Whidbey Island, Washington, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dick Hames, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Gentlemen, America is up against a serious paper shortage right now, and we're all asked to do all we can to help. So don't throw out a single paper bag or one old newspaper or wrapping paper. Find out what the system for paper collection is in your neighborhood and get in there and pitch. Another way you can help is to buy as many foods as possible in larger packages instead of smaller ones. For it takes less paper per pound to pack in the larger sizes. So next time you buy tempting, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes, ask for the big 12-ounce economy size package. The 12-ounce carton of Grape Nuts actually uses a third less cardboard than the same amount of food packed in smaller boxes. And you save up to 14 cents on every dollar spent when you buy Grape Nuts Flakes regularly in the larger package instead of the smaller one. So remember, folks, ask for delicious, malty-rich Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package. Ladies and gentlemen, we're broadcasting from the Naval Air Station on Whidbey Island. And now, before introducing our star, let me tell you some facts about the naval background of his heroic family.
Oh, Don, they don't care about that. But then they might, so go ahead and tell them.
In 1789, there was Phineas J. Benny.
Yes, sir, good old Phineas.
In 1812, there was Abadiah J. Benny.
Good old Abby. He was the only man to ride a torpedo side saddle. Poor fella, he never should have dug his spurs into it. Continue, Don.
In 1836, there was Fauntleroy J. Benny.
Good old Fonty.
In 1861, there was Cornelius J. Benny.
Good old Corny.
And in the year 1872, another member of this great family was born, and here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, where do you come off saying that I was born in 1872? I'm not that old, you know.
But, Jack, you told me yourself to tell these boys that
Don, I told you to tell them that I was steeped in Navy tradition. Steeped, not stooped. My goodness.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack, but I was carried away with the important men in your family.
Oh, yes. Finney, Abby, Fonty, and Corny. What men?
Well, they're all dead now, aren't they, Jack?
All except Corny. He's writing for Fred Allen. Imagine my great-grandfather writing for Allen.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I hear a lot of Fred's programs. I don't think his stuff is so old.
You don't, eh? Well, Don, all I know is I read one of Allen's scripts, and the most modern words in it were thee, thou, and ye. If thou knowest what I mean. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas. Hello, everybody.
Gosh, Mary, you're just bubbling over. What are you so happy about?
Well, Jack, when I was a little girl, I read the story of Robinson Crusoe.
Robinson Crusoe?
Yes. Ever since then, I've dreamed of being cast away on some deserted little spot far from civilization. And at last, here I am on Whidbey Island.
Oh, yes. It is a romantic little place, isn't it?
I'll say it is. You know, last night I was sitting in the moonlight with a bombardier, and out of a clear sky I turned to him and said, you know, being on this island makes me wish I was Dorothy Lamour.
Really?
Yeah. And he turned to me and said, sister, you're not wishing any harder than I am.
Well, how do you like that?
Hey, Barry, these fellas up here are hard to please, aren't they?
Oh, no, only 1 out of 100 is like that.
How do you know?
I was out with the other 99.
Oh, then you must have gotten around. Have you been to the Green Gate? Huh? Have you been?
99 times.
Mary, you're making this whole thing up. We've only been up here since Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I'm Ruby Wagner, Mary Livingston's girlfriend from Vancouver.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Are you still following Mary around?
Jack, who is it? Mary! Ruby! Oh, Ruby, I'm surprised you're still around here. I thought you'd surely gone home to Vancouver by this time. Not that I'm not glad to see you, but my sister's calling in on our radio program all the time.
Girlies.
I love you so much that I hardly know what
Kitties.
to do when I say
Kitties.
it. I bet the folks are all
Girlies.
and they'll come.
Wait a minute. For heaven's sake, girls, knock it off, please. Now, Ruby, you promised that you'd forget all about Hollywood and go back to Vancouver. Last Sunday, you butted in and started imitating Katharine Hepburn.
Katharine Hepburn?
Yes.
The calla lilies are in bloom again. Rally they are. You haven't seen beautiful calla lilies. Will you see my calla lilies? Come stroll with me in the garden.
Ruby, please.
My calla lilies.
Ruby, we heard about your calla lilies last week.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yes. Now go back to Vancouver and forget about Hollywood. You know, we've got real stars there like Ingrid Bergman, Barbara Stanwyck, Claudette Colbert.
And Betty Davis?
Yes, Betty Davis.
Of course I loved him, but even though I loved him, I killed him. And I'm glad you're here. And if I have the opportunity again,
Ruby,
I'd kill him again. Of course I would, and I'd be glad
Kiddo.
again. Glad. Are you here?
Ruby, that's enough. Now, will you please go?
No, of course course I'll go. I'll be glad to go. Glad, glad, glad. And if you ask me to go again, I'll be glad to go again.
Ruby! Mary, that's the silliest person I ever met. Mary, will you try to do something about her?
Yes, Jack, I'll be glad, glad, glad. And you've asked me to do it again, I'll be glad again. Glad, glad, glad again, glad again.
Now
glad
stop
again.
with that. It's all your fault she's following us around. Of all the girls in Vancouver, you had to go to school with her.
I couldn't help it. She was the teacher.
Oh, well, no wonder she's so apple-happy. Now, let's see. What was I going to do? Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week, we're finishing out this season with guest singers. And tonight, I'd like to present one of the stars of the new 20th Century Fox picture, Four Jills and a Jeep, Dick Haymes, who will sing Long Ago and Far Away.
But now the clouds have passed. You're here at last. Chills run up and down my spine. Aladdin's lamp is mine. The dream I dreamed was not denied me. Just one look and then I knew that all I longed for long ago.
Long Ago and Far Away, sung by Dick Haymes. Very good, Dick, and I want to thank you for leading off our parade of guest singers.
You're very welcome, Jack.
By the way, Dick, there's something I'd like to ask you. Would you consider being a regular member of my program?
Well, I don't know, Jack. It'll depend largely on the salary.
Salary?
Well, goodbye, Dick. It was nice knowing you.
Mary, stay out of this. Well, Dick, I don't know much about money matters, and I certainly wouldn't want to offend you by offering you too little. So what do you think would be a fair salary?
Well, I don't know, Jack. What were you paying Dennis?
Dennis, $35 a week. But then, you must remember, Dennis was with me 5 years. You know? Now, that's quite a long time, you know.
Well, what did Dennis get the first year?
The Purple Heart.
Mary, will you please be quiet? Dick and I are talking business. Well, what do you say, Dick?
Well, I don't know, Jack. $35 a week isn't quite the figure I had in mind.
Oh, you mean you'd want more than that?
Well, yes. A little more.
Well, I think we could talk about it. Just what do you expect?
$1,000?
$1,000?
Jack, that isn't so high.
It isn't, eh? You made his nose bleed.
Did not. Well, Dick. Oh, they did not. It was nice of you to come up here to Seattle, and maybe some other time we'll be... Excuse me. Come in. Yes, what is it?
My name is John Cross, and I'm looking for my sweetheart. She followed your show here from Vancouver.
Oh, you mean Ruby Wagner. She was here a few minutes ago.
I gotta get her back. I've been in love with her ever since the day I met her. It was so romantic.
Look, I wish you'd take her back because...
I'll never forget how we met. I was standing on a street corner, and I whistled at a beautiful girl, and I got Ruby instead.
Well, look, I'll help you get
and
her
now
back.
my Ruby is gone. She wants to become a big success like her friend Mary Livingston.
John.
So she left me. We were so happy together.
I know.
And now she's gone. She's gone. You gotta make her come back to me. You gotta, please, please, please.
Control you. I'm Mr. Benny, not Mr. Anthony. My goodness.
I'm sorry if I broke down. Have you got a handkerchief, please?
Yes, here.
Thanks. My shoes are awful dusty.
Now, just a minute. I didn't give you my handkerchief to polish your shoes.
Well, gee whiz, if I find Ruby, do you want me to look like a slob?
That little handkerchief won't help, believe me.
Imagine Ruby wanting to go to Hollywood to be an actress. She ain't got no talent, and she ought to come home.
You're absolutely right. Why, she has no more chance of being Katharine Hepburn than you have of being another Jimmy Durante.
Jimmy Durante?
Yes.
Listen to this.
I'm mortified, I say. I'm mortified. They won't come and stay in there.
John.
Hey, but where's the launching?
Now,
we
look,
hit
John.
me over the head
John.
with a bottle, and he says, consider yourself launched.
John.
I'm mortified, I tell you. So I says to him, Brianna.
Stop with that and get out of here.
What did you say, Junior?
I said get out of here.
My boy, you said that.
Never mind, go. What a couple they'll make, Katharine Hepburn and Jimmy Durante. I don't know why it is that everybody wants to be a movie actor.
Ah, you're right, Jack. It's so ridiculous. I don't see why people can't be happy just being what they are.
Yeah, that guy's as much like Durante as you are like Boyer.
Charles Boyer?
Yes.
Come with me to the campfire.
Oh, no, no, no.
Oh, yes, yes. Come with me, my little pigeon, and I will buy you the most wonderful jewels in the world. A lustrous spring of grape nuts.
What?
Toasty brown grape nuts. Sweet as a nut and malty rich. Forgive me if I sound too passionate.
Don, this is going too far.
Quiet, Hetty.
Now, Don, cut it out. We've had enough imitations here.
But grape nuts is not an imitation. It's the real thing.
Don, I told you to stop it. You're not Charles Boyer. Although I bet the women wish you were.
You really think so, Jack?
Yeah, that'd be enough to go around. Imagine Fatty Boyer. Now, look, let's stop all this nonsense. We're here to entertain the boys. Unless someone can imitate Ann Sheridan, cut it out.
Hey, if it's glamour you're looking for, Jackson, I'm loaded. Hiya, fellas.
Phil, now that you've made that great big noisy entrance, let me tell you something. There's nothing glamorous about you.
Oh, there ain't, huh?
No.
What are you talking about? I was over to the Waves Barracks, and they've got a great big picture of me up on the wall.
Wait a minute. What were you doing in the Waves Barracks?
Putting up my picture.
That's what I thought.
Say, Phil, what does Alice write you about the new baby?
Oh, the baby? She's a cute little thing, and Alice says she resembles me so much, we're just like twins.
Really?
Yeah, Alice says that even when the kid cries, it sounds like that's what I like about the South.
Well, don't worry. She'll grow out of it.
Yeah.
And now that you're here, Phil, how about playing a band number?
Okay, I'll tell you what, Jackson. I'm going to play Alabama Bound. You know, that's from Eddie Cantor's new picture, Show Business.
Well, it's a swell time to do it, Phil, because tonight... Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Well, I'm glad you called, Rochester. Did you get everything packed?
Everything, boss. And already checked out of the hotel.
Good.
But you know, Mr. Benny, you ought to consider the purchase of some new luggage.
Well, what's wrong with the luggage I have?
Well, I feel so silly walking through the lobby with 2 bird cages full of socks.
Oh, you do, huh?
The birds don't like it either.
Now, don't be ridiculous.
And another thing, boss, that old suitcase of yours broke open right in the middle of the lobby, and man, what a mess.
You mean my things fell out?
Part of yours and part of mine.
Well, that's embarrassing. Did you pick them up?
I picked up yours, mine soaked right into the road.
Soaked into the rug? What are you laughing at?
I know a vacuum cleaner that's going to have an awful hangover tomorrow.
Well, I don't care about that. Did you pick up everything that belongs to me?
Everything but your toupee.
My toupee, what happened to that?
Some nearsighted woman put a leash on it and let it away.
What?
Last time I saw it, it won a blue ribbon at the dog show.
Well, it's your fault it's lost, and I'm going to take it out of your salary.
Oh, not this week, boss. You know, yesterday was the Kentucky Derby, and I made a little wager.
Oh, so you lost again, eh? When did your horse come in?
In the cool of the evening.
Well, you're not going to get any sympathy from me in Rochester. I'll meet you at the station right after the broadcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I just got a letter from home, and we ought to be getting back there.
Why?
The canna lilies are in bloom again. Rarely they are. Those great, big, beautiful canna lilies.
Never mind that. Goodbye. When will that guy ever learn? Oh, well, go ahead and play, Phil. Go ahead. Bound from Eddie Cantor's new picture, and congratulations, Eddie, on your 35th year in showbiz.
Say, Jackson, do you mind if I leave right after the show?
Why?
Well, one of the aviators told me as soon as the program's over, he's going to take me to see a lynx trainer.
Well, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, I've always wanted to meet the guy that trains them lynx.
Phil, a lynx trainer is not someone who trains animals. A lynx trainer is Don, you tell him what a lynx trainer is.
Okay. Well, you see, Phil, a link trainer is a mechanical device that's used to teach aviators blind flying.
Yes, that's it.
See, Don is smart, aren't you, Jack?
Yeah.
In fact, Phil, it's one of the greatest inventions since Orville and Wilbur Wright invented the airplane.
Orville and Wilbur Wright?
Yes, Phil. And now, since we're playing here at a naval air station, let's give the boys our version of the invention of the airplane. Take it, Don.
In the year 1903, 2 brothers, Orville and Wilbur, lived in obscurity, not knowing that someday they would become world-famous inventors. One day, early in the afternoon, Orville was sitting at his workbench while Wilbur was standing by the window, staring out into space, thinking.
Wilbur, what are you thinking about?
I don't know, Orville. I'm just looking out the window, watching them birds fly up to their nest.
Oh.
Say, Orville, I was just a-wondering, why can't people do what the birds do?
Now, hold on, Wilbur. Eggs ain't that expensive. Not yet.
Oh, I don't mean that, Orvie. I mean, why can't we fly like a bird?
Fly like a bird? Wilbur, sometimes you get the darndest ideas. Come in.
Hello, boys.
Well, if it ain't Kitty Hawk.
You boys look busy. What are you inventing today?
You wouldn't believe it, Kitty, but Wilbur here is talking about inventing a contraption that'll make a man fly like a bird.
Man, fly like a bird up in the air?
Why, sure.
Well, what's the use of being up there? Everything you want is down here.
How do you know? You ain't been up there. Anyway, Kitty, I'm going to stick with Wilbur. If he wants to invent a flying machine, I'm with him.
Atta boy, Orville. Now, let's get busy. And when we build this machine, we're going to call it the aeroplane.
And I got a great idea. You know those horse-drawn trolley cars they got now?
Yeah.
Well, we'll invent a horse-drawn aeroplane.
A horse-drawn aeroplane? How in the world are you going to keep a horse up in the air?
Oh, Kitty, listen, we're going to have enough trouble trying to keep up the aeroplane. The horse is just going to have to look out for himself.
Stand aside, Kitty. We're going to build this flying machine right here and now. Well, there it is. All finished.
How'd you do it so fast?
Used to work at Boeing. Let's see. All we got to do now is... I'll take it, Wilbur. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Orville. This is Alexander Graham Bell.
Oh, hello, Alex. What's up?
Plenty. You'll never guess what I did this morning.
What?
I invented the telephone.
You did? Well, doggone, Alex, we're your best friends. Why didn't you call us sooner?
I tried to, but there was a 2-hour delay between Seattle and Whidbey Island.
Well, we're busy. Can't talk to you now, Alex. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You know, Wilbur, Alex Bell just invented the telephone, but I don't think it'll ever work.
Oh, come on, Orville. Now stop the fooling around. Let's get on with this aeroplane. Let's get it outdoors.
Okay, you lift up the tail. I'll carry the fuselage. Let's go. Easy there, easy.
Easy, Duggar. Here we are.
Okay, now we're ready for the experiment. Here's the crank handle, Wilbur. I'll get in. You wind her up.
Hey, wait a minute, Orville. You can't fly that thing.
Why not?
You ain't got no priority.
Priority? What's that?
That's something you got to get before they can take it away from you.
Oh. Well, I'll get one later. Okay, Wilbur, take the crank handle and wind her up.
Okay, you ready?
Ready.
There you are. She's all wound up.
Okay, let her go.
She's only a bird in a gilded cage, a beautiful thing.
I knew we shouldn't have used the motor out of that old phonograph.
Oh, it didn't hurt nothing, Orville. Just take the record out.
Okay. There. Now, Wilbur, give that propeller a spin, see what happens.
Okay. Contact.
Contact.
Stand back from her, Orville. Stand back from her.
Fire again, Wilbur.
Okay. Orville, contact.
Contact. It's a running. Everybody in.
Come on, Kitty.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Orville, contact.
Contact. It's a running. Everybody in.
Come on, Kitty.
Okay.
Here we go.
Well, what do we do now?
Fire again, Wilbur. If it won't work now, we'll just invent the parachute. Let somebody else worry about this. Go ahead, contact.
Contact.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, we're going up.
Yeah, we're flying.
Yippee! Yippee, Wilbur, we're a success. She flies.
Yes, sirree. Now let's take her down and tell the world we invented the aeroplane.
Okay, take her down. Wilbur, you made a perfect landing.
Right in somebody's backyard.
That's right, we did. Oh, here comes somebody. Let's get out of here.
You landed right here, my calla lilies. You spawned my great big beautiful calla lilies radio, dear.
course I did, and I'm glad. Do you hear? I'm glad I did. If I land again, I'll do it again. Play it, kid.
And now, friends, just a few words about crisp, crunchy, mildly-rich grape nuts.
Say, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, it's you, Ruby.
Yeah, do you think I ought to go back to my boyfriend?
Now, Ruby, I'm really not qualified to give advice to the lovelorn. And now, friends, about grape nuts.
Why, you're always giving advice.
Oh, I'm not.
You are. You advise people to eat grape nuts.
That's not advice to the lovelorn. And now...
It is.
It isn't. And now, friends...
You say eat a good breakfast, do a better job.
I know I do, but what...
Well, if my boyfriend ate a good breakfast, maybe he could do a better job of persuading me to go back home, see?
Well, Ruby, who would have believed it? You're right.
I know, I always am.
Well, I wouldn't say that. But, friends, it is true. Eat a good breakfast, you'll do a better job. And if you include malty-rich grape nuts in your breakfast, you'll be doing yourself a big favor. For grape nuts provide all-around nourishment, whole grain nourishment. One kind of nourishment nutrition experts say we need every day. Iron, niacin, vitamin B1 plus protein. So give yourself a swell start for the day and make tempting sweet as a nut grape nuts your feature breakfast dish.
Good night, folks.
I met a friend. She said to me, try grape nut wheatmeal, and you'll be delighted with this brand new treat. It's luscious and it's all whole wheat.
Great director Cecil B. DeMille hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Burt Lancaster, Jeff Chandler, and Deborah Paget in Broken Arrow. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Too often in our Western pictures, the American Indian has been cast in the role of villain. For, according to the Western movie code, the white man is always the hero. However, in tonight's play, Broken Arrow, we have two heroes. One, an American Indian, famous leader of the ferocious Apache tribe. The other, an American frontiersman, whose understanding of his savage enemy brought peace and goodwill to the early West. As the stars of this current screen success from the 20th Century Fox Studios, we have Burt Lancaster, who was kind enough to step in and play the role when James Stewart suddenly became ill. Co-starring is Jeff Chandler, who, by the way, is a special favorite of ours, because when he was a supporting actor in this theater, we knew it was just a matter of time till Hollywood claimed him. And for romance, we have adorable little Deborah Paget, whom we first welcomed to this stage as a starlet. And as a starlet, Deborah told us how much she relied on Lux Flakes to maintain her personal wardrobe. Lux Flakes are always a favorite of stars and their studios because of the gentle, protective care they give. Now, Broken Arrow, starring Burt Lancaster as Tom Jeffords, Jeff Chandler as Cochise, and Deborah Paget as Saint-Cyr. Story of a land, of the people who lived on it in the year 1870, and of two men, one named Cochise and the other Tom Jeffords, who tells our story.
Cochise was an Indian leader of the Chiricahua Apache tribe. What I have to tell happened just as you'll hear it. The only change will be that when the Apache speak, they will speak our language. Since getting out of the Union Army, I've been prospecting in Arizona for gold. One day I got word from a new colonel who had arrived in Tucson and said he wanted to see me. I was passing through the mountain country when I saw some buzzards circling in the sky. Well, I figured it was a herd deer, a rabbit maybe, or a snake. Only it wasn't a deer, not a rabbit either. His kind was more dangerous than a snake. He was an Apache. An Apache boy. For 10 years, we'd been on a savage war with his people. A bloody, no-give, no-take war. The boy was badly hurt. I gave him some water. He thanked me by lunging at me with his knife. Then he just stared at me, waiting for me to kill him. Now, don't move. If I wanted to kill your boy, I'd have done it before. Now, let me see just what's happened to you. He had 8 pieces of buckshot in his back. I stayed with him for 3 days. Then, on the 4th morning, I saddled my horse.
You are going now?
Well, I must go. But you stay. Too soon for you.
In the wiki up, my mother is crying. My father looks for me. I am the only one now.
No brothers or sisters?
White men killed my brothers and my sister at Big Creek.
My mother is crying, he said. It never struck me that an Apache woman would cry over a son like any other woman. Apaches are wild animals, we all said.
Before you go, tell me, do you pray to killer of enemies?
Why, no.
Apaches pray for all white men to die. But now I pray to keep you safe. Here, you take this, my necklace.
Well, thanks, boy. Thank you.
And it's very big against headache and disease. Now it is yours. You wear it and...
Suddenly an arrow slammed into a tree trunk, then another, and another. I dove for the rock.
Put away your gun. The arrows are only to warn you. This white man is my friend. He is my friend. He must not be hurt.
When did my son become a tame Apache?
Father, look, my back. He gave me life again when the soldiers wounded me.
This one, he was with the soldiers?
No, he found me later. He healed me. It would be wrong to harm him.
You do not give orders. You speak our tongue?
A little.
White men pay many dollars for the scalp of an Apache. Why did you not take his scalp?
If I kill an Apache, it will not be for scalp or money.
You are a woman, maybe.
It is well known that Apaches do not take scalps either. They are not women.
You did not kill. We will not kill this time. But not again.
They wanted to kill me, all right. But they were letting me go. They stood there watching me as I went to my horse. And then from a distance, I heard a bird cry. Suddenly, the Indians swarmed over me, tying my arms and gagging me before I could shout a warning. The bird call had come from a guard down the canyon. He'd seen something. A party of white men. Mine. Later, they brought me to the scene of their ambush. 3 white men were dead.
Learn well. This is Apache land. You have no right here. Where Cochise lives, no white man can live. Now go. Go far. Let your face not be seen again.
I reached Tucson the next morning. The new colonel was waiting for me.
I'm glad to know you, Jeffert. I'm Colonel Bernal. I've come here with orders to clean out Cochise and his Apaches from the Graham Mountain area.
Well, that's a pretty big order, sir.
Wipe them all out. Butcher them like hogs. Kill every one of them. That man, I've just been talking to him. He was with a party of miners. They were ambushed yesterday morning. Half of them were killed. He said they wanted Cochise. He said they got 10 or 12 Apaches out of a war party of 50.
There weren't 50, Colonel. There were only 5, and not one of them got scratched.
How do you know?
I saw what happened.
You saw it? Seems to me most men would have lent a hand.
I was hogtied. The Apaches jumped me earlier.
So you just fought your way out, huh?
No, they let me go.
They let you go? I never heard of a thing like that happening to a white man. Did you, John?
No.
How about you, Wes?
No, nobody else.
I'd helped a wounded Chiricahua boy, and I guess they thought they owed me something.
Apaches playing fair?
Oh, hello, Mr. Lowry.
I don't understand this, Jeffert. You found a wounded Apache and you didn't kill him?
That's right, Mr. Lowry. I didn't kill him.
I'd like to ask you why.
Colonel Manal, just what was it you wanted to see me about, huh?
I think I know how we can stop Cochise. I have 250 men in town, fresh, disciplined troopers from the east. But I need you to do a little reconnoitering for me. In 6 months, the war will be over, and we'll have Cochise up by the neck.
No, sir. No, you won't. Cochise can't even read a map. But he and his men know every gully, every foot of mountain, and every waterhole in Arizona. Why, he can't even write his own name. But his intelligence service knows when you got to Fort Grant and just exactly how many men you've got. He stopped the Butterfield stage from running, and he stopped the U.S. mails. No, you're not going to string him up in 6 months, Colonel. Not in 6 years. Good day, gents.
Jeffords, wait. You will scout for me, though.
You can find somebody else.
Maybe Jeffords don't know which side he's on.
That's right, Slade, that's right.
I'm not looking for trouble, Jeffords, but if you don't fight against him, then you're with him, and I got a right to say that.
What's your name, mister?
My name's Slade. I own a ranch only a mile out from Fort Grant. Even so, Apaches burned my house last month. My wife was inside. Seems to me a white man would want to see that sort of thing stopped.
That's right. Anybody would.
Then why won't you help the colonel?
Well, that's private business, Mister.
War ain't private business, not when they're murdering our women and kids, it ain't.
Big Creek, we murdered Indian women and kids.
Cochise started this thing, and any man who's...
Now, hold on, mister. A smart aleck little lieutenant fresh out of the East started this war. He flew a flag of truce, which Cochise honored. Then he hanged Cochise's brother and 5 others under that flag.
Well, you hear all sorts of stories.
You want to know why I didn't kill that Apache boy? For the same reason that I wouldn't kill your boy or scout for the Army. Because I'm sick and tired of all this killing. Besides, who asked us out here in the first place?
Now, look here, Tom. I don't claim the white man's always done right, but we're bringing civilization here, ain't we? Fight them all out. Butcher them like hogs. The only way. Kill them all.
Well, I had one good friend in town, Milt Duffield. Milt ran the mail depot. I wanted to see Milt, and I wanted to see a man who worked for him. An Indian named Juan, one of the few tame ones in the territory.
Well, you turned the colonel down, Tom. Well, it's up to you, I guess.
Yes, Milt, I guess it is.
Meantime, no Eastern mails come in or gone out of here for 7 weeks now.
I know. But maybe there's a way to get it through.
A new route?
No, same old route. Juan, I got some work for you.
Not much work here anymore.
Well, if you want to earn some money, I'd like to hire you for, say a moon, maybe. I want you to teach me to speak Apache good. I want you to learn me about Apache spirits, about Apache ways.
No white man has to learn these things. Why you?
I want to speak to Cochise.
You crazy?
I tell you, Milt, I'm sick and tired of having people like Slade and Lowry asking me which side I'm on. I'll be willing to take a chance up in Cochise's territory to look for gold. All right? Now I'll take a chance on something else.
Cochise will not speak with white man.
Well, we'll send up smoke signals.
He will not come to see you.
No. I want to go to see him.
To his stronghold?
That's right.
No white man seen Cochise in 10 years and lived to tell it. Don't try it, Tom.
Juan, will you teach me? I want to speak to Cochise about letting the mail go through. Maybe even about peace.
I will teach you.
Thanks.
But for this, I will not take gold. It will end bad. Cochise will kill you.
From Juan, I learned all he could teach me about Cochise and the people he ruled. Then came the day when Juan rode with me out of Tucson. At the fringe of the canyon country, we built a fire and made a smoke signal.
Smoke says that you are coming into the land of the Apaches in peace. They will not believe it, but maybe it will make them want to find out.
You've been a good friend, Juan.
No, they will kill you.
Maybe so. You better go on back to town now.
Remember then, if you see Cochise, do not lie to him. Not in the smallest thing. His eyes will see into your heart. He is greater than other men.
I'll remember. So I started into the canyons. I never felt so lonely or so dog scared in my life. There wasn't a sign of an Apache. But I knew that the smoke signal had been seen, and not a movement I made went unwatched. For 3 days, I climbed higher into the mountains. Every sound, the rowing of a stone, the call of a bird, or the coyotes at night. Maybe this would be the last sound I'd hear. I kept my hands visible, away from my weapons. I tried to look at ease. And then I saw it. The Apache village. Great stone crags guarding the approaches in the forest beyond. I rode by the Sentinel Rocks, and suddenly out of nowhere, the trail behind me became alive with Indians. And far ahead, I saw them pouring out of the wickiup, their rifles in their hands. No one said a word. When they surrounded me, they stopped my horse. Finally, one of them spoke.
Get off the horse.
You. We have met before.
Before we let you live. You are a fool.
I have come to speak to Cochise. Even a fool knows that he respects truth, as he respects bravery.
Take his weapons.
I hand them to you. I will want them when I leave.
How do you know you will leave here alive? I am Cochise. Speak.
When the Indian wishes to signal his brother, he does so by smoke signs. This is the white man's signal. This in my hand. This is a letter. My brothers far away can look at this and understand its meaning. We call this mail.
We have seen such signals before.
The men who carry the mail seek no trouble, yet your warriors kill them. I have come to ask you to let these men travel in safety.
This mail carries war signals against us.
No, this is used for other talk. War signals are sent by the military.
You have carried such messages against us?
When I was a scout for the Army, yes.
You have fought us?
Yes. in the Battle of Apache Pass. Come with me. I could hear the click of their rifles as Cochise led me through the angry files of his people. He said nothing until he entered his wickiup and sat down. I am the leader of my people. We fight for our land against Americans who try to take it from us. You give me no reason why I should not kill American mail riders. And kill you, too. Mail riders do your people no harm. There were Apaches who did your people no harm. They were hanged. One was my brother. My people have done yours great wrong. I say this to you as I have said it to them. You think because I am an Indian, I'm a fool, you can trick me? I would not have come here if I thought that. The Apaches are warriors without equal. But compared to the whites, they are small in number. And tomorrow, they will be smaller. I will not talk with you of that. Your people do not want peace. They have taught me that. I ask you to think on it. Why should not the white man act first? You want me to be better than the white man? A white man has come here. I ask you to think of tomorrow. My mind must work on it. You will rest in my wickiup tonight. It is my strong wish. But first you will walk with me so my people will see us together and you will be safe. With the coming of darkness, some of the Indians started a chant, a song of some kind. And then around the fires, I could see the dancers approaching, warriors in full paint with masks and costumes, like nothing I had seen or heard about before. This is a spirit dance, the spirits of good and evil. I think that this must be the dance that comes before the sunrise ceremony for a young girl. Yes, you are very different from other whites. You learn to speak our tongue, try to understand our ways. Maybe someday you will kill me or I will kill you. But we will not spit on each other. That is how I feel. The girl we dance for is in the holiest time of her life. It is good luck to visit her now. Would you like to visit her? Yes. Come with me. Were you ever wounded? Wounded? Why, yes, in my arm. We will tell her. For this night only, this girl is even more holy than most, maybe because she has been away from us for a long time. She is very old for this ceremony. It is very special. There was a faint light in the wickiup, the glow from the fires. She sat there alone, her eyes closed, young, beautiful. Before her, even Cochise was humble. White-painted lady, I have old wounds. I hold out my hands before you.
Each scar is a mark of love for your people. The path of your people is stretched long behind you. And you are the head. And you are the heart. And you are the blood. Killer of enemies is your father, and you are his son. You will be well.
I have brought someone with me.
Then he is welcome.
He has an old arm wound.
Give me your arm. Does it hurt you?
Sometimes.
It will never hurt again. Your life will be long. The good things will be yours. The sun will shine for you.
We stood there in the silence for a moment. Then Cochise led me out again. At such a time as this, she sees and knows many things. What is her name? Sincere. Sincere. Morning Star. Yes, Morning Star. Cochise took me back to his wickiup. He would see me in the morning, he said. But I couldn't sleep. Even long after the drums and the dances were finished. I lay there thinking. Cochise, the savage. Cochise, the killer. Cochise, as strong and as wise as any man I'd ever known. And then he faded from my mind. And in this place I saw a girl. The girl, Sincere.
Before our stars return with Act 2 of Broken Arrow, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, with sensational news. Listen. Listen to what Hollywood is saying about it.
Marvelous. Sensational. It's perfect. Alexis. Nothing like it.
John Caulfield says.
I could hardly believe my eyes.
Claudette Colbert says.
It's simply wonderful.
Alexis Smith says.
It's better than ever.
It's sensational. It's new Lux.
Better than ever Lux.
New Lux with color freshener.
The most thrilling improvement since Lux was invented. New Lux with color freshener is a real beauty bath for fabrics. It gives new life to all colors every time they're luxed.
Hollywood screen stars, women everywhere, are saying it's a washing miracle.
Smart prints are brighter and gayer, look glowingly alive.
Wait till you see what it does for white things. They stay frosty white, dazzling white, whiter than you'd ever dream possible.
All colors sparkle with new life and beauty every time you wash them.
No other way of washing makes all your nice things look so fresh, so bright, so truly new. And this wonderful new Lux is mild and safe as ever.
Now, more than ever, new Lux with color freshener is the favorite wardrobe care of Hollywood screen stars.
The Lux in your neighborhood store right now is new Lux with color freshener. Get a big box tomorrow. Give all your nice washables that nicest new Lux look. Here's our producer, Mr. Keeling.
Act 2 of Broken Arrow, starring Burt Lancaster as Tom, Jeff Chandler as Cochise, and Deborah Paget as Sansire.
The next morning, I found myself free to come and go through the village. I walked to the stream to wash, but I discovered I wasn't alone there. Full of curiosity, aren't you, Sansire? Well, what I'm doing, it's called shaving. All right, you can come closer. See? Shaving.
I thought you were skinning yourself.
No.
How did you know I was there?
Why, I saw you through this. We call this a mirror.
Oh, I see my face. Oh, what a thing it is.
Mirror. Here, it is yours.
Mine?
You can look at yourself every day. You can see how beautiful you are. No, wait a minute. Please. Don't go away.
I must. It is not fitting.
But why?
I am not married.
Well, aren't you allowed to talk to Apache men?
Only at ceremonies or in the dance.
But I was told that Apache boys and girls, why, they often pick those they want to marry. How can they do that if they don't get acquainted?
Oh, they get acquainted. There are ways.
Which ways?
They meet by accident, where no one sees them.
Oh.
Now, I leave you now. I have work to do to pick juniper berries.
Oh, where?
There in the forest.
I was going to walk up that way myself, by accident.
No, please, you must not.
You told me not to follow you, but I had to. I don't know when I may see you again.
When do you leave?
Cochise said he would talk to me soon.
Will you come back?
I hope so. I want to. It's important to me.
Why?
May I speak truly? From my heart?
It will be all right.
All my life I've been mostly alone. I wanted it that way. But when I saw you last night and you touched me and you prayed for me, I felt bad being alone. I knew that I needed to see you before I left, so that I could find out if it was the same as it was then.
Is it the same?
Yes. Now when I go away, I will be lonely for someone. For the first time in my life.
I think maybe I, too, will be.
You will be what?
Cochise. Cochise is here.
She ran off. I waited for Cochise. But whatever he was thinking, he made no mention of Sansire.
I have decided about the mail.
You have kept your word.
If I let the mail riders go in safety, but no one else, there will be little loss. It will show the whites what power the Apache has. The idea makes me laugh a little.
It is a good step. The seed is small, but maybe the tree will grow big. I would be happy to tell my people.
It would be wise if you leave now. Your horse is saddled. You will reach Tucson without harm.
It was big news that I took back to Tucson. Big enough to bring out quite a crowd in front of Milt Duffield's mail office.
You're trying to tell us, Jefferson, you saw Cochise himself?
That's right, Mr. Slade, I did. Gave me his word and let the mail riders through.
What's that worth? The word of an Apache murder.
Well, while you were up there with him, his fighters attacked the wagon train just 40 miles east of here. Killed every person in it.
Cochise never said anything about calling off the war. He just said that the mail could go through.
Well, if you're so full of faith in the word of an Apache, will you lay a little bet on it?
You name it, Mr. Lowry.
$300 that 5 mail riders in succession leave here and that 5 come back?
You've got a bet, Mr. Lowry.
You heard him, gents.
Mail routes guaranteed safe for Tom Jeffords and his pal Cochise. Now, who writes first? What's the matter, no volunteers?
Looks like you'll have to go yourself, Jeffords.
All right, Slade, I will. No, no, you won't. That won't prove a thing. I'll go. That'll prove something.
You better think it over, Milt.
Milt's your friend, Jeffords. You gonna let him go out there and be butchered?
When can you leave, Milt?
I'll leave right now.
Thanks.
Well, he's great.
Milt came back. So did the next rider, and the next, and the next. I was so proud of Cochise, I was ready to bust. Then Colonel Bernal sent for me.
Come in, Jeffords. Well, I've just been speaking to the mail riders. They tell me it's real peaceful on the trail these days. So peaceful, in fact, that I'm going north for a while. I'm going to bring in a wagon train from Mesilla.
A wagon train?
Why not?
Well, I don't want to tell you your business, Colonel, but Cochise made no agreement about wagon trains. He could be jumped anywhere along that trail.
That's exactly what I'm hoping for. And for once, we'll have all the men we need.
Well, he'll have enough, too.
No, I don't think so. I'll have 75 cavalrymen in plain sight. Then the mule drivers, each fully armed. And in the wagons, out of sight, 50 more troopers.
Well, I hope you make it, Colonel.
Don't be a fool, Jeffords. It's not a wagon train I'm interested in. I'm out for Cochise. And this time, I think we'll suck him in. I want you to come with us.
I can't go with you.
Very well. But when we come back, they'll be ready to make a deal with us. Maybe you won't object to helping us with a treaty.
No, sir. I won't object. 5 nights later, 3 drivers from Bernal's wagon train staggered into Tucson. They'd been ambushed.
We were cut to pieces. 50 dead and 100 wounded. Colonel Bernal's killed. 5,000 pounds of grain. Every wagon, every gun, every mule.
Bernal never should have tried.
No, maybe not. But how did Cochise know we had men hidden in the wagons? He must have known. He knows what goes on at Fort Bowie. He knows what goes on here.
Oh, I don't think he does.
Then how did it happen? Who's telling him? Who's his spy? Find him and string him up.
Maybe I can tell you, mister.
Boucher. Yeah, you were with them miners, weren't you?
Maybe a lot of us can tell you.
Oh, who is he?
Mr. Duffield. Over here, Juan. What do you want? The mail rider's come in from Bowie.
He is unharmed. You hear that, Lowry? That's number 5. Looks like you lost your bet.
Yeah, sure looks like it.
It don't pay to bet with Tom Jeffords, now does it? He's in with Cochise. He's a personal friend of that murderer, Cochise.
No, none of that. Anybody else want to call me a renegade?
I'll never call you a renegade, Jeffords. A man's a liar who says you are. Getting kind of soft, aren't you, Lowry? Shut up. Let me finish. How come Cochise is so partial to you? How come he lets the mail through, then wipes out a whole wagon train?
Because he gave his word and he's a man of honor.
Man of honor? No Indian's a man of honor.
It's the first peace move in 10 years, and you're all too blind to see it.
Peace move, huh? We'll have peace when every Apache is hanging from a tree. Here's your $300, Jeffords.
Here's what I think of your $300. The drinks are on me.
I don't drink with any Indian lover. He's a copperhead. He sold us out. What are we waiting for? Release that man. I said release that man. Who is this guy? My name is General Howard. I've just come in from Fort Bowie. Isn't there enough trouble going on without this sort of thing? I've got a dozen troopers around this building. There'll be no hanging tonight, gentlemen.
I think that's...
Come on, Jeffords. I'll hear what you've got to say alone. My office.
Then when the mail rider got through tonight, why, they were all sure I'd sold him out. Well, that's the story. I don't think I'm not grateful to you, General, but
Jeffords, I want you to take me to see Cochise.
Why do you want to see him?
If I can, to make a treaty of peace.
Who sent you here?
The President of the United States, with full power to make a fair treaty.
Yeah, to be changed later.
Any treaty I make will stand.
I warn you, General. I'm not going to sell Cochise down the river. Now, what's your idea of a fair peace?
Suppose you tell me.
All right, I will tell you. Equality. The Apaches are a free people. They have a right to stay free on their own land, with no soldiers on it.
What else?
Well, you can talk the rest over with Cochise.
Then you take me to see him?
He'll go alone, without troops.
Is that the best way?
That's the only way.
Then I'll go alone.
Once again, I was back at the Apache stronghold. Only Cochise had not yet returned from the ambush of the wagon train. But someone else was there. Monsieur, there is something I need to know. I have been away almost a moon. Has anything changed with you?
No. When you went away, I became frightened. I thought, he won't come back. And even if he does, when he returns from his own people, he will look at me with cool eyes. But now I'm no longer afraid.
You're trembling.
You put such new feelings in my heart. It is there I am trembling.
I love you, Sansire. I love you.
They are returning. Cochise and the warriors.
You can welcome them later. Not now, Sansire.
No, Tom. Not now.
This is the warrior's return. Let it be told in our campfires how the Chiricahuas fought, how the great Cochise led us. A great wagon train destroyed, their wagons and horses taken. Corn for a whole winter, blankets and guns. And listen more. In battle there are losses. Some of our men have gone to live with their fathers. They were brave. They died honorably. Now, for the last time, listen to their names. They will be angry if their names are ever mentioned again. Ponce, Victorio, Teosine, and his son,
So I have come to you again, Cochise. Only this time to speak of an end of the war.
This man you call General Howard, if I make a peace with him, a bigger general will throw it away.
No, he speaks for the chief of all Americans. There is no one greater.
How do I know they will keep a peace?
How do they know you will keep it?
My word is my life. I do not break it.
I know that, but they do not. You trust me, Cochise. There are Americans that I trust, but there are Indians that I would not. Cochise, there are Americans that I trust, but there are Indians that I would not trust.
Me too. I would talk now of other things.
It is good.
Then listen. All evening, my friend, your eyes have gone to the maiden Sansire.
I'm glad you speak of her. I want her for my wife. I will do all the things expected of a husband here.
So? And where will you live? Here? There will always be Apaches who have suffered from white men who will hate you for it. Tucson, maybe? Will there not always be white men who will hate your wife because of the color of her skin? You'll go far away then in new places. But your eyes will never see anything. Always they will turn toward home. And Sansire. They will look at her as at a strange animal. I ask you to think on it.
I have thought of nothing else for a moon.
Sansire is young. She does not know. Besides, I have listened to her mother. She will refuse you.
I'll take her away from here. She'll go with me, too.
She will not refuse. I make a joke. Always the girl's mother is a good joke.
Then I can marry her?
Bring 3 horses and saddles to her parents.
I'll bring them back from Tucson with me.
No, you will let me give them for you.
Oh, no.
They're almost yours anyway. They came from your people. I want to do this for you, my friend.
And the marriage? Now?
Not now. First, you go back to Tucson. Look into the heart of this general. Do not bring him back unless you are sure of him. Tomorrow I will send out runners. Apaches from all tribes will come here. To talk of peace is a big thing. I cannot decide it alone.
That is not expected.
And remember, I make no promises.
I returned to Tucson. For a solid week, I studied and I questioned General Howard. By the time I brought him back to Cochise, I knew he could be trusted. I prayed that a decent peace would come from the meeting of these 2 men. I wanted it for my country. I wanted it for Cochise and his people. And I wanted it because I loved a girl.
Tom, you are back. But it is not permitted to visit me.
Cochise will allow it, for a short time only.
Cochise? He is in Cantor?
Yes. Soon he will send for me to join them.
But not now.
No, not now.
My mother is in the wickiup. We will sit out here.
Closer.
No, not closer. We must not even touch our hands. I have been very busy these days. I prepare my clothes for the wedding. I must build a special wickiup for our honeymoon across the lake, away from everybody. In all this, my mother helps me and teaches me. And I try to do as I think she did when she was a girl.
She couldn't have done it neater.
What is that? What does it mean?
Oh, that's something that the Americans say. It means that I love you and I'll honor your parents. But most of all, it means that I love you.
The Americans, he is wanted now.
Always when we are alone. We are never alone.
Cochise. I think he plans it that way. Big joke. The Indian leaders had been in council together. They called for General Howard, too. There would be questions. And upon our answers could rest the fate of all the Southwest Territory.
And you understand, Cochise, about the signing of these maps. I will place my name upon yours. You will place your mark upon mine.
What is the purpose of this?
It is a way of showing to all people for all time any agreement that you and General Howard make.
If we make peace with the Americans, can we still raid the Mexicans? There cannot be war against the Mexicans either.
Then let the White Eyes be sent back.
Wait, we will talk further by ourselves. Now is the time only for questions.
If the chief of the white men dies, what will follow? His word is a bond on the chief who follows him.
Suppose some white man wants yellow iron and he comes in our land to take it. Can we kill him?
Such a man should be captured and given to our military. Then he will be judged and punished.
Suppose he is not captured until he has killed one of us.
If a white man kills an Indian on your territory, we will hang him.
That will be something for Cochise to see. The two white men will go now. I will bring you our decision.
I trust none of this. They offer a piece of paper that marks where we can go and where we cannot go. Our land gets smaller. Then he says we cannot go into Mexico, and our land grows still smaller. Where will we get corn and horses if not by taking them as we always have?
The Americans will give us cattle. We will raise them and trade them for our needs.
The answer of a woman. I am not afraid. I speak from my heart.
You speak well.
Speak more. It is not the Apache way to be grandmothers to cattle. Cochise is ready to surrender us all. It is not this false peace we need, but a new chief.
Now I say this. It is not easy to change, but sometimes it is required. The Americans are growing stronger while we grow weaker. If a big wind comes, a tree must bend or be lifted out by its roots. And I say this also. I will make a test of this piece, a test of 3 moons. I take one of my arrows. I break the arrow. I will try the way of peace. Those who stay with me must keep my word. Let all others walk away. I walk away.
I walk away.
I walk away.
I walk away.
Who else comes? Who else? Who else? Take your women, your children, your horses, your weapons. Leave our territory.
I leave you my name also. Now I am ashamed to be a Chiricahua. I will take the name the Mexican enemies have given me. From now on, I am Geronimo.
I'm worried, General. They're taking a long time. Too long.
Meanwhile, I find this food delicious. What meat is it?
Pony. In your honor, sir.
Pony? What kind of meat is that?
A pony is a small horse, General.
Oh. A small horse.
The council is ended. We will try this peace. But there must be a time for testing. 3 moons.
Why is it needed?
The white man has not shown in the past that he will keep a peace.
A 3-month armistice. Well, maybe it's a good idea.
I have placed a stone before my wickiup. For every day without war, there will be another stone. When 3 moons have passed, the pile will be high. Then we will place a white flag upon it, and there will be peace.
My heart is glad, Cochise.
I am not yet glad. To talk of peace is not hard. To live it is very hard. I will wait 3 moons to be glad.
Not everyone was happy about the treaty. There were those in Tucson who still thought that Cochise was a liar and a murderer. But I saw and I heard of things that never before happened in the Southwest Territory. For the first time in years, the Butterfield stage was running again. Some of Geronimo's men attacked it, and they were driven off. Not by American soldiers, but by Cochise's Indians. It was almost too much for the people of Tucson to believe. I could go back to the canyons now. Back to San Sierra.
Ollie's gone, Lowry. Jeffords is back with the Apaches. What are we waiting for?
Glad you're a fool. There's no need for us to stir up trouble. Sooner or later, the Apaches will start it again.
Yeah, and when they do, some more of us will be dead. It's time we picked the place in the moment ourselves. There'll never be a peace as long as Cochise is alive.
I think give them a chance to prove it.
Did I give my wife a chance? Your own sister and her kids? You can be with us or not, Lowry. I've got a plan. I'm going to kill Cochise.
Tonight I have chosen two guests to share the spotlight. My first is Hollywood-born Kathleen Hughes, who won a contract at 20th Century Fox without the knowledge or help of her uncle, F.U. Herbert, the famous writer. Our second is a glamorous new star, but more of that later. Kathleen, I understand that your first screen role was on location.
That's right, Mr. Keeley, in Nevada. It was the first time I'd ever been out of California.
And would you like to travel?
Oh, yes. I want especially to visit England. Maybe if I were a star, I might even be presented to the King and Queen, as Irene Dunn was when she made the mudlark there.
Well, we'll all have a chance to see her superb characterization of Queen Victoria soon. The big charity premiere on January 30th at the Chinese Theater will be Hollywood's most spectacular in years.
I wouldn't miss the mudlark for the world.
And tonight, I have news of another premiere. New Lux with Color Freshener. A better-than-ever Lux that is winning new fame in leading Hollywood studios and in the homes of Hollywood's most glamorous screen personalities.
It's really terrific. You know, when I was on location in Reno, the first thing I did was to buy a box of the new Lux. I used it for my lingerie again and again, and the colors stayed so bright and so fresh, I thought I was dreaming.
It's the most sensational improvement in Lux ever made. All colors look brighter, gayer, more sparkling than ever before. Smart prints come alive, look sharper, clearer. And whites, never have you seen white things look so dazzling every time you wash them.
Yes, I'd call it a real beauty bath for colors.
Hollywood's most glamorous screen stars agree with you, Kathleen. No other way of washing keeps lovely colors so bright, white so white, and it's mild and safe as ever. Ladies, why don't you try new Lux with Color Freshener for your pastel slips and nighties, your white blouses, your gay printed dresses. See them glow with new beauty every time you wash them. If you're already a Lux fan, you'll discover new Lux with Color Freshener is more wonderful than ever. Get a big box tomorrow. Give all your washables that nicest new Lux look. Thank you for coming tonight, Kathleen Hughes. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Broken Arrow, starring Burt Lancaster as Tom, Jeff Chandler as Cochise, and Deborah Paget as Sansire.
The day had come for my marriage to Sansire. It was on that day that Cochise placed the 12th stone on the mound in front of his wickiup.
So far it has gone well, my friend.
Yes, and the signs are good, here as well as Tucson.
I will still wait to be glad. But now you will forget about peace and war. Now you will think only of your bride.
The ceremony, is it a long one?
No. No, with us the ceremony of love takes place in the heart. The rest is small. Come, they are waiting for us.
Let the woman who's to marry come here.
I am here.
Let the man who's to marry take his place beside her. The woman's left hand, the man's right hand. With my knife, I bring a drop of blood from each. And with this cord, I bind your hands together. Now you will kneel down upon the earth. Now your blood mixes. Now for you there is no storm, for one is sheltered to the other. Now for you there is no cold, for one is warmth to the other. Now there is no loneliness. Now forever there is no loneliness. Go now, ride the white horses to your secret place.
Look at you. The sun is high and still you sleep.
No, not asleep. Just quiet because I'm so happy. I'm afraid if I open my mouth, my happiness will rush out into a funny noise like, Yahoo!
What does that mean? Is it an American word?
No, I think it was a word that was made by Adam when he opened his eyes and saw Eve.
Who are they?
Well, don't you know?
I know so little. Sometime, when you grow tired of me and you go back to your people.
That is a bad thought, Sincere. Never think it again. You are my people.
Will you tell me that often?
Each day of our life together, I will tell it to you. I will always remember the moments of these days.
We will remember them together. In the quiet of the night, we will talk of them a little. And in time to come, we will see our children ride white horses, maybe.
When we returned to the village, I saw that the pile of stones had grown higher still.
There is still peace in the land, tall one.
But your men, so many of them seem to have disappeared.
I have sent them out. From now on, we will protect all whites leaving Tucson and Fort Bowie. Also, we guard Apache Pass. If this peace does not hold, let it be the whites who break it. Now, where is your woman?
In the wickiup, I think
you will get her. Then we will walk into the canyons. I think I will teach you how to use the bow and arrow.
Well, what's so hard about shooting a bow and arrow?
Nothing, my friend. I think even you can learn.
Look, Cochise, he misses again. What sort of man did I marry?
Never mind, girl. By the time he is a grown man, he will know how.
Now, you just take it easy. Where's another one of these arrows? This is ridiculous.
I bring a stranger.
Who's that?
One of my men. What stranger? Bring him here.
I find him in the canyon. He carries this gun.
Why, that's Ben Slade's boy. I know this boy, Cochise.
Then you will talk to him.
It's all right, Bob. Come on up. Your name's Slade, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Jeffords. I've sure been praying you'd be around here.
Well, now, nobody's going to hurt you. What happened? You lose your way?
Well, no, sir, not exactly. You were the one who said these Apaches wanted peace. I don't call it peaceful when they go right on stealing.
Well, what got stolen?
Two young colts of mine. Beauties. Swiped by Apaches the night before last. I've been tracking them in the canyon when this redskin jumped me.
None of my people took them. The boy lied.
I know his father. He's one of the worst haters of the Apaches. If we can show that he's wrong, it will be a good thing. People will hear about it. Maybe you still have some men like Geronimo. Maybe they talk your way with their tongues, but not with their hearts.
You speak wisely. I will see these horse signs.
Sansere, maybe you better go back to the village.
No, Tom. Please let me go with you.
All right, if you want to. All right, Bob. Now, you take us down there and show us these tracks, huh?
Not much further, Mr. Jeffords. You'll see him plain just the other side of the creek.
Whose horse is that over there?
Yours, huh?
Yes, sir. That's the mare. I was riding her. Is it all right if I get her now?
Sure, go ahead.
You called the boy Bunk. Is that his name?
No, that's just to be friendly.
If you'll come down this way, you'll see the tracks real good.
Why does he mount the horse?
I don't know. Hey, come back here.
I'm in the clear. Go ahead. Start shooting.
Look on the clock.
I don't know how long it lasted. One of their first shots had hit me. When I came to, I was alone. And then I saw something lying on the rocks below me. I got to my feet. The haze disappeared. Sincerely. No. God in heaven. No.
Ambush, my friend. It was me they were after. You are hurt bad?
She's dead, Cochise. Sansere is dead.
They fired and ran. One I killed with an arrow. One was wounded by my men. He still lives.
Give me a knife and bring him to me.
It will not be done.
Bring him to me.
No, it will not be done.
Some things a man cannot bear. Do you see her? She's dead. And this peace is a lie. They don't want peace.
It is not a lie. I will not let you make it a lie. Are you a child that you thought peace would come easy? You who taught me so well? Is it my brother who asks me to spit on my word?
Why do you speak to me? Speak to her. When she hears, I will hear.
You will hear me now. You will hear this. This was not done by the military. Geronimo in the South breaks the peace no less than these whites. And as I will bear the murder of my people, so you will bear the murder of your wife. I am Cochise. I do not betray my people or their children. And no one on my territory will open war again. Not even you.
He carried me back to the village. A few days later, he told me that some men from Tucson had come to see me. Bill Duffield was with them. And General Howard.
Tom, we've come to pay our respects, Tom.
Thank you, Milt.
We've rounded up every man that had anything to do with the ambush. They're going to pay the full penalty for what they've done.
Jeffords, I know nothing can compensate you for the terrible thing that has happened. But your friends here are trying to tell you that your very loss has finally brought our people together in the will for peace. Without that will, treaties are worth little or nothing.
General Howard's words meant very little to me then. But as time passed, I came to know that the death of Sansiri was like a seal upon the peace.
Our Hollywood reporter with the Lux movie news of the week.
I'm practically bursting with news tonight, John. First, my movie news. It's Payment on Demand, RKO's timely story of modern marriage. Superbly acted by Betty Davis as the brilliantly ambitious wife, and Barry Sullivan as the husband who is bored with his business success.
With two such stars, no wonder it's outstanding.
Well, it's a challenging domestic drama. Barry Sullivan wants to be a quiet, small-town lawyer. But Betty craves wealth and position, and by her relentless scheming makes him a wealthy but unhappy executive of a big steel company.
For a role like that, Betty must wear gorgeous clothes.
Uh-huh, she does. And here's where my second big news comes in. News about a washing miracle. New Lux with color freshener. This New Lux was used to care for all the fine washables of the entire cast. You should hear the wardrobe women rave. In the picture, Betty wears some ravishing blouses with her beautifully tailored suits, a navy and white dot, a cream-colored crepe, and a white lawn. Every time they were luxed, they looked as sparkling and fresh as new. Camera perfect. Michael Wolff, famous RKO designer, could hardly believe his eyes. It's the most thrilling improvement ever made in Lux Flakes.
Imagine that, ladies. Colors actually renew their brightness every time you wash them.
Brighter than you ever dreamed possible. Prints come alive as never before. Look so gay and exciting, they're positively breathtaking. And white stays cloud white. Whiter than any other way of washing can make them.
Your gayest prints, your most delicate colors, your frostiest whites sparkle with new beauty every time you wash them. Lux has been the favorite of screen stars, smart women everywhere, for years. Now, New Lux is even more wonderful than ever. For blouses, washable dresses, lingerie, all your nice things. And safe and mild as always.
Notice Betty's blouses when you see Payment on Demand. They were luxed again and again. Look as nice as brand new.
When you try this New Lux, you're in for a thrill. You'll agree with screen stars, Hollywood dress designers, and heads of wardrobe departments. New Lux is the most wonderful clothes care you've ever discovered. Get a big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow. It's in your store now. Give all your pretty washables that nicest new Lux look. Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And here they are, Burt Lancaster, Jeff Chandler, and Deborah Paget for a special curtain call. Burt, we want to doubly thank you for stepping in at the crucial moment when Jimmy Stewart was taken ill.
You were wonderful, Burt.
I was glad to... Thank you. I was glad to do it, Bill.
And Jimmy, to you, hurry up and recover. You did such a great job of Tom Jeffords in the picture that I hated to follow you. You can have the part back now, but I'm going to keep your Lux Flakes.
Well, that's okay, Bert, but confidentially, we're going to send Jimmy a double supply. We understand that he may become the papa of twins.
Don't tell me that's why he collapsed.
No, Bert, just the case of that old virus X. Jeff, we want to congratulate you on your new and successful picture career. But we do miss you here. I hope you'll come back and visit us often.
Well, thank you, Bill. I'd like that. Just call me anytime. You better call Deborah, too. She and Jeff are becoming quite a team. Well, not exactly, Bert. I barely spoke to her in Broken Arrow.
But in our new picture for 20th Century Fox, Bird of Paradise, you're my brother.
This is an improvement. This time you marry Louis Jourdan. Well, Jeff, there's no reason why we handsome fellows shouldn't always win the girl. That's here.
I think you'd better tell us about next week's play, Mr. Keeley, before the Apaches declare war again.
Yes, I agree with you. Well, Deborah, it can't be too long since you read the book, Robert Louis Stevenson's immortal classic, Treasure Island. And as our stars, we will have that distinguished British actor, James Mason, and the new and talented youngster, Bobby Driscoll, and that fine character actor, Nigel Bruce. We know the entire family will want to hear this great adventure story as it was brought to the screen by Walt Disney.
Well, it sounds great, Bill. We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You were all wonderful.
Here's a tip from one of Hollywood's beautiful stars, Joan Fontaine. She says, it's easy to be Lux Lovely. I depend on my daily Lux soap facials. They do wonders for the skin. Leave it softer, smoother, exquisitely fresh. Why don't you try this gentle care Joan Fontaine uses for her $1 million complexion? Work the rich, creamy Lux soap lather well in, rinse with warm water, rinse again, this time with refreshing cold water. Now, pat your face dry with a soft towel. Your skin is so much lovelier after this beauty facial. Active lather does the trick. Give skin that Lux Lovely look. Put Hollywood's beauty soap on your shopping list now. Discover for yourself why 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents James Mason, Bobby Driscoll, and Nigel Bruce in Treasure Island. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
All right, it's time for the question of the day, which you can answer in the comments below. And today's Christmas-themed question is, what is your favorite Christmas episode of a TV show? For me, I think it has to be probably the episode Christmas at Plum Creek from Little House on the Prairie. It's not a show I normally watch much of, but this episode is so expertly put together and has such a great cast. I don't think any other single Christmas episode of a TV show has ever quite gotten me into the Christmas spirit like this one. So, yeah, I watch it every year. It's in my rotation, and I think you can find it on Amazon or Peacock if you want to look it up. I think it's on one of those streaming services. Anyway, but yeah, that's mine. But what is your favorite Christmas episode of a TV show? Let us know in the comments below, and now let's get back to the shows. The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, transcribed, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. With autumn, twilight is of a new texture on Broadway. The faces of women are paler, their walk no more languid, not slow now. The swirls of mist have risen from colder waters, and the sheen of pavement is chill. The hawkers have moved into doorways, and the autumn deals are pulled out of topcoat pockets, and the smell of mothballs is on them. And the fall slogan, you don't like it, kid, get lost. And because autumn came too swiftly, and you've nothing planned, you accept the deal. And still it happens. You get lost. And another quality, autumn twilight on gray stone, the place of drifting and changeling shadows that move slowly or briefly on unending twilight. The segment of city reserved for the housing, the considering, the analysis of violence, police headquarters. And in it, the room, the office, where now is twilight talk and autumn moments held close against the time of their shattering. Where I was, and Detective Magee.
I've been thinking, Danny.
Huh?
Been looking at this newspaper and thinking. It's been years since the wife and I have been to a football game. Together, I mean.
Oh, maybe next Saturday you could...
And she says she's lost a taste for it. She says, too many things to do around the house. Go yourself, she says. All those young kids there, she says. You think that's why, Dan?
Why what?
Why she won't go. Used to be a time she and I couldn't get enough of it. College games, day, night. Now she tells me, go yourself. All those young people. That's why, huh? Maybe if I said to her, oh, hi, Gino. Come on in, join the coffee clutch.
Thank you indeed. Some other time. As now, there is murder being done.
What are you talking about, Gino?
A relay from me to you of the very words screamed by a distressed lady into our central switchboard only a few minutes ago. The call was traced, Danny.
Where?
To a house on East 63rd, 1823 East. Listed to a party name of Robert Turk.
Let's go, Muggerman. Try the door, Muggerman. Come on. Yeah. Come here. Look. Incense.
Smells real exotic.
Yeah. I'll take a whiff of this water glass. Make a comment, Muggerman.
Something with opium in it, probably laudanum. Must have been quite a party. I wonder who cried murder. I wonder who... Hey, Danny, look.
Parakeet.
Yeah. Neck twisted. Dead. This is quite a joint, huh? 7 armed idols. Crazy-looking dolls. Pictures on the wall. Your back teeth rattling, Dan?
Where's that music coming from? There's the speaker, but...
Yeah, machine must be in the other room. I got a friend who's got one. She dead?
No. Made the call, though. Didn't even have time to hang up. You try the phone.
Hello? Hello? Nothing, Danny. I think she called up and yelled murder on account of the bird, then got carried away with it all and passed out.
Maybe.
This room do it to you, too?
What?
The idols again. Sawdust dolls. It's going to sound silly, but I'm going to say it. Black magic, huh? Oh, don't look at me like that. Just take a peek, will you? For instance... Here, this thing. A doll in a baby dress. Eyes bandaged. Arms and legs tied with... Hey, what's this stuff?
I don't know. It looks like a weed of some sort. Seaweed, maybe.
What's been done to this doll? Pierced with thorns.
Find out where that music's coming from and turn it off.
Yeah. It gotta be in this room. It's the only one. Danny! Girl wasn't kidding when she called, was she?
Dressed like that. Tunic, Roman sandals. What is this, Muggerman?
I don't know, Danny. I don't have any idea what it is. I only got a name for it. Probable suicide. I make a flash judgment like that because the guy lying on the floor has a cut throat and he's holding a weird-looking dagger in his hand. Outside of that, I said my piece for the day. Your turn, Danny.
I don't know. I just don't know. turn and walk once more through the nightmare place. And from effigy and idol, and the brilliant wings of a dead parakeet, the ebb of twilight. On the face of the stilled girl, the lacework of early darkness, the swift stroking of nighttime. And move again through the grotesque violence. From initialed robes of raw silk, from desk litter, other things confirm the identity of the dead man. Robert Turk. And on the quickening flow of night, the stirring of the girl.
Mara, I want to go home. Take me home.
And gently get from her finally an address and nothing else. So give her into a physician's care. Arrange that she be taken to her home. Then leave the place of masks and seaweed and death to the swarming of professionals with camera and dust powders. To another place, then, and another room. A simpler room, a plainer room, where sleep is. Only the magic words for it won't come. And suddenly it's a bright October morning. Check in at headquarters. Tell them you'll be at Maura Spencer's. Go there. Darkness is no longer on her face. Only sunlight, the bright smile. And she leans against the bulk of a young man, holds his arms close around her waist as she talks to you, sways a little.
So strong. So strong. My fellow's so strong.
Miss Spencer.
You two don't know each other, do you? I'll introduce you. This is Johnny Longstreet, my fellow, the boy I'm going to marry. And you? Who are you?
He told you, Mara. He's a policeman. Honey. Baby.
What, Johnny?
Tell the policeman to go away.
I can't do that, sweet. He wants something of me. You go over there and sit down. I'll find out what he wants.
Uh-uh. Do it from here.
Sweet, sweet thing. What do you want of me?
What you couldn't tell us last night because you were passed out from drugs.
Was it a drug? Is that what Robert gave me to drink? He told me it was an exotic something, Johnny. He said it was a something that would make me fall in love with him all over again.
Did it? Did it, honey?
You go over there and sit down, sweet. Because I told you. I told you 1,000 times. Nothing could make me love Robert again. Not potions, not rituals, not strangled birds. So you go over there and sit down, sweetness. 200 pounds of college football player. And gentle and obedient and faithful as a hungry little boy. He throws himself at men and they're taken away on stretchers. And for me, he's a little boy. Be patient, sweet.
Maybe you're not over it, Miss Spencer.
Not over what?
The drug, whatever it was you drank.
Oh, no. No, you're wrong. Some doctor did things to me. Left me with a mind as clear as a bell. Anything you want, I'll clear it up for you.
Let's start with Robert Turk.
All right. With him. Once there was a cult, and Robert was its high priest. Somebody told me about it over cocktails, and I went with her to his place. It was exciting and dark. And Robert spoke of love to me. It was something I'd never known. Robert was a kind of man I'd never known.
How long ago was that?
A year ago.
Go on.
Then it got boring and dull and tiresome. And I resigned from the cult and from Robert.
But last night he finally persuaded you to see him.
You think so?
Tell me.
This was last night. Robert phoned me. Out of the blue, he called me. Begged to see me. And because once there had been an emotion for him and excitement, I went. And he was in his toga, and he brought out all the props, and he performed, and said incantations, and fed me a potion, and twisted the neck of a bird. And I laughed at him. And he went into another room and cut his throat. And I called you people, sipped my drink, and passed out.
That's how it was last night, huh?
Boring. That man's going to go away now, Johnny. Where were we, sweet? Oh, Johnny. Johnny Longstreet. What a wonderful boy you are. Johnny Longstreet.
Annie?
Yes, what is it, Gino?
Lady out here to see you. Says her name is Turk. Mrs. Edna Turk, widow of the late deceased Robert.
Show her in.
This way to see Danny Clover. Call me if you need me, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Sergeant. Please sit down, Miss Turk.
Robert Turk was my husband.
Yes,
I came here this morning to tell you about him, because this afternoon I plan to go shopping. And I don't want any of you people coming around my house and interfering with my plans.
It's nice of you to stop in, Mrs. Turk. Just go right ahead.
I've learned that my husband slit his throat.
Or had it done for him. We don't know.
Just incidentally, Mr. Clover. I left my husband yesterday morning. It would be pleasant to toy with the possibility that he killed himself because of me. But I'm sure Robert did it for the excitement of it. You don't jump out of your seat and slam your hands on the desk and lean forward and yell, "What are you saying, woman?"
Just go on, Mrs. Turk.
Robert was out of his mind, you know. Still no reaction. Some of his best friends were witch doctors. Nothing. I mean it. Witch doctors, black magic fellows. A lot of them in Manhattan. Boys and girls who look like you and me. Only nuts. Play around with the occult for kicks.
I'll want their names.
I wouldn't know them. As soon as Robert put punk to his incense, I knew his buddies were coming over, so I left.
Do you know Morris Spencer?
A long time ago. Once at a party. 100% party where nothing stranger than everybody getting looped took place. Robert pointed her out to me and said she was a high priestess. At the time, Maura didn't have her shoes on, so I told myself, this is no high priestess if I ever saw one.
Yeah. What else?
Nothing else. My husband was out of his mind. He was looking for kicks. He found all of them, then he ran out. Nothing else left but put knife to throat.
Take a look, Danny. Came out of communications a second ago.
Johnny Longstreet?
Yeah, just now under a subway train at Times Square Station. Fella was pushed. Johnny Longstreet, dead. It's still your turn, Danny. Got a comment?
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
CBS Radio brings you every kind of show. Pleasure for everyone. Wonderful hours of fun. Turn your dial for a smile. Entertainment all the while. You'll hear the best wherever you go. Just tune to CBS Radio. CBS Radio.
October spreads its golden light over Broadway. The mob hurries down Saturday Street. It's the day of the stadium again, and the soft drink, and the old locomotive yell. The very small hot dog for 35 cents. And it's the day when higher education comes into its own, when an English student punts a bladder and everybody screams. The word is bula bula, the flower chrysanthemum, and everybody's either your buddy or your arch rival. Get with it, kid. Today it's just like going to college. Below all of it, in the subway, the non-ticket holders still crowd. But excitement of another kind. A man who fell or jumped or was thrown onto the tracks in front of a subway train. Where I was, above me on the platform, Detective Mugger.
I'm trying to tell you.
All right. You just stand over there with that man. Hey, Danny.
Give me a hand up, Muggerman. Thanks. Any witnesses?
Yeah, a couple, just dying for the opportunity.
Yeah.
All right, you, mister. Tell the lieutenant here what you saw.
Like a bird in flight.
Look, friend.
I looked up, and there he was in midair, as if he were suspended. And whatever held him, severed.
Did you see anyone push him?
No. Then gracefully he began
Go home, mister. All right, buddy, what did you see?
Well, I was standing beside him. As a matter of fact, I was practically looking right at him. Then it happened.
What did?
Why, he wasn't there anymore. I heard a scream, and there he was like he is now.
Anybody push him?
Oh, who pushed him?
Okay.
Take over, Muggerman. I'm going back to headquarters.
Here, Danny. Put it in the hat.
Huh?
Our pool, Danny. Our football pool. Don't be coy. Pony up 2 bits. Put it in the hat.
All right. What have I got?
What you've got. Notre Dame, and you're giving 20 points.
Oh. The game's over, isn't it?
Forgive me. You lost. The way you've been helter and skelter, I didn't get a chance to collect from you this morning. So I am seizing this opportunity by the horns to collect from you.
Besides the hat, Gino.
Huh?
Besides the 2 bits in the hat, what else have you got?
Oh, that.
You're a big winner today, Gino, but don't press your luck too far.
Don't be harsh, Danny. 'Tis not often I am smiled upon by Dame Fortune. What I've got as follows. Nothing new on the death by subway of Johnny Longstreet, fullback, 3rd-year college boy.
Rundown of Morris Spencer I asked for. Have you got that?
This I got?
Gino.
Excuse it, Danny. I was making in my mind an explanation to Mrs. Tartaglia how come I got an anonymous quarter to put in the piggy bank. Morris Spencer, huh?
Whatever you feel up to it, Gino.
Rundown on the lady in question was made as per your request. These items have been found. That she was a finance to the deceased Johnny Longstreet, and that she is a widow of 1.5 years standing.
Oh?
2.5 years ago, Morris Spencer was married to a fellow Charles Lane by name. Said fellow was found, according to these records, on August 3, 1949, on a sidewalk 8 floors below the window from which he had thrown himself. As per testimony at coroner's inquest by his widow, Bora.
Well, let me see those records, Gino.
Goes without saying. As you review them, you will come to the place where I have made a pencil check mark, easily erased, besides some information which I personally thought would be of some interest to you.
Well, you want to tell me about it, Gino?
As long as you ask. This Charles Lane, deceased of a running jump from a window, former husband of Morris Spencer, was in partnership at the time of his death with one Spence Griffin in the novelty and election button business. This Mr. Griffin is now to be had at his home address, 1923 West 18th. I took the liberty this was of some interest to you.
No apologies, Gino. You did splendidly. Thank you very much.
Yeah?
Is your name Griffin?
That's right.
I'm from the police. Name's Danny Clover.
Well, is it going to take long enough for you to come in, or are you just selling...
If you don't mind.
Oh, sure not. Come on. Have a chair. Now, you don't mind me trying to squeeze into this outfit all the while, do you?
Well, go right ahead.
Big thing. My alma mater won today. Everybody's dancing tonight, so I got to get into a size 42 because a married lady named Janice Drinkwater is going to show up. When am I going to stop kidding myself? You want to give me a hand here? Thanks.
Kidding yourself about what?
Janice Drinkwater. College, when I knew her, it was Janice Galt. Now I'm size 48, and every year we made at this dance, both of us 10 pounds heavier, and tell each other we're both Oh.
Did you go to college with a man named Charles Lane?
Charlie? He's dead.
I know.
He jumped off the porch. Very high porch. No, I didn't go to college with him.
He was your business partner, though, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Every year a wrestle with his tie.
Why did Charles Lane jump?
Every year Janice straightens it for me and wags a fat finger at me. Why do I do it? Why do I dance with her and make believe to myself I can't feel the stays?
I'm talking to you, Mr. Griffin. Why did Charles Lane jump?
I don't know. No idea. I was there when it happened, you know.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Party for his wife. Let's see, what was her name?
Maura?
Mm-hmm, that's right, Maura. Ever see her?
I've seen her.
What kind of a kick she on these days?
What do you mean?
Well, the party.
She had a formula, crazy death curse or something. We all sat around on the floor, beat on things in rhythm, banged things together. Half the people in the wheat, I guess. And sure enough, half hour later, after we'd been making jerks out of ourselves, comes a scream from the porch, the balcony.
Who screamed?
Mara. Jumping up and down, screaming, crying, carrying on, pointing out to the street. Charlie jumped! Nobody else got excited very much. Figure it all happened because we'd made that circle with all that mumbo-jumbo. You know something?
What?
I hope Janice doesn't show tonight, then I don't ever have to go anymore. Proud as earth.
And leave the man struggling to thin himself back into a memory. Leave a man who had been there when Maura Spencer's husband had fallen into death. Had walked then, and for a wild drift with an autumn day, with swarm coming into city, fighting crowd going home, and somewhere near river find a bench, sit a while, watch tug and barge on autumn waters, hold it back for a while. Then consider 3 deaths: Robert Turk, Johnny Longstreet, Charles Lane. Then make a decision. Leave the still place by the river. Go back to headquarters. Get Muggavan in on it.
Check these out of supply, Danny. What you asked for.
Yeah, I holster and gun off the chair, huh, Muggavan?
Oh, sure, Danny. Here.
Oh, thanks.
The way you figure, huh? The way you have to do it, huh?
You got another way?
No, I guess I haven't. A woman, she's part of a man's life. Gets to be a part of his dying. 3 of them. Count them. 3.
Oh, see you, Muggavan.
It's your life, Danny.
I'll see you.
Yes. Oh, it's you.
Hello, Miss Spencer. You mind if I come in?
I wish you would.
Thanks. You alone?
Johnny isn't here, if that's what you mean.
He's dead.
Oh?
Didn't you know?
No.
Happened earlier today. Subway train killed him.
Then it really did happen.
I just told you.
No, that's not what I mean.
What did you mean?
Something you wouldn't understand. I knew Johnny wasn't coming back. Who are you?
Are you all right, Miss Spencer?
I haven't been drinking or anything. You're a policeman. I remember.
That's right. Do you remember Charles Lane?
I was married once to him. He's dead, too. He jumped from a place and died.
Jumped?
He had to.
What do you mean?
There were some people, and we crouched together in a circle, and we said some things, and we wished it. And Charles died.
Why did Robert Turk die?
He cut his throat. You know that.
He committed suicide, too, didn't he?
Like Charles. He had to.
Because you rejected him?
That's part of it. But this. These.
Hmm? What are they?
Little ivory sticks. They're Chinese. These are why Robert died. You throw them, like dice. And whatever pattern they make when they fall, that's what happens.
Do it.
You want me to?
Sure.
You're really interested?
I want you to.
Listen,
Yeah?
do you know about me?
I want you to tell me.
All 3 of them. Charles and Johnny and Robert. I wanted them dead. They died.
Yes,
I can do that, you know.
I know. Miss Spencer.
Mara.
All right, Mara. I'm going to take my coat off. It's warm.
I want you to.
And this, my gun, I'll put it here on the desk. Now, show me about the ivory sticks.
You stand there, and I'll kneel on the floor.
Hmm?
Now. Come, look. You see?
And what?
The pattern it makes. It tells me I'm very beautiful, and I will live a long time.
I'd like to try.
All right. Here. You kneel, I'll stand here.
What do they say?
Death.
But you haven't looked.
They say death. Johnny's dead. And Robert's. Charles. Now they say you. And that's why, Mr. Clover, you have to die. Because I want it. And I can do these things. Make men die.
There's no more blanks in the gun. It's empty.
Die. Die. Die.
You killed all of them, didn't you?
Yes, and you. Die.
Let's go. It rolls over Broadway now, the shock of the night. And the sound of it is a thing of laughter and trumpet and a million-throated voice. And from 1,000 streets they gather to come here, to scream with the roar, let the wave of night roll over them, gather them up, spill them into the doorway of their choice. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Sammy Hill was heard as Mara. Featured in the cast were Lee Millar, Truda Marson, and Lou Merrill. Bill Anders speaking. Turns for tonight's Vaughn Monroe Show, next on most of these same stations. Tonight, Vaughn sends his songs our way from Duke University, Durham, North Carolina. Also ahead for CBS radio listeners tonight is Tarzan's gripping exploits in the City of Sleep, the capital of the continent's narcotics industry. On Gangbusters this evening, it's the case of the Christmas trio with a strange kind of Christmas spirit involved in an even stranger Christmas time wedding. Enjoy Vaughn Monroe, Tarzan, and Gangbusters all ahead tonight on CBS Radio.
And remember, the comedy treat that can't be beat is Jack Benny Time, Sundays on the CBS Radio Network.
Alrighty, it is now time for the Trivia Minute, which starts now. The House of Lords is the upper house of the British bicameral Parliament. From the 13th and 14th centuries, it was the house of the aristocracies. Until 1999, its membership included clergy, hereditary peers, life peers, peers appointed by the Prime Minister since 1958, and the judges of the Supreme Court of Judiciaries, Britain's final court of appeals. Though it predates the House of Commons and dominated it for centuries, its power has gradually diminished. Its power to affect revenue bills was constrained by the Parliament Act of 1911, and in 1949 its power to delay by more than a year the enactment of any bill passed by the Commons was revoked. In 1999, the hereditary peers lost their right to sit in the House of Lords, though an interim reform retained their voice in a more limited fashion. The body's chief value has been to provide additional consideration to bills that may not be well formatted. And that was the Trivia Minute. Now let's get back to the shows. Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest, Robert Montgomery, yours truly, Toby Reed, Viola Vaughn, Gail Gordon, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we join the Burnses today, we find Gracie reading from her favorite section of the newspaper, the movie page.
George, look at me and kind of tilt your head to one side. That's it. Now grin.
What's the big idea?
Luella Parsons has a big article here about Robert Montgomery with a picture of them together. I was just comparing you two. There's a remarkable resemblance. Honestly, I mean it. When you grin like that, you look just like Luella Parsons.
Hedda Hopper will be jealous. I thought you meant I looked like Robert Montgomery.
Oh, you look better than Montgomery.
Better?
Well, certainly, and more mature. Robert Montgomery is cute in a boyish sort of a way, but you look like you've lived. Lived and lived.
Okay, hold it. I'm mature.
Yeah. You know, to a woman, Robert Montgomery looks just like a great big mischievous boy.
Mischievous boy.
Yes. In fact, the girls in my club voted him the juvenile they'd most like to be with when he's delinquent.
That's really a nice piece of voting.
You know, he's got sort of a devilish twinkle in his eye.
I haven't got that twinkle, huh?
Well, yours has settled down to more of a reddish glow.
Well, I'm nice to have around in case you lose something. What does the article say about Montgomery?
Oh, it says he's going to produce, direct, and star in a new picture. And it'll be financed by a Texas oil millionaire.
Oh, probably McCarthy, who built that hotel in Houston. They say he's worth $200 million.
McCarthy is worth $200 million?
That's right.
And just think he used to get 50 cents a week from Bergen.
Gracie.
$200 million. And you tried to tell me he was a dummy.
This is a different McCarthy. This is Glenn McCarthy.
Oh.
Does it say what picture Montgomery is going to make?
Oh, yes, it's the story of Napoleon and Josephine. I wonder which one he'll play.
Sam Newman. Probably Josephine.
Yeah. Oh, no. It says he's bringing an actress from France to play the part of Josephine. Now, isn't that silly?
Why?
Well, there are so many fine actresses right here who could do it. Betty Davis, Shane Wyman, Ingrid Bergman, any one of us.
I mean, any one of you girls.
Come in.
Howdy, little lady. Howdy, little man.
Well, look, George, it's Mr. Judson, our dear friend from Texas.
Well, we haven't seen you for a long time, Mr. Judson. How's everything down in Texas?
If you don't mind, I'd prefer you to say how's everything up in Texas.
Why?
Heaven is up, ain't it?
I made a blunder. Well, what brings you down to California?
Well, I'm thinking... I'm thinking of putting $1 million into one of them moving pictures. It's going to be made by a young fella named Robert Montgomery.
Oh, so you're the Texan we read about. We thought it was Glenn McCarthy.
Who? Glenn McCarthy. Surely you know him. He's got $200 million.
No, I don't mingle much with the poor Texans.
Murder.
I just had a talk with this Robert Montgomery, and he seems like a right nice fella for a foreigner.
Bob's not a foreigner.
No? Well, he sure don't talk like a Texas boy.
Mr. Judson, there are 47 states in this country that aren't a part of Texas.
I know. Pitiful, ain't it?
Mr. Judson, I didn't know you were interested in movies.
Oh, now, this is my daughter's idea. It's her money.
The whole $1 million?
Yeah. The other day, she busted open her piggy bank.
Oh, she's a Texas girl.
Yeah.
From up in Texas.
Yeah, that's right. Now, Mrs. Burns, if you think I should invest this money, I'll do it. I trust your judgment, little lady, you being from the outskirts of Dallas.
She's from San Francisco.
Yeah, I said the outskirts.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'll tell Mr. Montgomery I'm leaving this check with you. And if you think he'll make a good picture, you give it to him.
All right.
Well, I got to get back to Texas and help my wife take care of things. She's riding the range.
Wouldn't it be cooler riding a horse?
Wouldn't it be cooler, right? Yeah.
I like your sense of humor, man. I'll be seeing you.
George, this is a great responsibility that Mr. Judson has given me. I wish you were making the picture instead of Robert Montgomery. You're so talented.
Well, I'm not making the picture. That would ruin Judson's investment.
What's an investment?
Well, skip it. You don't understand business.
I do, too. Now tell me.
Well, an investment is something that costs you money, but you don't always get the money back. Now, do you understand, my little businesswoman?
Yes, my little investment.
Let's drop this whole subject, Tracy.
Oh, but, George, you can act circles around Robert Montgomery.
Oh, stop. Remember him in Night Must Fall when he carried that head around in a hat box? He scared the daylights out of people.
Well, sure, but, George, he had to carry somebody else's head around to do it.
Yes, I'm pretty. Look, Gracie, I'm going to the cigar store. When Bob Montgomery comes for his check, give it to him, understand?
Yes, dear.
Okay.
Yes?
How do you do? I'm Robert Montgomery.
Montgomery, come in.
Yes, thank you. I was told I'd find $1 million waiting for me here.
That's right.
Well, this is rather like the end of the rainbow, isn't it? May I see the pot?
He went to the cigar store. And I'd rather you didn't call my husband that.
No, I wasn't referring to your husband. I was merely asking for the check that Mr. Judson left with you.
Oh, well, there's plenty of time for that. Let's visit a little. How is your wife, Dinah Shaw?
No. No, I'm Robert Montgomery. Dinah Shaw is married to George.
No. I'm married to George. Dinah Shaw is married to you. She's Mrs. Montgomery, remember?
Yes, but she's a different Mrs. Montgomery.
Well, all right, but that's no reason to forget her. Lots of people say I'm different, too.
Yes, I'll bet they do. Now, look, I am married and I have 2 children and...
Well, how nice.
But I have only met Dinah Shaw casually.
Oh, come now. I'm not as young and innocent as I look.
I suspect I'm beginning to look a little older myself.
Now, suppose we start all over again. How is your wife, Dinah Shaw?
She's fine, thanks.
Well, that's better.
Now, could I please have the check I needed to start production?
Start production? I thought you had 2 children.
Oh, no. I mean production on the picture.
Oh, well, I've got to be very careful, you know. $1 million is a lot of money.
Yes, Mrs. Burns, that's a nice round figure.
Well, thanks, but keep your mind on business. Now, I want to know just what the money will be spent for.
Well, of the $1 million, approximately a quarter will be spent on salaries, a quarter on exploitation, and a half on production costs.
That's only $1. Now, what about the rest of it?
Look, Mrs. Burns...
Oh, come, Mr. Montgomery. What do you think this is sitting on my shoulders, a pumpkin?
How many guesses do I get? Please, Mrs. Burns, may I have the check?
Well, there's just one other thing.
Oh, no.
I'd like my husband to play the lead in the picture.
But I'm playing the lead. It's the part of Napoleon.
Well, my husband can play Napoleon.
You know, I'll bet he can at that. How long has he been married to you?
15 years.
I bet he thinks he is Napoleon.
No. That's my Uncle Fred. You can't get him for the picture. He's tied up.
I hope he doesn't break loose.
And besides, Uncle Fred's kind of dopey looking. He'd scare people if you put him in a picture. You see...
Gracie, did... Oh, hello, Mr. Montgomery.
Glad to meet you, Uncle Fred.
No, this is my husband, George.
Is this the man you want to play Napoleon?
Yeah, that's right.
Just when we're getting along so well with France?
What goes on here?
Your wife refuses to give me Mr. Judson's check unless you can play the lead in my picture.
Gracie, I told you to forget that nonsense. Now hand over the check.
No, I won't do it.
Well, then I'll have to force your hand open and take it.
Oh, now, please, George, no violence.
It's the only way. Okay, young lady. You asked for it. Mm-hmm. You tried, Bob.
No, George, I could never use force upon a lady so lovely, so young, so beautiful.
Why, Mr. Montgomery?
Now, may I have the check?
No, but keep trying.
I know how to make this delicate hand surrender its treasure. I shall kiss each lovely finger like this.
Mm.
And this.
Oh.
And this.
Oh.
By golly, it worked. She's taking the check out of her hand.
Oh, don't get excited. I'm just putting it in my mouth. There's no use wasting that on my hand.
I give up.
sitting on top of the world. And you know, folks, you'll be sitting on top of the world when you taste the joyful, heartwarming goodness of Maxwell House coffee. It's the coffee that's enjoyed by more people than any other brand. And the reason, of course, is flavor. That good to the last drop flavor that adds so much enjoyment to everyday living. To achieve this perfection in flavor, Maxwell House experts skillfully blend many choice varieties of the finest Latin American coffees. First, they select Manizales coffees for mellowness. Next come the Medellins for richness. Then other prime coffees are added for vigor. And finally, Bucaramangas contribute their fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and carefully vacuum packed in the familiar blue tin.
Vacuum packing is important, ladies. For whether it's ground or in the whole beans, roasted coffee that's packed in ordinary containers is losing flavor because air can easily reach it. But in the vacuum tin, Maxwell House coffee comes to you as fresh and fragrant as the hour it left the roasting oven. And that means you get all the flavor and goodness you pay for.
So, friends, start enjoying the best in coffee drinking pleasure. Tomorrow, enjoy Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Bob, there's only one way to get that check from Gracie. Let me be in your picture.
Oh, but George...
Now, look, I don't mean as the lead. Just give me a little walk-on part. That'll satisfy Gracie.
You know, that's an idea. All right, you can be Pierre, one of Napoleon's soldiers.
Swell. What about my lines?
Well, don't worry about those, George. We'll hide those with makeup.
Yeah, well, let's go and tell Gracie. We'll hide them with makeup.
Well, Mrs. Burns, you win. Your husband will be in the picture.
Well, I'll help him rehearse his part, Mr. Montgomery.
Now, that won't be necessary. George, can you say we?
We.
He's rehearsed.
This can get me an Oscar.
And now, Mrs. Burns, may I have that check?
Well, I'll bring it to the studio tomorrow.
Well, Robert Montgomery made a big mistake when he left the script of his picture with Gracie, as he discovers the next morning when George and Gracie report to the studio.
Well, Mrs. Burns, did you bring the check?
Yes, and you can have it as soon as we run through George's big scene.
Oh, but George is Pierre. He doesn't have a big scene.
Oh, he does now. He has a big love scene with Josephine, and then he marries her.
No, that's Napoleon who does that. You haven't read your history.
You haven't read your script.
You can't change Montgomery's script.
But, George, it gives you a big scene.
It makes no difference.
You sing to Josephine.
It makes no... I sing?
Yes. A little French song.
Yeah. Well, this for you and that for me and this for your papa. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oh, isn't he wonderful? Isn't he wonderful? Well, now, what do you think of my idea so far?
Well, it's nauseating.
I knew you'd like it. And it's a wonderful scene for you, too. You have some great dramatic lines to speak.
I have?
Uh-huh. When you come home from battle and find Josephine with Pierre, you fly into a rage and say, "Oh, Josephine, you have made me so lame, miserable."
Oh, Josephine, you have made me so les miserables.
Why, you speak French as well as I do.
Thank you.
And then you draw your sword and strike Pierre dead, shouting, "Death to the traitor! Vive la France!"
Oh. Death to the traitor. Vive la France.
And then comes your greatest moment of all. You stand over Pierre's body and sing the stirring strains of the Marseillaise.
À los enfants de la patrie. Oh, say, I like this scene. Let's run through the scene once.
All right. Here's the script, Mr. Montgomery. Now, I'll read Josephine's lines, and we'll start where Napoleon Bonaparte knocks on her door. Who is it?
It is I, Bonaparte.
Oh, Pierre, my lover. It is the Emperor.
Mon Dieu. What will he say?
He will say, "Oh, Josephine, you have made me so les miserables." That's what he will say.
Mon Dieu.
Who is it?
Tis I, Bonaparte.
Oh, Pierre, my lover, what will we do?
He will draw his sword and strike me dead, shouting death to the traitor. Vive la France. That's what he will do.
Yes, but when?
Who is it?
Tis I, Bonaparte.
Oh, Pierre, my lover. What will he do after he strikes you dead?
He will stand over my body and sing the Marseillaise. Allons, allons, enfants, allons, enfants. Enfants. Oh, this for you, that for me, this for... That's what he will do.
Who is it?
Tis I, Bone.
Bone?
Yeah, I haven't got a part.
I don't think he's happy, Gracie.
Well, of course not. You two have all the lines.
We also have the check.
Oh, yes. I'll tell you what let's do. Let's leave this whole thing up to Mademoiselle Colette.
Oh, isn't she the French actress who's going to play Josephine?
Yeah, that's right. If she would prefer to do her love scenes with George, he will be the star. If she prefers me, so be it. The better lover will win.
Oh, Mr. Montgomery, you fool, you. George has forgotten more about love than you'll ever know.
He has?
Yes, and I wish he'd remember some of it.
Oh, I'd never get that
in. They used to call him Volcano Lips Burns. Of course, he's been quiet for a lot of years now. But that's when a volcano is dangerous. He might see Colette and blow his top.
Gracie, I don't think Colette will choose me. I'm not as young as Montgomery.
Oh, so what? The French like their wine aged and their cheese ripe. If they feel the same way about men, you're in. Montgomery hasn't got a chance.
Let's go find Colette.
Yes. Cherchez la femme.
Yeah, see, he's giving up already.
This is Colette's dressing room. I told her to hide here and not let anyone see her.
What for?
Well, Gracie, this girl is so beautiful that I don't dare let her walk around the lot. Every wolf in Hollywood would be after her.
Gee.
Thank goodness the wolves haven't discovered her yet. She only arrived from France yesterday.
Yes, what is it?
Well, gee, she looks a lot like Bill Goodwin, doesn't she?
That is Bill Goodwin.
Bill, let us in.
Colette, honey, were you expecting visitors?
But no, mon cher.
Get lost.
Just a minute. Colette, it's me, the boss.
Oh, Monsieur Montgomery, 1,000 pardons. Come in.
I'd like to have you meet Mr. and Mrs. Burns.
How do you do?
Banjua.
Oh, suis enchantée.
Mon Dieu.
Bill.
Yes, Bob.
This girl just arrived from France yesterday. How did you get a date with her so fast?
Oh, you know the usual line. How about a date, you doll?
And that did it?
Well, sure, I couldn't refuse her.
Oh, she whistled at you.
Well, Natch. I took her out and showed her the town last night.
Oh, yes. Hollywood is a strange place. So dark and no buildings. Nothing but trees and benches.
We spent some time in Griffith Park.
Well, mon Dieu.
Oh, I love America. Everything is so different. It is the first time I have ever tasted hot champagne.
Hot champagne?
Yes, Bill made it himself. It was the finest vintage, called Maxwell House 28.
Maxwell House 28?
Well, we had 28 cups.
Oh.
You see, once Colette tasted the rich, mellow flavor of Maxwell House coffee, she just couldn't get enough. She said it was like, what was that word she used?
Nectar?
Well, I kissed her a couple of times. Oh, the coffee. Yes, I told her that Maxwell House is America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop.
But there are three things that Bill just keeps talking about all the time. Oh, I'm so anxious to see them. They must be the three great wonders of America.
Well, they're probably the skyscrapers, the automobiles, and the supermarkets.
No, he called them the Medellins, Mandizales, and Bucaramangas.
Those are choice Latin American coffees, Colette, and when they're expertly blended and radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection, you've got the ultimate in coffee drinking pleasure. Maxwell House.
Now, Bill, I hate to interrupt your tete-a-tete with Colette, but she has a very important decision to make.
Oh, what is that, Monsieur Montgomery?
Would you prefer to play your love scenes with Mr. Burns here, or with me?
Are you kidding?
No.
I think somebody is, how you say, pulling my leg.
Bill, let go of her leg.
Tracy, that's just an expression.
Well, let go of her leg anyway. Now, Colette, take a good look at Mr. Burns. What do you think?
Oh, c'est l'homme le plus drôle que j'ai jamais vu.
C'est vous.
Oh, Monsieur Burns, il a l'air d'un imbécile. Un jerk.
Now, George, do you understand what they're saying?
No, I've never been across the pond.
Well, right now, I think you're up the creek.
I'm not a hit, huh?
You know, I think Mademoiselle Colette is ready to announce her decision.
Oh, before you do, Colette, may I see you alone for a moment?
Oh, certainement. Step right in the next room.
Colette, there are a few things that you should know about Mr. Burns, or as they call him in your country, the Liberator of Paris.
What?
Well, sit down and I'll tell you about it. Now, single-handed, he wiped out 30 Panzer divisions and turned the tide of the war.
Monsieur Montgomery?
Oui.
I have decided to play the love scenes with Monsieur Burns.
You have?
Yes. Madame Burns said he was in the underground for many years.
Well, I wonder why she dug him up.
Underground?
Well, you can start the rehearsals, Mr. Montgomery.
Yes. Oh, say, Mrs. Burns, why don't you stay and watch your husband do a scene with Colette? The kind of a scene that he'll be doing for the next 6 weeks.
All right.
Colette, take George in your arms. Avec passion, baby. Avec adieu. Beaucoup, toujours.
Oui. Ah, my lover. Oh, you are so strong. So handsome. Oh, so magnifique. Oh, I want to hug you.
Oh, not so hard. You're hurting me.
And now, chérie, we kiss.
Mrs. Burns. Mrs. Burns. They'll be doing this night and day.
Over my dead body. And George's, too. He can't stand this.
Oh, I don't know. Help me up, somebody.
Here's the check, Mr. Montgomery. You'll just have to struggle through the picture without George.
Did you hear that, Colette? Isn't it a shame?
Yes. Trey Kelly.
Good night, everybody.
If you like good things the easy way, good things the easy way, Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too. No time, no trouble, no grounds, no pot, and it's good to the very last, you know what.
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last, you know what.
Robert Montgomery will soon be seen in his new comedy, Come Be My Love, with Ann Blythe and Jane Call. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
Stay tuned for that fascinating game with words, the program where you learn while you listen. Noah Webster Says, next on NBC.
In a neighborhood like this.
Yeah? Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. Faithful valet Cato, Brick Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. The Green Hornet strikes again. Publisher of the Daily Sentinel and Mike Axford, reporter, sat in the living room of Britt's apartment having after-dinner coffee, which Cato was serving as they listened to Don Dunlow, well-known radio commentator.
In the black market meat situation, it's fast becoming a vast business that's helping to undermine the economic structure of our country. I've promised you, my listeners, that I track down those in this city who are responsible for the steady influx of black market meat. By broadcast time tomorrow night, I hope to be able to point a finger at least one of the top men in this nefarious business. In spite of the fact that just before I went on the air tonight, I received a warning, a printed unsigned note, to lay off or else. Good night.
You have been listening to Don Dunlow, your city news detective.
Shut it off, Cato.
You are behind at this time.
Say no, that Dunlow sure has got a lot of nerve, don't he, Reed? In spite of a warning he got, he's going to keep on after them black market guys. You ought to get the cops to give him a bodyguard. That's what I think.
I understand he refuses to have a bodyguard. Wonder just what it is he has on the black market operators.
Hey, maybe if I get to see Dunlow tomorrow before it's broadcast, I can get him to give me the dope so as we can put out an extra right after he goes on the air.
Well, Dunlow never gives any tips to newspapers, Axford. If you did get anything out of him, you'd be the first who ever did.
Well, it won't hurt to try, will it?
Well, go right ahead. In fact, if you do get any worthwhile information from Dunlow, I'll give you a bonus. Meantime, Don Dunlow, the radio commentator, left the radio station and walked to his car, which was parked in the station's private parking lot nearby.
Mr. Dunlow.
Yes? What is it?
I have a message for you.
Message for me? What is it?
Just this.
Wise guy.
Radio commentator murdered. Here you are, sir. Don Dunlow shot down in a parking lot. Here you are, sir. Read all about it.
Morning in the city room of the Daily Sentinel.
Hey, now, Reed. What do you think of that killing last night? You think the black market meat racketeers are responsible?
What do you think, Axford? Gunnigan.
Yeah, what do you want, King?
Reserve space on the editorial page for a hot editorial on the black market meat racket. I want it to go in the next edition. I'll get it down to you in a half an hour.
Okay, Chief. Looks like they ain't going to stop at anything to keep people from interfering with their racket, Chief.
Yes, Gunnigan. For once, the Daily Sentinel will keep the issue alive until the racket is broken and the gang rounded up. They've gone too far this time.
And up to now, the cops ain't got a single lead that'll tell them who's behind the racket or who committed that murder.
The killers will turn up eventually. And until they do, as I said before, the Daily Sentinel will not let this matter drop. You can bet on that. In a small but well-furnished apartment on the west side of the city, a flashily dressed man with close-set eyes and thin lips sat behind a desk listening while his husky, rough-looking visitor talked.
I gotta admit, Fleetwood, that you know your stuff. Guys I went to out in the country were all willing to sell when they saw the cash. Rounded up enough beef and pork to make another truckload just by going to the places you sent me. Of course, Jelly. I knew you would. Yeah, it's a funny thing. When I first met up with you, I had my doubts. You being so fat and all, I didn't think you'd be smart enough. You're not here to discuss my physical propensities, Jelly. Get on with your report. Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, I got enough for another truckload. Tomorrow night, Dave and I will go out and pick the stuff up. Very good. You can make delivery to the same place you took the last load. Okay, boss. Cops are putting up quite a holler about Dunlow being bumped off last night. Dunlow's untimely death is most regrettable. He was, unfortunately, my favorite radio commentator. You mean you're sorry you had us get rid of him? I don't get it. You yourself told Dave to be sure Dunlow had... Charlie, I know. There's no need to repeat the details. Dunlow precipitated his sudden demise by his uncompromising attitude toward the enterprise by which we make our livelihood. He did? Well, what do you know? I thought he got bumped off for being too nosy. Charlie, your crude expressions are a manifestation of a shallow mind. I always regret the passing of a clever mind, especially when I instigate the act. Yeah, sure. Now what? Oh, that's Dave. Let him in. Yeah, sure. Hi, Dave. Come on in. There's something here in the paper for the boss to see. Don't move like a somnambulist. Give it to me. I thought you meant anything by that. Oh, forget it, Dave. It ain't an insult. You don't understand what somebody says to you anyway. Look there on the editorial page, Fleetwood. Dave, someday your insolence will be your downfall. What is it you want me to read? Right there. See? What's it say, boss? The heading says Black Market and Murder. Yeah, but read the rest of it. It stands to reason those responsible for the recent influx of black market meat are also responsible for the murder of Don Dunlow, the radio commentator, whose untiring efforts were directed toward finding evidence that would lead to and convict the vicious racketeers who are taking advantage of the present shortage of necessary commodities. The well-concealed but effective method of operation indicates that those bringing in black market meat are directed by one who is cold, calculating, and extremely clever. If they concentrate upon finding him, the police will find the one who instigated Dunlow's murder, and the black market meat racket will be broken. There's more. But that gives you the idea, Johnny.
Yeah, and as for me, I don't like what the guy who wrote that says.
The editorial is signed by Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Center.
Ah, he's just blowing off through his head. Could be. Them newspapers have to have something to write about. Well, we gave him something last night. I guess maybe that Reed guy ain't no dope, though.
You are correct in your assumption. I'd say he shows a great deal of sagacity.
Yeah? What's that?
Sagacity unites penetrating keenness with judicious foresight, to the end that one possessing sagacity seems sometimes uncannily prescient.
For the love of Mike Fleetwood, will you cut out
your lingo, Dave? Britt Reed is a wise guy with a lot of foresight, which makes him a dangerous man to deal with.
Ah, what harm can he do us by writing stuff like that in the Center?
If he continues his editorials, he'll arouse the police to concentrate on our meat racket, to the exclusion of all others. And I resent his imputation directed toward me as head of the racket.
You mean it makes you sore, huh?
Yes, you snapple-headed nincompoop. What do you think I meant?
The only time you talk sense is when you get sore. So I'll overlook the name-calling. If he makes you sore, why don't you do something about it?
Don't tell me what to do, you uncouth ape. Jelly, give me the pencil and paper.
Sure, boy. What are you going to do?
I'm going to send a warning to a man whose cleverness I respect, but whose interference I resent. This time, a printed warning goes to Mr. Britt Reed of the Daily Center.
The following morning, Britt Reed was going over the morning mail with his secretary, Lenore Case.
Well, this is another letter to the editor about the housing situation, Mr. Reed.
Mm-hmm. Well, send it to Gunnick in this case.
Yes, sir. Oh.
Well, what's the trouble?
This is a printed note. It's a warning. It was addressed to you personally.
Well, let me see it. This is your only warning. Lay off the editorials on the meat business, or you'll regret it. Remember Dunlow.
It's from the same ones who killed Dunlow.
That's right.
Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Reed?
I'll show you right now.
What do you want, Chief?
Gunnigan, be ready to put a boxed editorial in the center of the front page of the next edition. I'll get it down to you shortly.
Okay, Chief. Anything else?
Not now.
Oh, but Mr. Reed, if you do that, then...
Let Inspector Evans on the telephone.
Yes, sir.
Maybe before we're through, those killers will realize they can't try to intimidate a newspaper publisher and get away with it. We won't give up until they've been caught once and for all. It was early afternoon when a man known as Charlie entered Fleetwood's apartment carrying a copy of the Daily Sentinel.
Hey, boss, he did it again. Right on the front page. Look here.
I should have known he would. This editorial is even stronger than the last one. Mr. Reed's importunity leaves no alternative but to carry out our threat, Charlie.
You mean Dave and me should go lay for him and give him the work?
Don't be impetuous, my friend. Your suggestion is impractical.
Now, listen, boss, this ain't no time for playing with big words.
Your idea won't work. You understand that?
Well, why not? It worked with Dunlow.
Idiot. Reed will be expecting something to happen. Police will be watching near the Sentinel building. And near his home.
Oh, I didn't think.
You couldn't think.
Yeah. Well, either way, it means the same thing, I guess. What do we do then? We look like a lot of bums if we let him get away with them editorials now.
I doubt if you and Dave could improve your appearance that much. Both of you can go about your business. I'll take care of the Britt Reed case.
You? All by yourself?
Yes, all by myself. All 300 cursed pounds of me. Now get out. You bore me with your dribble.
Okay, boss. Me and Dave will see you here tonight.
Implicable thought.
Yeah, amen. So long.
Come. Now let me think. I must devise a plan to see Britt Reed in his own office. It will give me the cleanest of pleasure to show him I'm much more clever than he. I've managed somehow to get Reed to this apartment tonight. And I've got to get him here. Alone.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. It was almost dusk. Britt Reed was in his office talking to Mike Axford when Miss Case entered.
Mr. Reed, there's a gentleman to see you. He sent in this card.
Mm-hmm. Horace Fleetwood, private detective.
He's about the fattest person I've ever seen. You should hear him talk.
The foreigner, eh?
No. No, but every word's a mouthful.
Oh, he sounds interesting, Miss Case. You may show Mr. Fleetwood in.
Yes, sir.
And, at the same time, show Mr. Axford out.
Come on, Michael.
I'll be waiting outside with Sarge, Reed.
Mr. Reed will see you now, Mr. Fleetwood.
Thank you, my dear young lady. Thank you.
You come right this way, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Reed, this is indeed a pleasure and a privilege.
Please sit down, Mr. Fleetwood, and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the size and stability of your chair. My overabundant avoirdupois is incomprehensible to some people, but I've become impervious to their jabs. Obviously, you're wondering about my visit here.
I am slightly curious. I note that you're a private detective.
In rather a Machiavellian way, yes. I have been engaged by an out-of-town meatpacking association to investigate the black market.
I see.
I noted your bombastic editorials in the Daily Sentinel, indicating your keen interest in breaking the racket in this city and in bringing about the apprehension of the vicious killer who heads the misguided group.
I'd like nothing better.
From the clues I've gathered and the deductions I've made on the case, I've come to the conclusion that I can definitely point to the fiend responsible for Dunlow's murder. The man who is the leader of the local black market in meat.
Really? Have you confided in the police?
No. The man in question knows me well. He's clever, crafty, disarmingly pleasant at times, but when moved to anger, he's extremely dangerous. One might say a mixture of saint and devil.
So?
He knows my every move as I know his. I, his worst enemy, am also his best friend.
This is rather strange.
What am I leading?
Exactly. If this man knows every move you make, he must know that you're here now.
I'm sure he does. But he's convinced that I know you very well. That this visit is purely a friendly one. He doesn't know me as a detective. And it's entirely foreign to his mind that I'd bring to light and accuse him of his crimes.
Why have you come to me?
I was going to the publisher of the Clarion. But when I noted that you were carrying on a one-man campaign in your newspaper against the racketeers, I decided you'd be the logical person for my purpose.
And what is your purpose?
I want you to go with me. Ostensibly on a friendly visit to my apartment. There, I'll turn over to you all the evidence I've gathered. Then I'll drive you home. You can then contact the police, and your paper will get the credit for breaking the case.
Your request is unusual, Mr. Fleetwood. Though I have your card.
You require more credentials, of course. Hey, look at these papers. A letter from a publisher in another city, giving me credit for breaking the racket there. Also, a letter from the head of the association by whom I'm employed.
I see.
My car is outside. You'll be perfectly safe. I'm armed in case of trouble. And with the evidence in your possession, you can have the police act immediately. Are you willing to come with me, Mr. Reed?
Well, yes, Mr. Fleetwood. I'll go with you to get that evidence right now.
Mr. Reed.
Well, thanks.
Fortunately, I have a friend man from whom I've sublet this small apartment for a couple of weeks. Sit down near the desk. I have the evidence right here in the desk drawer.
I hope you have sufficient evidence against him.
You can be the judge of that.
Oh, by the way, may I use this telephone to call the office? I forgot to tell them about running a certain editorial.
Yes, of course. But I must warn you to give no information as to where you are or with whom.
I won't. I'm very anxious to look over that evidence, Mr. Fleetwood. It's fortunate for the Sentinel that you came to me.
I'm sure your paper will have startling headlines before tomorrow, Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
This is Britt Reed calling.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. I'm waiting dinner for you.
What's that? You say the Sentinel had a phone call from the Green Hornet?
I not understand, Mr. Britt. I say
A
that...
tip on the black market in meat, you say? Why didn't you have the Trace call Trace?
You tried to give message, perhaps?
Yes, that's what I said. Trace the call. All you had to do was to get another phone while he was on the line.
I trace call right now from other phone. If you try to keep line open short time.
Well, that's right. Hold on a moment. Say, Mr. Fleetwood, have you come across any evidence that the Green Hornet is in with that gang?
Green Hornet? No, I'm positive he has no connection with the case.
That's strange. We found that the Hornet's mixed up in most rackets in this city.
Perhaps so. But I can assure you he's not mixed up in this one. I suggest you complete your phone call so we can go over this evidence.
Yes, of course. But, I'm undecided about having them run a story on the call they received from the Hornet.
Did it ever occur to you that such a call might be from a crank or prankster, and not from the Green Hornet at all?
Well, that's so. Well, I guess the best thing to do is to ignore the whole thing. I'll tell them. Hello? Don't run a story on that yet. We'll wait for further developments. And I want you to run that black market editorial again.
Hello, Mr. Britt. I trace call. I get Black Beauty. Come there quick like anything. Goodbye.
All right. Do what you think is best. I'll see you later tonight. Bye.
Now you can glance at these. The leader of the group was careful to get a receipt from each farmer who sold the black market meat. Put these away.
Nice. Receipt from Horace Fleetwood, $600. In payment, 200 pounds. All these receipts are made out to you.
Exactly, Mr. British. I'm the leader of the racket. This gun I hold should tell you the rest. For one so clever, Mr. Reed, your faith in human nature is amazing. But enough of this. Calais, wait. Hey, is that really the guy? Mr. Britt Reed in person. Hey, boss, how'd you do it? Never mind that. Hold your gun on him, Calais. You, Dave, tie him up. Then you can put him in the bedroom and lock him back. I'm going over to the warehouse and check that last room. Okay. I got him covered. Get busy, Dave. With pleasure. And I come back. I'll settle accounts with Mr. Britt Reed once and for all.
Put him on the bed in the bedroom. Guess he can't get away now. So you're the great Mr. Reed, eh? So what? You'll find out so what when the boss gets back. Hey, Charlie, listen. Somebody's sure leaning on the door, Bud. Wait a minute. Wait till I check these knots, see if he's tight enough. Yeah. Come on, we'll see who the dope is before he wears the buzzer out. That you, Cato?
Yes, sir. I stick pin and buzzer to get men from room. Good thing apartment on first floor. I run around quick to window. I untie you now.
Did you bring the Hornet disguise?
Yes. We leave in hurry.
No, we've got a job to do.
How you get captured?
I didn't, really. I came out here on my own volition.
Why you do that?
I knew the man who sent me that warning note was clever. I expected the trick. When he came to my office posing as a detective, I suspected him. He described himself a little too freely. There.
You're free now.
Now, let's go. We'll get the two men who are in the other room before the boss gets back. We'll go through the window and in the front door.
when Charlie and Dave were discussing the incident of the door buzzer.
Who do you think could have stuck that pin there in that buzzer, John?
Maybe some dopey drunk passing through the hallway. Guess he thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Boss sure made a quick trip.
I guess he wanted to get back to get rid of Reed.
Don't make a move, Muggs. You're covered.
Holy mackerel, who's that guy? He's a Green Hornet.
Right. And I don't like crooks moving on my right.
Gun him down, Charlie.
Oh, no, you won't.
Hey, you knocked him out with that chair.
Don't need a chair for you, don't worry.
If I can get my rod, I'll
try a little gas, buddy.
Look, need help.
Now what we do? Get the papers out of that desk. I'll put them in my pocket. Then tie me up again and put me on the bed. After that, call the police. Tell them to come here and close in on Fleetwood. Hurry. Then stay nearby in case I need you.
It was half an hour later when Fleetwood entered the apartment.
Dave, Charlie, what happened? Who's that cold? Reed must have... Seals on the foreheads. Green Hornet seals. Gone. Every last scrap of paper gone.
What's happened?
Plenty of fool. That tip your paper got about the heart was on the level. Fortunately, I can still settle my score with you, my friend. This gun I have carries a silencer. This is a very propitious time to use it.
Drop that gun in your room.
Please. They won't help you. I shoot him.
All right. Take him away, boys. Look him for attempted murder.
Liver like the army ship.
Are you okay? I'm all right. But I don't like being trussed up like a chicken.
I have you lotion a jiffy.
We got a tip that we find the Black Market gang here, Mr. Reed.
But we didn't expect to find you here. That's the same fat guy Reed left the office with a while ago. There.
He's the leader of the gang. He sent me that note. Then came to the office and persuaded me to believe he was a detective working on the case. Hey, Sarge. Those two we found lying in the other room have hornet seals stuck on them. Then the Hornet's been here. Yes, he was, Sergeant. In fact, he stuck some papers in my pocket. These.
Well, see now. This is evidence against Fleetwood. I guess the Hornet recognized you and thought to tie you in with the gang. Ain't that something? You mean to say, Reed, the Green Hornet was in this room and got close enough to stick them papers in your pocket?
It was the Hornet's own hand that put the papers in my pocket, actually.
What? Holy crow.
Wait, those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger.
early days of the western United States, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order. His strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, and above all, his sense of fair play made him the greatest champion of justice the frontier ever knew. Any man who deserved a second chance could always depend on the help of the Lone Ranger. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Sunburns! There's going to be trouble! Hail, Silver! Away!
It was long past midnight, and Drummond, the rancher, had been asleep for hours. Nothing broke the deep silence except his heavy breathing, and in the distance the mournful cry of a wolf. Suddenly, however, there came the faint creaking sound of a slowly opening door. And with the sound, faint as it was, the rancher became wide awake in an instant. He neither moved nor cried out. His heart was pounding wildly, and fear took possession of his whole being.
Door. Somebody's in his room. It's just Tim. Why didn't he knock? Why doesn't he say something? Or maybe it's him. Maybe he's come back. Come back to kill me. Footsteps. It is him. Must be. No, don't call out. Don't call for help. Won't do. Won't show where I am. I have to think. No gun. He's coming. Closer. Closer, I can hear him. Closer. Can't stand it. Closer. Blast you. Miss. Help! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help! Help me! What's the matter? What's the matter? What's he shooting for?
Tim!
Boss, what is it?
Going back to sleep, Tim. Wasn't nothing.
Huh? Nothing? But them shots.
I fired him. Had a bad dream. I didn't know what I was doing.
But, boss...
Didn't you hear what I told you? I was dreaming. Wasn't nothing. Going back to sleep. Leave me be.
Sure, boss. Sure.
Well?
Oh, I was just thinking.
Thinking what?
Look over there.
Huh?
I ain't doubting your word, boss, but if you fired them shots and kicked out that window in your dream, it must have been a corker.
Quiet, Silver, quiet.
There come, fella.
I see him.
Him ride plenty fast.
From that ranch house where those shots were fired.
What we do?
He'll pass us. Get your rope ready.
Me roping?
If he doesn't stop willingly, yes.
Me get him.
Quiet.
Come on, boy. Come on, get up there. Get up there, boy. Come on there, boy. Get up.
Pull up there.
Get up, fella. Get going now.
Get him, Cantor.
Oh, hey!
Good work, Cantor. Hold him. Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
Get this rope off of me. Let me go. You're choking me. Let me go, I tell you.
Sit still.
You... Masked.
It makes the move, Tanner. Pull him out of the saddle.
Tonto, do it.
I'll take those.
Hey, give me back those guns.
They're safer with me.
No,
Keep still. All right, Tanner. You can loosen the rope. He's harmless. All right, stranger. Lift the loop over your head. There.
Is this a holdup?
No.
Then what in thunder you stop me for?
You're taking a ride.
Huh?
Back to the ranch house where those shots were fired. Now get going. Fine time of the night to get a man out of bed. These the fellas, Tim?
And I couldn't help it, boss. They said they wouldn't go till I called you.
Well, what do you want? Tonto and I heard shots fired in this house. We saw this man racing away. We caught him and brought him back. There's been trouble.
Trouble? Trouble? I don't know what you're talking about.
You mean to say there hasn't been trouble?
None that I know of.
Then what was the reason for that firing?
Just an accident.
Yes? Tonto, bring that fellow here.
You come.
No need to push me.
Who's this?
That's what I expect you to tell me, Drummond. He's the man I said we saw escaping.
I told you before, I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, take a good look at him. Recognize him? Well?
I never saw the man before in my life.
Steady, old fellow. Yep.
Well, mister, you seen what your medal done got you? What do you figure you're going to do with me now?
Let you go.
Yeah? Well, then you better give me back the guns.
Take them.
Mighty kind of you.
I unloaded them.
Oh. Well?
Go on, Mount. You're free.
You ready to admit you made a mistake?
It looks as if I did, doesn't it?
Well, then maybe next time, mister, you'll be a mite more careful before you start butting in where you ain't asked.
Maybe.
Adios. Get up, boy. Get up there. Come on, get up, boy.
Why you let him go?
For reasons of my own, Tonto. They didn't fool me. Drummond recognized that fellow. I'd swear to it.
And that's what Tonto think.
And there was trouble here.
That's right.
But both kept silent.
Why?
That's what we're going to find out. Tonto, this fellow we just let go. Had you ever seen him before?
No, me no see him.
I think I have.
Where?
Not in person, Kemosabe, but on a reward poster.
Him outlaw?
According to the poster, both a thief and a murderer.
That's bad.
But sometimes, Tonto, the law makes mistakes.
What you mean?
He was angry with us, of course. But allowing for that, would you have taken him for a crook, Tonto?
Him not look like crook.
That's what I mean. Come, Tonto. We've given him enough lead. We'll follow him.
Why do that?
He's the man I think he is. We'll learn the truth about this affair before morning. Come on,
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, old fellow. Come on. It was still an hour before dawn, and the man who had been captured and released by the Lone Ranger approached a small cabin near the village of Sundance. In spite of the hour, a lamp had been lighted inside. The yellow glow revealed a young woman bent over a rough crib. She spoke soothingly to the child that lay in it.
There, honey, there. Don't cry. Mother didn't mean to wake you up. Go to sleep now like a good little girl. That's better. Sleep. I'll be quiet, honey. I won't wake you up again. I'll be just as quiet as I can. There, honey. Sleep. Who's that? Shouldn't be anyone stopping here this early. Who?
Iris.
Oh.
Honey, don't be mad. I had to see you. I tell you I had to.
Mark.
Listen, honey.
Get out.
No, I tell you.
You murderer.
Iris, look here. I've got something to say to you, and you're going to listen whether you like it or not.
You're stronger than I am. I don't suppose I can make you go against your will.
You really think I killed Sam?
You ran away, didn't you?
I had to. They'd have hung me.
They usually hang killers.
But I tell you, I never done it.
Why should I believe that?
Ain't it the place of a woman to stand up for the man she marries?
When he deserts her before they've been married a year?
But doggone it all, how could I help it?
By going straight.
Oh, you don't even know what really happened.
I think I do.
Yeah, what?
When you saw all that gold, the temptation was too much. You thought you had to have it for yourself. Sam was the only man with you at the time. You killed him to get him out of the way.
You willing to hear my side of it?
I'll listen.
Sam and Drummond and me went prospecting together, agreeing to split everything we found 3 ways.
I know.
Well, it was Sam found that placer deposit. Must have been over 20,000 in it, almost pure gold. Drummond had been to town for supplies. When he seen what we'd located, it was him that got greedy. It was him that killed Sam.
The storekeeper testified that Mr. Drummond was in town on the day Sam was killed. Are you claiming that he lied?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so, but he did make a mistake. Well, mistakes like that have been made before. He just got mixed up. That's how Drummond got an alibi and how the law figured I was the only one that could have done Sam in.
Look, I'm afraid I don't believe you.
No? Well, then tell me this. If Drummond didn't drill Sam, how'd he get a hold of that gold?
I don't know that he did.
Well, if he didn't, where'd he get the cash to clear out of California and buy this ranch he's got, huh? Yeah. And that's another thing. What are you doing in this part of the country? Did Drummond...
Mr. Drummond isn't even acquainted with me. And I came here before he did. The fact that he's here, too, well, it's just a coincidence.
Does he know you're here?
I suppose he's heard of me. But I'm sure it's never occurred to him that I'm your wife. Yes, Mark, and how did you find me? I'd hoped I'd gone so far we'd never meet again.
Just found you because I was hunting Drummond. Just by accident.
Hunting Drummond?
That's what I said.
Mark, you don't mean...
What you're thinking is right. He's got two things to pay for. Sam's murder and his putting the blame on me. Well, the law won't collect, so I will.
No, Mark, you can't.
Why not?
You'd be a murderer.
Well, ain't there supposed to be one now? What's the use of the name without the game? I reckon I can go... Hey, Iris. Does that mean you believe that now I ain't a killer? Does that mean you've changed your mind, that you believe me?
Mark, I don't know what to think.
Oh, honey, you're trying to hate me, but you just can't.
Drummond having the money to buy a ranch. I'd never thought of it just that way before.
But don't you see how that proves what I said?
Perhaps.
You can just bet it does. Hey, what's that?
Your daughter, Mark.
What?
She was born after you'd left us.
Well, I'll be... Gosh, a young one.
We've missed you, Mark. Mark, the way you're looking. Mark, what is it?
Drummond. Framing me. If I'd have been caught, I'd never lived to know I had a daughter.
Wait.
The rotten yeller coyote.
You can't.
Now I'll finish him if I have to hang for it.
But not just yet.
You again.
You're coming with me.
Hey, let go.
Get away. Don't you dare touch my husband. Don't you dare harm him.
Come along with you.
Let go of me.
He'll not be harmed.
Come back. Come back.
I'm taking him with me to save him from harm. Now up with you.
Let go of me.
Come, Cantor.
Get up, Scout. Hello, Silver. Away.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger returned to his camp with Tonto and Mark, and as the sun rose in the east, he questioned his prisoner.
So far, Mark, you've told me nothing that you hadn't already told your wife. You left unanswered the one thing I want to know.
Yeah, and what's that?
The law wants you in California for murder. During the night, you made an attempt on Drummond's life. And yet, in spite of those things, Drummond refused to identify you. Why?
He didn't dare.
No?
I've got too much on him. Too tarnation bad I didn't know what I know now before me and Sam agreed to go partners with the skunk.
What is it you know?
Drummond's wanted in California just as bad as I am.
Yes?
Only under another name. He used to head a gang of claim jumpers. Why, if they drilled one miner, I'll bet they drilled a dozen. One of the worst gangs them parts ever seen.
Then Drummond isn't his name.
No. He took that when things got too hot for him around Frisco, and he vamoosed. Joined up with me and Sam back in the hills, figuring being with us would keep him from being suspicioned. We'd always had pretty fair reputations.
I see. But when Sam found that placer deposit...
Drummond turned crook and killer again.
You're sure of your facts?
As certain sure as I am that one day I'll see the polecat planted in Boot Hill.
Do you know that Drummond was once an outlaw and it can be proved? Why don't you report it to the authorities?
Wouldn't be what I want. I've got to pay him off myself. Because it'd mean giving myself up.
So you still mean to get him, huh?
I do and will.
Haven't you forgotten something?
Huh? What?
If you're innocent, he's the only man who can prove it. If he dies before the truth is revealed, you'll never clear your name.
You never will anyhow.
There's always a chance.
1 in a million, maybe.
Perhaps. But if it were just 1 in 10 million...
Yeah?
It would still be worth the taking.
Here, Silver.
Hey, stranger, wait.
Well?
You going after the law?
No.
If you did a thing like that...
Mark, you've got something to learn.
What are you going to do?
When justice has to be done, I see that it's done in my own way. Cantor, Mark remains here until I return.
Cantor, watch him. Where you ride?
There's a little printing office in town that publishes the Sundance Argus. I'm stopping there. And then I'll call on a killer. Come on, Silver. Hurry, old fellow. Hurry!
Dratted press. Never works right. Feller prints a paper in the cow country. Ought to have his head examined. That's what. Got to do everything myself. No cash to hire anybody. Now it's come to bother me. Look here, mister. Did you see that sign on the door saying I want to be Oh, golly.
Don't call out.
Mass!
You're thinking of reaching for that shotgun? Don't.
A holder?
No.
Then what do you...
First, you'll do exactly as I tell you.
Aye.
And then we'll see that you tell no one of this visit until it's time.
A few hours later, Drummond called to his foreman.
Tim?
Yeah, boy.
Oh, Tim. Didn't I hear somebody just ride up?
Yeah, I think you did. Stopped out front, didn't he?
I thought so. Ain't heard nobody climb the porch. Take a look, see who it is.
Don't see nobody.
Hmm?
Somebody rode up all right because his horse is there, but he ain't in sight.
Recognize the critter?
Nope, and if I'd seen him before, I sure wouldn't have forgotten him.
What do you mean?
You won't see another horse like that one if you live to be 1,000. Go on, take a look at him.
You needn't bother, Drummond. Stay where you are.
Hey, boss, it's that masked man that was here last night.
How'd you get in?
I left Silver in front to keep your attention while I came in the back. You keep your hand from that holster.
Easy, Tim. No use starting anything when a fellow's got the jump on you. Mister, what do you want?
I want to know why you denied knowing that young fellow I brought here last night.
Well, I didn't know him, that's why.
Don't tell me that.
I tell you
I've learned the truth since. You knew him in California. His name is Mark Loomis. What's more, he's the man who saved the California authorities the expense of a hanging.
Eh?
You and he went prospecting with a fellow who called himself Sam Yates, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, but that's...
And isn't Mark supposed to have shot Sam? That's what I've been told.
Well, sure he did, but
Why didn't you expose him last night before I let him go?
That's my business.
Now, I suppose you haven't any idea what's become of him.
You're looking for him?
Maybe.
Well, I don't know where he is. Do you?
Of course, while he's in this district, he might try to see his wife before he left again.
What's that? His wife?
Yes. You're acquainted with her, aren't you?
Say, that can't be...
Mrs. Loomis, who lives just outside Sundance? It is.
Her. Mark's wife and I never even guessed it.
You still claim you haven't any notion where Mark can be found?
Ain't that what I said?
Well, if you can't, I'm wasting my time. I'll have to get him without your help. Don't leave this room until I'm gone.
Boss, I don't savvy this. If you recognized that fellow last night, why didn't you say so? I thought...
I had my reasons.
But I...
Which same don't concern you. Bring me that paper there on the floor.
Huh? Paper?
Blind, are you?
Well, doggone, I didn't see this. Where'd it come from?
Dropped from that masked hombre's pocket when he brushed the door. Bring it here.
Here you are.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe it'll tell us something about who that masked gent is.
Printing, ain't it? Huh? Ain't it?
Shut up.
Sorry, boss.
Let me read this. So this is why he was so doggone anxious to locate Mark.
What is it?
Saddle me a horse.
Huh?
Get a move on.
You're going someplace?
I am.
Where, boss?
Heard the masked man say that Miss Loomis outside town was Mark's wife, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's where I'm going.
Come on, old fellow. Tie Kimosabe.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Hold there. Oh. Mark, I told you that while Drummond lived, there was still a chance to prove your innocence.
Mm-hmm, that's what you said.
When I said it, you didn't believe me.
Well, mister, I suppose you meant well.
But I had a plan I didn't explain to you.
A plan?
That would clear your name and give you your freedom.
Well, I don't savvy.
You're returning to the cabin where your wife has made her home.
But how did
When you get there, you'll follow my orders.
Now, listen, stranger. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but I don't see why
If
you
you
have to...
quit interrupting long enough to hear me out, you'll understand everything.
Yeah?
And try to get it the first time. We've no time to spare. You see, Mark, unless I'm badly mistaken, Drummond will be at the cabin almost as soon as you are.
husband has told me everything, Mr. Drummond. That you shot him. Not only that, but once you were the head of a gang of cowardly killers.
But, ma'am, then can't you see where if I meant your husband any harm, I'd have just as much to lose as he would?
Maybe.
I'm here because I want to be his friend.
Friend.
Well, it's so. I aim to see if the law finds out Mark went to blame for that killing.
And what do you expect me to do?
He'll be around to see you again, won't he?
Perhaps.
Then you tell him we got to have a talk. You tell him if he'll meet me somewhere, as I said, he wouldn't be sorry for it. That's on the level.
Well,
Tell him that, won't you, ma'am? Just promise you'll tell him. You'll know I wouldn't dare to try any kind of a trick.
You won't have to tell me.
Mark.
I heard the whole thing from inside that closet.
No, don't shoot, Mark. There ain't no need for that gun.
I'm keeping you covered just to play it safe.
But I tell you, Mark,
The only thing you need to tell me is what you wanted to see me for.
Well, I treated you rotten, Mark.
You did.
It's been on my conscience. Ain't hardly been able to sleep nights lately, thinking about how you was framed.
So?
Mark, so help me. I've made up my mind the law's got to be told the truth.
That you killed Sam and I didn't?
Yeah.
What's your game?
There ain't none, Mark, honest. I meant just what I said. I want to make things right by you.
That sounds too thin.
You think I'm just trying to get you into town so as I can turn you in?
You could be.
Why would I try a scheme like that? When if I did, you could talk and get me jailed, too.
Well,
Don't you see I have to be on the level? Don't you?
You figured on you and me riding into town?
Yeah.
And calling on the sheriff?
Uh-huh.
All right, Drummond. I'll get my horse. But if this is a trick, well, we'll stretch hemp together.
Now, just a second, you two. Let me get this straight. You say you're both from California?
That's right, Sheriff.
This fella's wanted back there for a killing?
Which he never done, Sheriff. It was me. I drilled Sam Yates it. Well, it was just kind of an accident that Mark got the blame for it.
Yeah, mighty funny kind of accident. And what'd you say your handle was?
Mark Loomis.
And Drummond's been telling me the truth?
He's confessed, ain't he, Sheriff? I reckon you've heard plenty of fellas try to lie their way out of a hanging, but you recollect ever hearing anybody try to lie his way into one?
I never did. And doggone, that's just what I don't seem to savvy. You drilled this fella Yates, and you're holding to that story, huh?
I done it.
You know, I'll have to hold you here till I can get word to California, and they send somebody after you, don't you?
You mean I had to be locked up?
Didn't expect anything else, did you?
Yeah. Well, that's all right, I guess.
Drummond, there's one thing sure.
Huh?
Either you're up to something so deep I can't get to the bottom of it, or you're just plain loco. I can't say which.
Sheriff, I've told you everything.
Yeah?
How I drilled Sam, where, how that storekeeper happened to get mixed up so that he gave me an alibi which weren't so.
Uh-huh.
Now, ain't them things easy to check? Could I know 'em if I hadn't done the shooting?
You couldn't. That's just what has me puzzled.
What do you mean?
If the authorities in California back up your story, you've plumb dug yourself a grave. Why you do a thing like that is clean beyond me.
It ain't nothing for you to worry about.
Nope, I reckon not, Drummond.
Sheriff!
Hey, what's this?
Where you been? What kind of a sheriff do you call yourself? I want that masked hombre jailed.
What are you talking about?
And if you don't, you just read my paper next Friday. It'll blister your hide.
And I'd like to know what this is.
Fine state of affairs when a man can't walk. Ride into a fellow's place of business and tie him up. I just got loose.
Now, hold on. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ain't I telling you?
Go on.
He walked right in and held a gun on me till I printed that reward dodger, then left me so I could hardly move.
Did you say a masked man made you print a reward notice?
Hurt me, didn't you?
What reward notice, Clem? What do you mean?
If you're interested, you'll find it there in Drummond's pocket.
That's him, Sheriff. That's him. Arrest the polecat.
You mean
Not
that...
so fast. Show it to them, Drummond.
You tricked me. That notice was faked.
Right.
Then I ain't confessing. You hear me, Sheriff? I'm taking everything back.
Drummond, I don't know anything about that notice you fellas are talking about. As far as your confession is concerned, I don't care. You ain't taking nothing back. You said too much. You get locked up.
But, Sheriff, I tell you...
Sheriff, you'll have to hold Mark as well. But when you've written to the law in California and told them the details of Drummond's confession, you'll find he's your man. Then Mark can go free.
That's just what I'm going to do.
Make fun, you are. You ain't holding me.
Stop that man.
Wait, he won't get away.
You can't be sure.
You see, Tonto was waiting outside. Bring him here, Tonto.
Let go of me. Let go of me, I tell you. Let go of me.
I got him, Redskin. Another break like that, Drummond, and I won't leave enough of you to cast a shadow.
I was tricked. If I'd known that notice was faked, I never confessed.
Yeah? Let me have that notice.
You can't have
Let that sticking out of that pocket there, Sheriff.
I got it.
Give me that back.
Shut up.
You can't take it.
I'll be it. Just listen to this.
Huh?
The state of California will pay $5,000 in gold to the man or men who bring in Woody Yeager, dead or alive. Yeager is also known by the name of Sam Yates.
Sure, that's what the masked man told me the notice would say.
Well, doggone.
Don't you get it, Sheriff? Drummond killed Sam and framed me for it. Well, when he read that notice, the masked man drafted his place a purpose. It fooled him into thinking he could get paid $5,000 by telling the truth.
Doggone.
He was going to claim the reward, though, till he got back to California. That way he figured I wouldn't tell the rest of it. How he stole gold from us and how he used to head a gang of hijackers. He figured I think he was going to be hanged anyhow and be satisfied.
Yeah, well, he will hang.
You
And
can't.
Drummond, you let this be a lesson to you.
What do you mean?
Don't believe everything you see in print.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Dick Tracy up next.
And now, Dick Tracy.
Let's go, men.
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. Well, boys and girls, here's an interesting bit of American Broadcasting Company gossip. Arlene Francis, she's the blind date girl, and Mark Chase, the sheriff of Canyon County, are going together on Friday night. Well, don't get the wrong idea. It was arranged not by Cupid for the sake of love, but by our program department for the sake of entertainment. You see, these are two of our half-hour Friday shows. And when we fix it so that the sheriff and Arlene Francis come along in the same evening, it means you get top listening. Well, first of all, there are those 6 servicemen who try to date 3 beautiful gals by telephone. Well, sometimes the lines get crossed up, but the laughs never fail. They rattle off that repartee like veterans. And the best man wins the blind date. Then, after the FBI has caught its men and famous jury trials have decided the night's case, those are 2 more top shows, the sheriff of Canyon County takes over and leads you on a merry chase of adventure, laughter, intrigue, and suspense. I'll tell you right now, it's mighty hard to beat the lineup of shows we've got for you on every Friday night on most of these stations. We recommend it. So, how about tuning in tonight? And now, Dick Tracy. In yesterday's story, you saw how 2 criminals, Hoppy Dunn and George Scanlon, again threatened the life of a young woman who, Dunn, the man without a head, suspected of having quite a quantity of cash in her possession. Courageously resisting the attack by the 2 criminals, the young lady was able to escape and reach a nearby policeman who promptly called Tracy and Patton to the scene. After calming the young lady, she gave Dick a most accurate description, which he immediately had Pat send out over the teletype. Then, leaving the young lady in the doctor's care, Dick and Pat returned to headquarters to await word from the teletype broadcast. It is at headquarters that we find him today. Listen.
Yep, that young girl up in the park certainly had a close call, Dick. If she hadn't been able to break away from those 2 guys, it's possible they might have knocked her off.
Yeah, you're right, Pat. And it proves once again that no one should ever get mixed up with strangers.
Yep, you're right. Well, I hope we get some returns from that tri-state alarm, Dick. The description that girl gave us was very accurate of both those guys.
Well, with over 200 men on the lookout for them, Pat, won't be long before we get some action. Inspector Tracy.
Inspector, this is Lieutenant Burton of the Identification Bureau.
Yes, Lieutenant.
I've looked through the rogues gallery. Don't seem to be able to find pictures of either one of the men answering your description. I'm having a further check made in Washington. No fingerprints, eh?
No, Lieutenant. Unfortunately.
Okay, Inspector. I'll call you back if we get anywhere with our investigation.
Thanks. Pat and I will be here till we get return from the teletype. Goodbye. Well, no trace in the rogues gallery of the men. So I guess we'll just have to wait.
Yeah, that's what always gets me. Nick's waiting.
And it does me too, Pat.
Yep, there goes the teletype, Dick.
I'm checking it, Pat. Maybe the first return.
Okay. To headquarters from office number 5. No return yet on bulletin 61. No lead. Every man available on 24-hour duty. We'll keep you advised. Signed, Magruder.
That's about what I expected. I'm afraid we're up against a pair of pretty clever criminals, Pat.
Yeah, but in the meantime, these two guys may be trying to knock somebody else off, and that's why...
Tracy.
This is the inspector again. This is Lieutenant again, Dick. Reports are starting to come in from our other city. But they're all negative so far. With your permission, I'll have the outside phone circuit switch through your office.
Good, Lieutenant. I'll switch on the amplifying system.
Okay, Inspector. You'll get a lot of routine squad car calls. You want to be bothered with them?
It won't be a bother, Lieutenant. I want to be sure and get the reports as soon as possible.
Okay, Inspector. That's all.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Pat, switch on the amplifier.
Okay, Dick.
As the men from headquarters intensified their efforts to find the two criminals, Dunn and Scanlon, the very men that they were after have hidden themselves in a room in another section of the city. From time to time, George Scanlon carefully approaches the window overlooking the street and peers furtively between a crack in the curtains. Listen.
The street's still clear, Hoppy. How about making a break for it?
Make a break for it? You're crazy. The safest place for us is right here.
How long are we going to have to stay here?
I don't know. Now get away from that window and sit down. I don't like this any better than you do.
It's just like I told you, Hoppy. You overplayed your hand.
Overplayed nothing. We're still all right, aren't we?
Yeah, sure we're all right. I bet every cop in this state's on the lookout for us.
And yet you want to go out in the street. Just let me do the thinking, George, and we'll be all right. We've got plenty of dough and can stay here until the heat's off. Now, just don't...
Who's that?
How would I know?
Shall I answer?
Wait till I stand over here. Keep the chain on the door. Go ahead. Open up.
Yeah?
Let me in.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you guys.
What about?
I don't mind. Take the chain off the door and let me in.
Just a minute. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Let him in.
All right. Come in.
Thanks, buddy.
Come on in. Sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what's on your mind?
Oh, I just thought I'd come up and check up with you guys, see if you like the room. Everything was all right?
Yeah, everything's swell. We like it fine.
That's good. Does this other guy have to stand behind me?
No, I guess not. Sit down where the landlord can see you, George. You make him nervous standing behind him.
Okay.
So you like the room, huh?
I said that once.
I notice you guys don't go out much.
No, we're just resting.
How'd you like a radio up here? Shortwave radio?
Now, what would we...
Shut up, George. Look, brother, you didn't come up here for any social visit, and this business about the shortwave radio is a phony. What's on your mind?
Well, I guess I might as well come to the point. You look like a couple of reasonable guys. As far as I'm concerned, I'm reasonable, too. I always say live and let live.
So what?
I didn't make that crack about the shortwave radio for nothing.
Go ahead.
I've been listening to police calls, and I've been hearing the description of a couple of guys that are wanted on suspicion of murder. Of course, the broadcast gave the names of a couple of guys by the names of Dunn and Scanlon. So it couldn't be you guys, because you gave me names different from those.
Quit kidding and get to the point.
Okay. It'll cost you $1,000.
Why, you dirty...
Shut up, George. What's the $1,000 for?
Well, I figured you guys might have to stay in this room for as much as a month. That'd mean a little special service. Maybe I could do a little shopping for you, see that your food was brought up. I might even be able to tip you off to any strange people in the neighborhood asking questions. Well, there are a lot of things I could do for you. One of them would be to keep my mouth shut.
But $1,000?
Sure, that's a lot of bucks, but there's a murder rap mixed up in it.
Now, listen, brother.
Now, don't get sore. I didn't say you guys were mixed up in that rap. I didn't say whether you were guilty or not. The only thing I say is that I know cops, and it won't be long before they come around. And that's when I'd earn my dough.
Let me tend to this guy, Hoppy.
Keep your mouth shut. $1,000, eh?
$1,000.
But I haven't got that kind of money. Now, if you'd said maybe 500.
No, Chislin, buddy. This is murder, whether you admit it or not.
Suppose we talk about it.
No more talk. It's throw on the line or else.
You win.
That's what I like to hear. I know you're a couple of reasonable guys. I thought you'd see it my way.
Shut up and listen to me. I don't see it your way at all. You got us over a barrel. You're putting the squeeze on us. Now, here's your dough. Now, get out of here.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks. Believe me, you won't regret doing it. When the heat really gets on, I'll be able to give you a hand. Now, you just take it easy and leave everything to me. I'll see to it that you have the best of everything. Of course, that'll cost a little extra.
Get out of here.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it. So long. I'll be seeing you.
Of all that dirty
Shut up. He might be listening.
Why don't you let me finish?
Not now, you fool. He's let us off easy.
But $1,000, Hoppy. That way we haven't got as much dough as we thought.
And this guy isn't going to stop there. Pretty soon he'll be back for more.
What are we going to do?
I'm thinking of that right now.
Why don't we tend to him?
Because we can't. Every cop in the world would be here, and then what would we do? You just keep away from that window. Let me do some thinking.
Well, maybe this guy will play on the level with us.
I wouldn't trust him an inch. If anybody offers a reward for us, he might even turn us in to get it. Now, George, we're in a tough spot. But I think I see a way out. Now, just don't bother me for a few minutes. Just let me think.
Anything new, Pat?
No, Dick. Just about the same story, smaller officers. No trace of either one of those guys. You know, you'd think with the description as accurate as the one they have, the police would have picked up those guys by now.
It can only mean one thing. The two of them have holed up somewhere. I would have put my hands on them, and a city this size presents a problem.
I suppose the only thing that will drive those guys out in the open is the lack of dough.
That's right. If they have enough money, it's possible for them to stay hidden indefinitely. I don't know what else to do, Pat. I've covered every possible angle.
That's your private way, Dick.
Yes?
Inspector Tracy, this is McGowan down at the Bureau of Licenses.
Yes, McGowan.
I handle the issuance of rooming house licenses, and I just had a funny one come up. May not mean a thing to you, but I'm following your instructions.
Go ahead, McGowan. I told you I wanted everything reported.
Well, it's like this. A guy by the name of Burton, George Burton, runs a rooming house at 4321 Boulevard. Now, his license to run a rooming house ran out last week. Instead of obeying the notice to come in and renew, he didn't do it. So we sent an investigator up there.
Yes?
Well, he gets in to see Burton, has him come down to the office and fill out the proper forms. You know the form.
Is that the one that makes them tell the number of rooms and the number of people in the building and so forth?
That's it. Well, Burton filled out the form all right, put the figure 10 in the place designated for the number of people in the building. And while I was watching, he scratched that out and put in 8.
Ah, 2 less, huh?
8 instead of 10. So just for the fun of it, I started to question him. I never saw a guy turn green so fast in all my life. Think there might be something to it?
Well, it's worth investigating. We've had no return whatsoever on the teletype bulletin.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, I don't want to tell you your business, but if it was me, I'd get down there and see what's bothering George Burton.
4321 Boulevard?
That's it. I hope I haven't sent you on a wild goose chase.
Don't you worry about that, and thanks for calling me.
All right. Good luck, Inspector.
Goodbye. Hear that, Pat?
Yep. Do we roll?
You bet we do. Come on, let's go.
In a moment, we return to Dick Tracy. But first, you know, in addition to Dick Tracy, we here at the American Broadcasting Company have a lot of programs we like a whole lot. And from time to time, I'm going to tell you about some of them. As a matter of fact, if you're listening to the beginning of our broadcast, you heard me talk about the Sheriff and Blind Date, heard on Friday night. Another one of our favorite shows is the Quiz Kids. Joe Kelly is the master of ceremonies for the Quiz Kids. Of course, he's got all those answers down on his card. What's more, do you know, it takes an entire research staff to supply him with a background for every question. But sometimes those smart kids come up with an answer that the research department forgot all about and one that isn't written on one of Joe's cards. Well, then, says Joe, it's up to me to figure out whether they're right. And I've got 20 million listeners waiting for me to go way out on that limb, and after I get out there, cut it off after me. But the youngsters are with Joe every inch of the way, because Joe knows how to make the whole affair seem like a wonderful game. He says it this way: when you're enjoying yourself with the kids, you sort of become a kid yourself. Well, boys and girls, you'll have a lot of fun listening to the Quiz Kids. They're heard on most of these stations on Sunday evenings on the American Broadcasting Company. Now, back to Dick Tracy.
Car 7, Tracy speaking.
Cars 9 and 1 meeting you at Boulevard and Grand.
Right. But no sirens under any circumstances.
What happens when Dick and Pat reach their destination? Will the criminals suspected of murder escape? You'll know all the latest developments Monday. So tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Dick Tracy. Written by M.C. Brockhausen, directed by Wiley Adams, and this is George Gunn speaking. Dick Tracy doesn't have a crystal ball to help him solve the mysteries he's always getting involved in. He uses plain, ordinary detecting. Well, maybe there's a little bit of luck involved, too, but not too much. You'll have fun and thrills watching him track down a case to its final solution. The Adventures of Dick Tracy are heard every day, Monday through Friday, over more than 100 radio stations from coast to coast. You'll want to join the thousands who have the Dick Tracy listening habit. Dick Tracy, protector of law and order, will be heard Monday at this same time on the case of the man without a head. This is the American Broadcasting Company.